up in the LCS preview show, we break down the European playoffs, reveal the summer's all-pro team, and give you the TLDR on 4.13. So strap yourselves in because the LCS preview show starts right now.
And the ultimate outpower from Max Lane. Fnatic with that victory seal up their second position here. Now the Cocoon, oh, perfect Pixel placement. Alliance are top of the European League of Legends Championship Series. The minions might stop Reckless from getting his record. He needs 2 more kills. There's another one. He needs 1 more. The minions have killed it. He misses it by 1 kill.
1 kill is the difference.
Hello and welcome to the LCS preview show. I'm Rivington Bisson III along with Joshua Jat Leesman, and this week it's an all-European special as the summer playoffs begin over in Cologne in just half an hour.
Das ist richtig, Riv.
When did you learn to speak German?
I definitely did not, but I did learn 3 words for our global audience out there, maybe. I'm just doing my part. Maybe you should too.
Right. Well, when we need to broadcast the show in Pig Latin, I'm all say. Yeah, you know what that means. Yeah. Speaking of Worlds, on Tuesday, Riot announced the format and schedule for this year's World Championship. First up, it's the group stage, where the 16 teams will be divided into 4 groups of 4, with 8 teams playing in Taiwan and 8 teams playing in Singapore. Each team will play 6 games with the top 2 from each group, advancing to the quarterfinals.
And those 8 teams will then travel to Busan, Korea, where the bracket phase of the tournament begins on October 3rd.
That's right, and the winners of the quarterfinals will then make the trip to Seoul, where this year's semis will take place on October 11th and 12th.
And finally, the 2014 World Champion will be crowned on October 19th in Seoul Sangam Stadium, and that should be amazing. But for more information, including what time and date all the 2014 World Championship games are being broadcast in your local time zone, head over to lolesports.com.
I'm pretty excited. It's just a little bit of ways. But now, before we dive into today's regional playoffs and the fight for a spot at Worlds, let's take a look back at the highlights from last week as the European LCS closed out their summer split Super Week style. Our first highlight features the second place Fnatic versus the third place Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, this was a pretty premier matchup coming into here because Fnatic had been on such a hot streak. The question was, could they continue? The answer was yes.
It was. It was a game of snipers this time around for Fnatic, and with the help of Xpeke here and Paler's fancy footwork, it wasn't enough.
You'd think if he dodged all the Zerathals, he'd be okay, but it was just non-stop artillery fire. I felt so bad for Super Hot Crew once Fnatic pulled ahead because the single binding lands like this, you're dead. Yep.
You have no idea where that extra damage is coming from, but Fnatic continued to do it.
From the sky.
Able to take down that win quite easily over Super Hot Crew. Our next highlight comes from Alliance versus Gambit. Looking at this game, those two in the top lane, or one in the top lane, I should say, but Shook made himself present there.
Yeah, this game Alliance was really trying to show why they deserve the #1 seed. One of the few Elises who can throw the cocoon through the minions, but it counts right there.
Threading the needle. Absolutely. It's going to say Shook, just added the O's. We see here a very nice fight coming in for Alliance. They go 3 for 0 on this one, and Gambit's left kind of just running, looking for the rest of the team.
Yeah, Gambit was trying to collapse on Alliance, but because of the fancy plays of Nif, it ended up being the other way around. Wicked is a dragon.
Wicked is a dragon.
He didn't do much that
The ults throughout the games a little lackluster, but he was always there in the top lane to make sure the team gets the W. Up next, we're going to be looking at Fnatic versus Roccat. And while it didn't have any playoff implications for Fnatic, for Reckless, it was his chance to set an LCS record.
This game had everyone riveted and just stuck right in their seats because the entire game was just Fnatic trying to set up kills for Reckless. That's why they did the blitzcrank.
It was so
top.
good. The whole composition. Beautiful job. And they get him a few, but when you get this many kills, sometimes even the support starts to get a little too powerful.
I know Reckless needed 13 kills to tie, 14 to win. When this Baron fight was happening, you thought, man, he's going to get it. Yellowster got the triple kill.
Well, Jankos, being the nice guy that he is, finishes off on Elise here, but he does give Reckless the ability to tie out that record. So, not too bad. He doesn't beat it.
It was so close. You saw at the very start of the show, Reckless head in hands for getting the most kills in LCS split history, but he wanted the record.
So close, but so far away. So after 16 games last week, the clouds from exploding Nexuses, or Nexi, either or,
one of the two,
finally cleared up enough to give us a look at the final standings. Alliance maintained control of the top spot all split. and Fnatic rebounded, as they always do, and picked up second place.
The Super Hot crew climbed into third place last week, just edging out SK Gaming, who actually slid into fourth.
And Millennium went 0-4, but they managed to finish in fifth, just beating out Roccat.
And at the bottom of the table, Gambit defeated the Copenhagen Wolves in Europe's lone tiebreaker match, meaning they will get to pick their opponent in the upcoming spring promotion tournament.
That's right. So let's take a look at the playoff bracket, which will show you when and where the teams will be completing. So take a look, take it all in. The quarterfinals will kick off today, starting with the Super Hot crew versus Roccat in a best-of-5.
And that first stage of the playoffs will conclude tomorrow when SK Gaming faces Millennium. The winner of the Super Hot crew / Roccat match will face Fnatic next Friday, August 15th. And the winner of SK Gaming / Millennium will also be later on that day of the 15th.
And the third place match will take place on Saturday, the 16th, with the finals happening on Sunday, the 17th, where one team will be named the Summer Champions and will head to the Worlds along with the second and third place squads. And to give us a closer look on the perspective of the playoff scene over in Europe, let's bring in the man who dares to say, I dare say. How's it going, Quick Shot?
Well, dare I say your new haircut and shorter beard is Rivington. Things are great here in Cologne. I'm just looking forward to the quarterfinals.
Well, thank you, Trevor. First up, let's get to business. Let's take a look at Alliance. They want to be the first team besides Fnatic to take a European split title. Why wouldn't they? After holding on to first place for the entire summer, it looks like they could do it.
Yeah, and I actually called Alliance to be the team that would win the summer split all the way back on the very first preview show of summer. Seeing how well they've performed over the last 11 weeks, I still feel like this is incredibly possible. They are the first and only team to hold on to that first place seed throughout the entirety of the split. And despite losing 4 games in a row just a couple of weeks back, they still ended the split at a 21-7 record, meaning they only lost 3 games total amongst the rest of the weeks. I think the biggest threat to Alliance is their inability to adapt very quickly to patches, because during their losing streak here in summer and earlier in the year in spring split, the players talked about how they were very slow to adapt and unable to just learn what is powerful quickly. And the bad news for Alliance is that the playoffs are going to be on patch 4.13, which is a huge patch. The good news for Alliance is they get to watch the quarterfinals this week, and they have 1 extra week of practice before they have to do battle at Gamescom. So we'll see if that additional time and additional prep work will make my prediction come true and see them be the summer split titles.
All right, well, Alliance won't take to the Rift till the semis. Today we have our first quarterfinal fight with the Super Hot crew versus Roccat. How do you see this one breaking down?
So I think for this series, the Super Hot crew has to be the clear favorites. In general, they've been more capable of picking up wins against all but the top 2 teams. They confidently control the laning phase. They've got great team fights. The only catch for the Super Hot crew is their inexperience in longer series. And with big pressure on their shoulders now, I mean, think back. They only just qualified for the spring split 2 days before the split began. And, you know, since they started in the LCS, they have grown by leaps and bounds, but I still feel like they're the new kids on the block. They still make a lot of mistakes. The other side of the coin is that Roccat are coming into the series with a bunch of players that have been playing together for an extremely long time. They're going to be able to rely on their experience in extended series, and they'll be looking to overcome these young upstarts. In order to do that, they do need to step up their individual ability, because their recent stats and their recent performances have not been strong enough in my mind to actually take down the Super Hot crew.
All right, the second quarterfinal series kicks off tomorrow with SK Gaming and Millennium battling it out. With the winner facing Alliance next week, what are your thoughts about that series?
Oh, this is so much harder to answer, because if you would ask me before the last week of the summer split, I would have said Millennium are playing better, they're leveling up, and SK Gaming were on a massive downturn. But during that super week, SK went 3-1, they took down both Alliance and Fnatic very convincingly, while Millennium, they lost all 4 games and are actually on a 5-game losing streak. I've got no idea what to predict from this series, because it's definitely a clash of styles. SK Gaming are traditionally more controlling, more calculated, more late game oriented. Whereas Millennium, on the other hand, is a lot more all-in aggression all the time in all the games. So it's going to be this like control style versus this pick style. And we'll see who comes out on top tomorrow in that best of 5 series, because whoever adapts to their opponent's style best will be crowned the champions and go to the semifinals.
All right, and now we're going to ask you to do something that you hate, but only because I love you. Make a prediction. Which teams do you think will finish the split in the top 3 spots and head to Worlds?
You've asked me this so many times, I'm just going to commit this time, Riv. So I'm going to stick with my original prediction. Alliance will be taking first place and be crowned Summer Split champions, going to Worlds with that #1 seed. I then think Fnatic will be in second place, and they'll be representing Europe at Worlds. And for third, I'm on the fence, because I think it's going to be between SK Gaming and the Super Hot crew. But I am leaning towards the Super Hot crew, and I'm calling them to take that third and final spot.
Well, we'll definitely hold you accountable to those answers. Thanks for everything, Quick Shot, and we'll see you soon. All right, so out with the shot and in with the shocks. As always, thank you for joining us. It's great to have you back.
It's great to be back, Riv.
All right, so today and tomorrow, the quarterfinals will decide who Alliance and Fnatic will be playing next week. You've been talking to both of the teams now. Have they told you who they would rather face?
Yeah, Riv, indeed, and they have definitely been thinking about it. First up, Alliance's top laner Wicked told me, between SK Gaming and Millennium, I'd rather play Millennium because I respect Kevin so much, and I think of him as one of the best European top laners, and I want the opportunity to defeat him. I also spoke to Fnatic's Expeke, and he said that they would rather face Roccat. He feels that when they scrim with them, they have an easier time than with the Supa Hot crew because of their picks. And he's only afraid of Jankos because of the early game pressure. But he goes on to say that if Roccat doesn't get a hit in that early game, they usually can't win.
And besides asking them about their preferred matchup, you also asked them which 3 teams would be heading to Worlds. Who do they think will make the trip?
Well, Alliance and Fnatic both think that they'll be going, shocker, but they have different opinions about who the third team will be. Wicked says our team and Fnatic will make it to Worlds because we've simply been performing better. The last team will be the Supa Hot crew or Millennium. Those are the teams that have shown the most potential, and whoever got the best practice between them will take that last spot. But Expeke believes that it will be the Supa Hot crew or SK Gaming in third place. He told me that if a team like the Supa Hot crew or SK Gaming has a great day, they can beat anyone, us included.
All right. And when you asked some of the other teams who they thought was going to Worlds, what did they have to say?
Well, for the most part, they agree. And Gambit's Edward actually gave me a nice summary saying Alliance will 100% qualify for Worlds. They were doing so much work before and they won't give up last minute. Even though their season isn't going as good, Fnatic will also qualify because they always do well at the end of the split and the playoffs. The third team will be Roccat or Millennium, not because they are super good, but because other teams are playing worse than them. Now, Rockat's manager Fly feels the same about Alliance and Fnatic, and he also likes Rockat's chances for the third place. He said, "We feel confident we can make it, since we have shown we can do good when we are under pressure and everything is on the line." The young buck from the Copenhagen Wolves says Fnatic and Alliance have consistently shown to be the best teams in Europe, but on the other hand, SK is looking strong and peaking at the right moment. And finally, SK Gaming's Justice agrees, saying 2 of the 3 teams going to Worlds are probably Alliance and Fnatic. The last team can pretty much beat anyone, but with the amount of effort we are putting into our training and looking at the last week performance, we have a pretty good shot at being that third team.
Once again, Shocks, thank you for taking the time to talk to the players and bring us an insider's view. We'll see you soon. So now that we've heard from Shocks and Quick Shot and the teams, we want to hear from you. Who do you think will be the 3 European teams heading to Worlds? Tweet us your answers along with the hashtag LCS preview, and we'll see how your knowledge compares to theirs. Bonus points if you can tweet it in a foreign accent. Sadly, LCS Fantasies came to an end on Sunday after the last North American game was played, but it was a super week, and that means a metric ton of points, some would say. Now, for a fond look back at the inaugural season of the Fantasy LCS, let's send it over to Jack.
Thank you very much, Riv. And yes, it's true that all good things must come to an end, but thankfully the internet allows us to relive them forever. And last week, we asked you to actually tweet us the Super Stud of Super Week, and absolutely none of you picked Diamond. Because who could have guessed that? Gambit's jungler actually got back into his groove last week, and the team went 3-1. He also pulled in more points than any other player. You look at this, even Froggen, who was in that ridiculous game at the end of the week, Diamond had more, and Nick was a beneficiary of all of Diamond's sweet, sweet ganks. But looking back at the entire season, the studs were a little bit different. Reckless was the top scorer amongst all players in the LCS. Nice job if you picked him up early on. Kerp as well was the second highest, followed very closely by Koreachan. All these guys were just huge power picks. Sadly, though, if we want to look for duds, we have to go to North America. First up on the top of our dud list is Balls. Not because he had a terrible year, but because he was the #1 top laner drafted in Fantasy LCS amongst all leagues. but his points just never reflected that. He was the 8th highest scoring top laner, putting him right in the middle of the pack. Then we have Lemonation, who was the most picked support player in the draft, but like Balls, he didn't really pay off in the points category. And while Diamond was the super stud from last week, he only had 306 points the entire split, which means more than a third of those points came in just 4 games. He was the 3rd most picked jungler, but finished 12th in points amongst junglers. But we do have sleepers. When you have duds, you always have guys who did better. Selfie was fantastic. He wasn't started in many leagues like a lot of marquee players, but 530 points is pretty spectacular. You also have Voyboy, who was the 6th highest scoring mid laner, just behind Selfie. Curse was kind of in the bottom of the standings as well, all split, but Voyboy's putting up points, and he was a big reason they were able to secure their spot in the playoffs. And then there's also Cotton X. He's basically a stud because he had more points than any other jungler across both regions. Plus, Millennium got a spot in the playoffs, but that doesn't really matter about fantasy. It's all about the points. Anyway, we hope you enjoyed playing the Fantasy LCS because we know we did, and we cannot wait for next season. But right now, we're going to go stealth and listen on Alliance and Millennium during their over-the-top match last week. That's right. Here comes another all chat.
We first picked Fizz and we banned CLG.
Yeah.
Dude, this is going to be so good.
Det går med CLG, det går med CLG.
Det går på CLG.
What do we do? TSM? Ja. What do we ban then? Team?
Look at me, guys. Guys, everybody commit and dance.
I'm coming!
Valor to me.
Valor is coming!
I exhaust.
Irish strike!
I'm walking up.
Nice. I'm tipping.
Kill them all! Go again!
Get him!
Start it! Pick it!
Yes,
This ain't not solo play.
Go mid. Push mid.
I'm running the crane, I'm running.
No,
Yeah,
take the dragon.
fast. I'm fast, I got boots now.
They TP.
Just take the dragon barrel. Don't fucking die.
Oh, he has AP.
Oh,
I can flash, I can flash.
Wait a bit.
Go for Nif.
Top is left. Going top. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Can we dive this guy?
Give me the kill. I'm going in.
I back you up.
Missed.
Can for Ramos TP då? Can we do Baron team?
No, we can't.
We are not.
What? Can you the battle? Oh my boy.
Jerry!
No, you didn't.
Pentakill! Fight! Kurva, better communication than normal LCS.
It is.
It's fucking sad.
This
is a good game for fancy points, buddy.
Nice guys!
Fucking good job, boys. Base and Nash. Oh, base and finish.
50 seconds, okay? We can split it.
Go for them! It's a hunch!
Don't group.
Oh fuck, man, if you're on.
I got them!
Get them out. Get them on.
My team is fucking useless.
My team is fucking useless.
Nice map, man.
I'm fucking well done, boys. High five right here.
It's always amazing to see all the players try their hardest and always have a little bit of fun as well towards the end of the season. In the spring split, we had a record 93 different champions played. So, did we manage to go above and beyond that number this summer? Let's find out in our champion countdown. The newest champion picked this split was Zed when Overpow dove deeper into his champion pool and surfaced with the Master of Shadows. Our players really stepped up with a valiant effort as Zach, Quinn, Warwick, Talon, and Lux were all picked up for the first time this summer. That gave us 6 new faces on the Rift, taking our total to 78. And while we didn't hit the spring record of 93, we always love seeing both old and new faces on the Rift. And personally, I'm still holding out for a top lane Poppy. And we'd like to give a shout out to the 14 of you who correctly tweeted us with Zed as the next champion we would see. Thanks for sending our tweets. Thanks for sending us your tweets along with the proper hashtag. Remember that if you don't use hashtag LCS preview, then your tweets will rest in pepperonis. And this week our question is, which champion that we didn't see in the summer split will we see in the playoffs? Send your answers to @LOL Esports and remember to go aggro on the hashtag LCS preview. So, the 4.13 patch will be making its way to the LCS beginning with today's EU quarterfinals. We have a special treat to help usher it in.
Patch notes. TLDR. League of Legends patch 4.13 up in this preview show. Elise, this is the Spider-Man version of Lee Sin. Quick clear and amazing ganks. Plus points if your opponent has arachnophobia. This makes her a little too good, so some nerfs to Cocoon and Repel should give some other junglers a place to shine. Evelyn, sexy, invisible, and many times the sole reason for reaching the max of 5 wards on the opposing team. She does amazing damage for building tanky, and in the hands of LCS players, she's hard to stop. If they want to do damage, they'll need to build damage, thanks to some base damage and ratio adjustments. Lee Sin, the ranged melee tanky DPS assassin, mage, tank, support, and jungler. He just does everything well and dominates the pick and ban phase. To nerf some of his early game aggression, the time on safeguard has been cut in half, and cripple doesn't reduce attack speed anymore. Gragas. Even after the rework, Demon's favorite fat man somehow shines just as much as before. It must be that sexy belly. Barrel roll now does less damage to minions. Drunken Rage now has a mana cost, but has a lower scaling cooldown and a lower damage reduction. Solo lane Lulu looks at your top tier lane LCS picks and laughs at you, then turns you into an animal or a cupcake. So adorable. But what's not adorable is the lack of diversity top lane. The slow decay that scales with AP on Glitter Lance is gone, and Whimsy's move speed buff duration is lower at early levels. Yasuo. Pretty sure this is Voyboy and Bjergsen's favorite AD assassin. He also makes AP mids cry many tears. Windwall too good. Lower duration on shield, and you won't be able to gain bonus flow from dashing anymore. Ziggs. His wave clear is unmatched. Difficult to siege against. Time for explosive change. I'm sure teams will be happy to know that Ziggs' ult is 2 minutes at all ranks now. Choose your bombs wisely. Cogmaw. Some teams like to play the popular game called Protect the Cogmaw, a game that results in wow, such damage and many winning of team fights when done correctly. To offset Cog's amazing late game, his base health and resistant tread on Q has been lowered. Remember when I said that Lucian was dead when his range was lowered? I couldn't have been more wrong. Prepare to see the rise of CDR Lucian. Even though Relentless Pursuit won't remove slows anymore, good luck catching him after lane phase. His 2-week LCS suspension is over, and it's time for the return of the MVP. Tristana. The other hypercarry marksman just needs to be curbed back a little bit, so the slow on rocket jump is lowered, along with the damage on explosive shots active to maybe give other marksmen a chance in the LCS playoffs. Sona just got reworked with cool new effects and ability details that don't just make her an aura poke bot at all phases of the game. Because of her rework, we won't be seeing Sona in the EU playoffs. Braum. People respect the mustache when he supports, but he can be too much to deal with, especially with a well-placed glacial fissure. That's why the slow and knockup duration on primary targets is getting reduced. Thresh. Mad Life's final form. He doesn't have any weaknesses, especially when Morgana isn't being used to counter godlike hooks. Now only one ally can be shielded by Dark Passage, and there's no more damage when breaking more than one wall of the box. Everything else in this patch doesn't matter. This has been TLDR Patch Notes 4.13 for the LCS Preview Show. We'll see you next patch. Oh baby.
Yes! And I think I speak for everyone when I say TLDRs kick some ass. We'd like to give a special thank you to Black and Nola for making that happen. To see all of his amazing videos, you can head over to his YouTube channel and subscribe to him to thank him personally. So now one of the champions we won't be seeing this week, but not due to the 4.13 patch, is the Loose Cannon Jinx.
Yeah, unfortunately a gameplay bug was discovered earlier this week, so she will be disabled in both the LCS and the Challenger Series while that gets sorted out.
That's right, and throughout this summer split, we've seen record-breaking achievements come and go. So let's highlight some of the biggest and baddest moments.
Yeah, first up, it's Reckless, who set 2 records. Not only did he equal ManCloud's record of the most kills in an LCS split from last summer with 167, but what's even more impressive is that he did it while setting another record for not dying. The previous record for least deaths was held by Meteos, who died 29 times in 28 matches last summer. But Reckless died 2 fewer times than he did, which gives him a matching set of bookend records.
That's right. Another record that was toppled was the longest LCS game ever. Back in Week 8 as Complexity faced Curse. I was there for every one of those 80 minutes and 37 seconds, and sometimes I still can't believe that match is over.
In some universes, that game is still going on. But with long games, often we see a lot of broken records. In that same match, Robert X. Lee took the record for most CS in a single game with 719. He kind of became the bane of minions everywhere.
Yeah, we're sounding like broken records. Here's another one. Speaking of CS, 2 mid laners who we'll see next week traded the fastest to 300 CS back and forth throughout the split. First, Peke took it, then Froggen took the title, grabbed it for himself. Then he beat his own record, and then Peke reclaimed it.
That 21:51 mark is just remarkable.
Yeah.
And while the Alliance vs. Millennium game wasn't nearly as long as the Complexity Curse game, it was definitely one for the record books. Both sides went a little bit crazy in this game, and when the dust settled, there were 92 total kills across the Rift. That beats the old total of 69 from the Dignitas vs. COG game last summer, which may have been a little bit more competitive, but didn't have as many kills.
Some crazy stuff. So the summer split showed us that records aren't just made to be broken. They're made to be shattered, obliterated, and stomped on. Just put it in the ground. Now it's time to reveal the European Summer Split All-Pro team. I know you've been waiting for it. A panel of casters, experts, and the teams themselves voted for this lineup based on player performance for the past 11 weeks. And here they are. In the top lane, it is Soaz. Fnatic's top laner averaged a 4.5 KDA for the split and was named the OP top laner in Europe twice once Fnatic turned their season around starting in Week 7.
And Shook takes the jungle role where he was tied for most kills for an EU jungler, and he debuted Jungle Riven, which caught a lot of people by surprise.
Yes, it did. And for the mid lane, Froggen had the highest KDA, the fewest deaths, and the most assists for a mid as he kept his super team in first place all split long.
And as an AD carry, no surprise here, nobody can ignore those record-breaking performances from Reckless that we mentioned earlier. He also picked up multiple OP titles and also a weekly MVP during the split.
That's right. And then they're keeping that bot lane synergy together with Yellowstar as support. With the most kills and fewest deaths for a support, Yellowstar earned 2 weekly MVP titles and more. And that right there is your 2014 European Summer Split All-Pro team. And looking at that lineup, Jat, I think All-Natic would be a pretty fitting name for the squad.
It's no wonder those guys got the top 2 seeds in the European LCS with all those powerful players.
That's right, and they can just keep moving on possibly too. We'll see how they do as the weeks come up. With playoffs on the line, we had a lot of heart-stopping moments across the European LCS this split. So let's take a look back at the plays that had us firing up the defibrillator paddles, or as Dr. Mundo likes to call it, the Penta. At number 5, it was Kerp with the fast fingers on the Fat Man.
And he may well get it. Oh, the Sonic Wave! Barely slammed away there. The ultimate comes out from Codex. He's going to take a lot of the golden airwax this time around. Kerp is running for his life, and he may well be able to get away. He goes back aggressive onto Unlimited. Takes him down. The Summoner Heal comes out, and Kerp gets away with it like a big fat lad.
Coming in at number 4, Selfie saves himself and helps his team pick up the ace.
Oh, gonna throw him away. There is the Zonya's coming down, but the fish is already on him. Knock up onto Selfie, wild guns himself. Can he get away from this one? Speeding himself up, but has he got the health to get away? Creatin's been focused. Selfie's still alive. Creatin is gonna go down to Impaler, and look at this. Selfie somehow survives it. They turn it around, and Millennium have been destroyed here by the Super Hawk crew. What a turnaround that was.
And at number 3, Yellowstar offers Reckless some safe passage.
Diamond does get in there with the stun. Taunt will go in
Nick
as
can
well.
kill him.
Stun comes out from Nick and Reckless. Is he going to go down? There's a protection from Oriana. Oh, the lantern! He took the lantern. He managed to get away. And they get the shutdown on Nick. Diamond goes down as well. And would you believe it? Reckless there with hardly any help. Punches the air in celebration there. Yellowstar again coming up big to save his life.
Coming in at number 2, Airwalks leapfrogs over Nif and the kick onto Frog.
To this one, wow! Airwalks going very deep, but it kicks in Froggen. He gets the kick, intervention used, and Youngbuck now the focus on that one.
But check this fight out, you can see it all starts off. Airwax goes very deep on this one. Had that Lee syndrome deep in there, flashes across, kicks Froggen straight back in there.
And your number 1 play this split is Reckless's Penta.
In the background, and Youngbuck is going to get dashed on. Chum the Waters connects on Moonlight, the best target possible. The exhaust was used on Peke, so damage was reduced. First kill secured by Reckless. We do see that's a double kill as he sidesteps the cocoon, looking for the triple.
One more.
Reckless is on the triple. He's looking for one. That's the quadra. He's looking for 5. Towers down on the back line. Reckless making the penta. He gets it. That's the pentakill. Reckless with a pentakill in the summer split.
That pentakill was just awesome, but I do have to mention this myth about Quickshot. He is just blessed with being able to cast pentakills. Remember, the first pentakill of the EU playoffs was Genja. Then he came to NA for the playoffs, saw Bjergsen's penta, and then randomly was doing play-by-play for the only penta of this split from Reckless. So,
yeah,
thanks, Quickshot.
It seems to happen. I think, actually, it's the fact that I was gone for that one. That would have been my penta when he came to NA. I never get any pentas. But we have had quite a few this year, maybe more than we ever saw. The preview show will be right by your side with new episodes from the playoffs through Worlds.
Yeah, but in case you get lonely, head to lolesports.com and click on the preview show header at the top of the page. That's where you can watch past episodes and relive all of your favorite highlights.
That's right, and that does it for this episode of the LCS Preview Show. But before we launch into the European quarterfinals, we wanted to share something with you. Riot has been putting some ideas through research and development, and we're giving you a sneak peek at something new in our last hit.
Coming this fall from the studio that brought you the LCS and the LCS Preview Show, it's the D-Man and Deficio Show.
I do not believe it!
Believe it, D-Man.
Amazing stuff.
2 men, 1 desk, and a lot of trash talk.
I mean, I'm not quite LCS pro player level, but then again, neither are you anymore.
A lot.
There, man, going up, looking good. he a good-looking man?
He's a good-looking man.
The Demon and Deficio Show, shoutcasting and blasting.
The birds are great.
This fall, right after new episodes of Shots Fired.
Well, maybe if you can't make it in here, you can try out for some North American team.
This is the most important week so far in the LCS.
Now I think everyone's more motivated than ever. We trained for like 6 months to get to the World, so now we need to do it. It's time to show what we can do.
Oh, Selfie flashes in and gets the kill. Brilliantly done.
Now is the chance for us to show a better performance.
Yakos will pounce, and once again, it's another first blood for Roccat.
But there is a Baron picked up, stolen away by the Supa Hot Crew.
He got it! The Sonic Doom goes in, death sentence there, that's it.
If we lose now, then we play for relegation. If we win, we play for Worlds.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the European LCS Quarterfinals, broadcasting to you live from our studios in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller here with Martin Deficio Lunga as the Supa Hot Crew and Roccat, prepared to go head-to-head in a best-of-5 series.
And these two teams are fighting for the chance to play Fnatic in the semifinals next week, and with a possible trip to Worlds on the line, I do expect to see some close games.
So before we get into it, let's take a quick look at the playoff bracket. As we mentioned, the winner of this series will take on Fnatic next Friday, which is August the 15th, and the winner of tomorrow's SK Gaming versus Millennium matchup will face Alliance later that same day.
And the teams that do not advance in the semifinals will play in a third-place match next Saturday, with the finals happening on Sunday as we crown a Summer Split champion and the #1 seed heading into Worlds.
And as a reminder, after today's LCS games, the European Challenger Series summer playoffs continue. The Ninjas in Pyjamas and Unicorns of Love will go head-to-head for third place in a best-of-5 here on our stage for that final spot in the upcoming promotion tournament.
And as we head towards Worlds, you can always go to lolesports.com for schedules, stats and more. And that's where you can also stay up to date on the top teams and players from every region.
And that brings us to the first game of the 2014 LCS Summer Playoffs as the Supa Hot Crew take on Roccat. The winner of this game, as we said before, will go on to face the second seed in the semi-finals, Fnatic. Now, the Supa Hot Crew have really gone from strength to strength over the year, and despite having their fair share of roster changes and problems, they managed to take the third seed coming into the playoffs.
And it's very impressive when you consider the fact they moved from being number 7 and relegated last split to now being number 3 and top seed in the quarterfinals towards Worlds here. So impressive improvement from Supa Hot Crew as a team. And yeah, they had some changes, but they all paid off. Like getting Kasing for support, Selfie for the mid lane, and of course the coaches to help the team throughout the season, all paid off for them here. They have great talent, but we have seen in the season that the team can be very inconsistent, which is normal for a young team, but there's no room for mistakes if they do want to qualify for Worlds.
And on the other side, we have Roccat, who managed a very impressive third place in the Spring Split playoffs, beating Alliance actually to secure that spot. And I think we can safely say that the league has just gotten stronger over the last few months, and that shows with Rockat's 6th place finish in the split this time around.
And they've changed their playstyle a little bit coming into the split here. They now favor this very slow and safe style of play. Roccat, they have the lowest amount of kills in the league as a team with 278. Compared to Millennium, who have the highest at 467, it's a massive difference. And Roccat clearly has issues picking up kills. Celavar and Overpower have picked up 80 kills each. Lowest for AD carry and second lowest for mid laners. And just to compare it, Reckless alone has 167 kills, more than these two combined here. So, as there's no clear star player on Roccat, the entire team has to perform if they want to win.
So let's take a closer look then at the two teams and compare in depth each role, starting in the top lane where Mima meets Xaxus.
So last split, I would have put this matchup in favor of Xaxus, who had a great first split while Mima had a very hard time on Supa Hot Crew. But now it's the all the way around. Mima has looked fantastic this split and is currently, in my opinion, one of the best top laners in Europe, while Sauces has actually struggled.
And in the jungle, it's of course Impaler versus Jankos. We've seen time and time again how Jankos can get his team rolling with First Bloods. In fact, his 12 First Bloods over the season are a stark contrast to Impaler's 4, which could really make an impact in this best of 5.
Completely insane stats from Jankos, always at the right place in the early game. But in the mid lane, we have two very different players. Selfie, he's the aggressive type who will constantly look for kills or plays. Sometimes it backfires. While Overpower has been favoring the more passive approach until he was either strong enough to teamfight or split push before he actually did anything on the map.
And there's a pretty big difference in the KDAs of the AD carries. Mr. All's been quiet overall, but still managed to land in second position when it comes to EU AD carries KDA. Silver is struggling behind and only managed to land in 7th. But we have to say he's definitely stepped up in recent weeks and is definitely looking better as well.
100% agrees. Corki has been very, very good the last few weeks. On the supports, Kassing and Vander, two very similar players to be honest. Stat-wise, they follow each other. There's only 0.12 KDA between them. And Morgana has been the top pick for both of these supports here. We have, however, seen both of them shine on Thresh and make some big plays, but it definitely favored Morgana lately.
So as we move then towards Champion Select and a new patch here this week, what are we expecting to see?
So Lucian is back. It's been gone for a few weeks now. Both AD carries used to play him a lot. Most play Champion, but pretty much for everyone in Europe, so no surprise. I expect to see him being played with the new E now, where lower cooldown, you reduce it when you auto attack. Yes, his range is shorter, but because of the E, he's still very safe, and you can still blind pick him. Laning phase not as strong as we normally see. You need to be a bit more aggressive in it for it to work, but still. Celavar, I definitely expect to actually pick it up here. And then I looked at picks and bans for both teams. And Roccat, they prefer also to pick this very mid-game focused comp which relies on team fighting and safe control style. So I actually expect Supa to come in here, put a lot of focus on maybe some pick comps where they can try and split up Roccat here, surprise them, because Roccat as a team have said it themselves, they don't like to play in situations they are not used to or situations they didn't expect to be in. So I actually do predict or expect Supa to try and surprise them a little bit. And then maybe we could see Roccat leave something like Yasuo open for Selfie and try and counterpick with like a Zillion for Overpower in the mid lane.
Well, best of 5, there's certainly lots of different combos that we could see coming out today. And with a week to get ready for just one opponent, let's see how both of these teams have prepared themselves for this all-important best of 5.
Obviously, Worlds is the most important thing about this whole year, and it's everything we've been working for.
We've trained for like 6 months to get to the Worlds, so now we need to do it.
I'm pretty proud of what we have accomplished in the second split at least. Like going from 7th place to 3rd place is a pretty big accomplishment.
We are not happy by how the season went for us, but now is the chance for us to show a better performance and change the results we have.
We have to remain motivated now. I mean, we kind of dropped our focus for a bit and we got 0-2 in the first part of the Super Week. But now I think everyone's more motivated than ever.
The main carry on Roccat is definitely that younger Jankos. He is either winning the whole game alone or losing the whole game alone.
I think we just need to shut down Selfie because he's the playmaker, and when he's doing well, everyone is doing well.
I'm pretty confident that Selfie's the better Polish mid laner, so he's going to come in strong. We're going to play very mid-centric, and me and him are going to be the best we can be for that 2v2.
They will try to versus us versus like me and Overpower because we usually play like that. But I'm not sure yet. Maybe we'll change some tactic or we'll do something different to surprise them and just win the game.
The bot lane is mostly about Vander. He's really aggressive and in my opinion he is carrying Celavar through laning phase.
Their bot lane is not that good.
Morales was at the last split was pretty much the star player of the SHC, but right now I think he's not that good anymore.
It might be because of their support changes, like Will Failure and Casing play really different than Mixa, so it might have affected him a bit.
We know our mistakes, but it's pretty big problems right now. Our team play isn't where it needs to be, so we've got to get everything in check and everyone realising what they have to do as part of the team. And if everyone's ready to perform and do their part, then I think we'll beat Roccat.
I think our season was really up and downs, and if we will have an up on the playoffs, I think it will be still okay.
One of the interesting things to hear from that one, especially when it comes to this 2v2 in middle, we already heard that Overplow plays it safe, which makes him naturally then harder to take down anyway.
So you can look at it two ways. You have the aggressive Selfie here who sometimes gets an early kill and then starts rolling and snowball the game, but it can also completely backfire, so maybe Roccat is ready here, wait for Selfie to be over-aggressive, punish him instantly, kill him, and shut him down.
Well, before the teams head into Champions League, make sure you head to Twitter and tell us which team do you think will win today and why. Remember to tweet at LOL Esports and use hashtag ROCWin or hashtag SHCWin with your answer.
And tell us the picks, the players, or strategies that you think will take this series and send one of these teams to the semifinals. And we'll read your responses later in the show.
So let's, as we move to Champions League, nail it down a little bit more on the bans and the picks, and starting in the top lane, because for Mima, there's a very big trend this year.
Yeah, so Shyvana has been his go-to champion. 16 games, crazy, like 7+ KDA, died 15 times. Really, really good performance on Shyvana. However, she's kind of fallen a bit out of favor. So I'm not sure if Supa actually wants to play her, or if Roccat wants to ban it. Instead, however, I could see Roccat focus towards someone like Selfie. They've done it before where they ban pretty much everything he plays. And then maybe a fist ban against Overpower because he's been his best champion.
Well, let's take a look. We're going to get into Champions League for our first game in this best-of-5 quarter-final matchup here for the summer playoffs. And the first ban's coming out, one of them aimed towards Jankos. Lee Sin here. Interesting choice to take away. We've seen that Jankos, most of his first bloods have been coming his way actually over on Lee Sin. On Elise. However, Lee Sin is his most played champion, albeit just by a couple of games.
Yeah, still a few changes to Lee Sin here in 4.12. Slightly weaker in teamfights. His damage early game, however, is the same. Still being banned away. Focus on Subaku instantly towards Jankos. They talked about how he was the star player. And when Roccat win games, it's often Jankos who gets off the good start, snowballs some of the lanes, and then they do well as a team.
So, second ban coming out for the Supa crew, another interesting one. Kale, research has been telling us that Roccat have been practicing this.
Yeah, it can both be played in top lane and mid lane. Overpower was known for Kale in the mid lane. And also tells me Supa crew maybe wants to play Yasuo, seeing as they banned away. If they do ban Zilean here, it definitely looks towards a Yasuo pick.
Well, you predicted it right. Zilean will be taken away. On the side, Mundo, TF, and then Maokai as the final ban here by Roccat. So a couple of top lane bans against Selfie. Funnily enough, his most played champion, and you know, it's most played by a very, very long way. 16 games on Shyvana. His next played champion, next most played champion is Mundo with 3 games.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous difference.
So Roccat had clearly been doing their scouting. Look towards Mima, 2 of his tank picks up there, and ooh, Kassadin was left open.
Yeah, kind of missed that one. We did it last week as well when Kassadin somehow managed.
You're so used to being banned.
It automatically you just think, okay, well, Kassadin must be in there somewhere. But Kassadin getting through this one. Question is, will Selfie run this one? We've also seen earlier today over in Korea that first pick Kassadin's coming in, then shifting him into the top lane later on so they can still counter pick against the red side mid lane choice. We'll see how that goes here though for the Supa crew. Either way, Kassadin's Kassadin at the end of the day.
Did have a few nerfs lately, but he's still Kassadin, can still get completely out of control very fast. And Roccat, because knowing they will give the Kassadin away, instantly could have prepared the 2 next picks.
And that will be Kog'Maw. Not the safest of AD carries when people are jumping on top of you. Piled in there though with the Morgana, which we expected was going to be a hotly contested one, especially in this patch.
Yeah, so she's one of the few supports who didn't get any changes, where a lot of like Thresh and Braum got a bit weaker. Morgana stayed the same. Also been the best pick for Vander and Kazing here, so no surprise Roccat early picks it. And Celavar as well. Roccat, they love to early pick the AD carry. Last week, in Super Week, 3 out of 4 games, they first picked the AD carry for Celavar. They trust 100% in him being able to play the laning phase properly, or maybe it's because his champion pool isn't very big, so they want to secure his a comfort pick for him as early as possible. They also open up for Subaku now to pick their bottom lane.
And they're going to take at least Nami for that. We'll see if this Tristana gets locked in. Actually will, in fact, be locked in there as well. So definitely a bit of an interesting one. In fact, if we look back at last week's game between these two teams in Super Week, it was a Kog'Maw versus Tristana bottom lane, although, and actually in this exact order with Roccat having the Kog'Maw. Funnily enough, Lucian coming completely through this time around. Obviously being enabled for this week not going to be picked up by either of these two AD carries. And what are Roccat now going to go for? Elise, with Lee Sin banned out, is the natural choice, I think, for Jankos.
Yeah, been actually, in my opinion, his best jungler, better than Lee Sin, because Roccat, again, as a team, love to use this Elise to fast push towers early. And Alistar just got locked in. Morgana's already picked. We have seen Opa play Morgana mid lane once. It didn't work at all. And I did actually check Zazus and his solo queue games lately. There is 24 static shift Frozen Heart Alistar top lane, which clearly seems to be legit.
Well, if you're going to pick it in a game of this magnitude, then Zazus obviously will be feeling confident enough for that.
I would have last picked it though.
You also have to, last pick it. You also have to wonder as well, could this be mind games from Roccat? Because if you could find his games, so could the Super Hot crew and figure that one out. Whether we'll see any role switches, obviously we have to figure that one out as things go forward. And look at this, Super Hot crew, what are they going to do now? Not trusting Kassin because he's always one for hovering over whatever. Renekton is a possibility. Although, again, another champion that we've seen less and less as the weeks have gone on.
Yeah, I would actually like to see Mimer log in Shyvana, but I do believe he wants Renekton because they have Kassadin in the mid lane, so they want a strong laner now up in the top side, so they don't have 2 weak solo laners early on, or somewhat weak solo laners. So they do pick in Renekton. Buys time now for both Tristana and Kassadin to scale because you have the early mid-game power from Mimer here. And then Kha'Zix for the jungle. I mean, we have seen Diamond play it where he evolves W. I've seen it in solo queue a few times as well. I wonder if Impaler's can do the same.
Well, it's a new pick. Certainly didn't play him in any of their 4 games last week in the jungle. Did actually head himself over to Jarvan in that last win against the Copenhagen Wolves. And Elise, who of course is banned away before that in 3 games just before. So then, let's see exactly how Roccat are going to piece this puzzle together. We've got Alistar in there, we've got Morgana, so one of those we're expecting to drop into that support role, and that's exactly how you predicted. If this Orianna gets locked in, it goes Morgana in the support role and Alistar with Zazus in the top lane.
And look at all the protection here from Roccat. Celavar in these team fights is going to be so hard for Supa crew to kill. You have an Alistar to peel, you have Orianna, you have Morgana to peel. Even Elise can peel for her AD carry. So very, very protect our hyper carry comp here from Roccat. But this Alistar in the top lane, we can just look at it once we actually get into the game. Because I'm very curious how Zazus will actually play it in the top lane. If he's going to go 24 static shift and just try and focus on split pushing and then teleporting in behind the enemy and set up fights here. They can, of course, do the delivery system. Orianna ball onto Alistar, jump into the enemy team, and you just try and blow someone up. Supa crew on the other side, you had the early power from Renekton, and then you need Tristana and Kassadin to get past the weak mid-game point and into the late game. Otherwise, Roccat might be able to close the game in time.
Interesting to see as well how Impaler plays this Kha'Zix here. As we mentioned, he's not been playing Kha'Zix all that recently. Kha'Zix, for me, has been a champion that's been hit and miss when we've seen him in the past, although Diamond might disagree with me on some of that, but a lot of junglers have just stayed away from him.
So it's mainly because the playstyle for Kha'Zix is so different now compared to what it used to be. Now, if you do involve your W, you're all about poking and kiting team fights. In that case, when you have an Alistar engaging, if you manage to kite and avoid like the shockwave engage, then Supa crew can maybe disengage, because they have Kassadin to chase, and then Tristana to get the reset, and then they can really start jumping in and pick up kills.
Interesting as well. Zazus, as you mentioned, spotted him in solo queue, picking up.
I didn't expect him to actually play it.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at his solo queue games all day long. To pull it out in the first game of the quarterfinal, where your spot at the World Championships are up for grabs, is definitely a ballsy move here from Zazus. We're going to find out how it works as we get in game for our first match of the best of 5. It's a Super Hot crew taking on Roccat. And this is going to be a really interesting one. We said it before that unlike the normal weeks in the LCS, you have a full week to prepare for one best of 5. And for me, that's where you are going to see the more maybe crazy strategies and picks. I mean, we've got an Alistar top lane here.
Yeah. And so Alistar top lane, in my head, shouldn't be very strong early game, especially not against the Renekton, if you do just in terms of laning one-on-one. He's of course very strong if he roams around, he has good sustain, but one-on-one against a Renekton, I'm not sure if he can actually deal or do anything against Mimer. But if he does go for the Trinity Force and the static shift, the trick is when you headbutt a target, you can actually auto-attack them in the air, and then you have the Trinity Force procs, you have the static shift, and you have like this upfront burst before you activate your Q, and therefore you get like a head start in the small trades. And you can split push really well, because you have a lot of wave clear. But still, must be like a team fight pick, built around protecting Celavar. Of course, going to be very tanky in the late game.
And it's an interesting one as well. If you look at Roccat's games last week, if I run through the games that he's played with Kog'Maw against the Super Hot Crew that win 1-0-3, the next game 1-2-0, after that 2-4-5. Not exactly hyper carry kind of scorelines. We'll see if they can protect him here today and whether Celavar can come up with the goods. Right now, though, it looks like Roccat may be going for the invade towards that blue buff. Could also be just to stick down those wards, although we're fairly late on into things. That blue buff going to be spawning in just a second or so, and it looks like Roccat are going to challenge and take that away.
Yeah, and Zaza's here rune-wise. AP, Quints, I believe it is, and also for Masteries, and then he started Flask, so he has 23 AP here, level 1. Let's see what he can do. They do actually lane swap, which does make a lot of sense, because now Zaza can roam around on Alistar and doesn't have to be in a lane against Renekton, where he shouldn't be able to do anything here. So a little bit surprised Supa Crew didn't try to predict the lane swap, or maybe they were just happy saying, you know what, we can deal with this roaming Alistar.
And he's going to be sticking with Jankos in the jungle for now. And actually, Mima recalling, if you look down the bottom lane there on the minimap as well, we're also seeing, or were seeing recall. So we'll see if there's any switch up on that front. It may just be a case of Mima going to head into the jungle and actually do exactly the same as Zazas over the other side and just shadow Impaler throughout things. Although that bottom lane is now starting to recall, and we'll see then how that one all works out. Impaler, of course, did steal away the blue buff, so it was a simple trade of blues. However, he didn't finish off the camp.
Yeah, so he left a small minion here. Roccat would expect him to have cleared it, so Supa Crew had a timer now. None of the teams actually have the timer on blue buff just yet, and it also means Overpower will get his blue buff delayed compared to Selfie here, unless of course Roccat want to keep contesting for Supa Crew's blue buff. For now though, they are waiting for someone from Supa Crew to show themselves, moving towards this top lane here.
Well,
they're going Dragon.
Yeah, this is a very quick one as well. 3.5 minutes into it. 3 men on that one. Tristana is alone down in that bottom lane, just going to be farming up on that front, so should actually be joining in here in just a second, and this should be the Dragon going over. There is a ward there just on the top side of the river, and actually we're seeing a very early teleport coming down to it. The Super Hot Crew saying no, we don't want to get involved with that, especially with an Alistar who can get right into the middle, pulverize 4 of you, and that single TP, yes, it might cost Zazas in the near future in terms of getting into lane and what have you, although he's down the bottom side of the map now anyway, but he stopped the early Dragon attempt by the Super Hot Crew.
A very good response here, and it's what we need to see when there's lane swaps and we have these very early Dragons, because you take so much damage from it unless you really play it nice around the Dragon here. It means the other team can send down 2 members, 3 members, and stop you, which just happened here. So teleport down for Zazus, but Mima use is up in the top lane anyway, and therefore we are going back to now, Mima farming in the top lane, no Dragon taken, and Jankos helping the cow down here in this bottom lane.
That mid lane choice as well, the Kassadin obviously first picked in, so Selfie knew that he was going to be up against something which will probably cause him problems in that laning phase, which you could definitely say Orianna is. However, we've seen it before that Overpower has been a safer player. If there's someone that's maybe not going to punish you for having a Kassadin in the mid lane, that might just be Overpower.
Yeah, at the moment, Selfie's slightly behind, but he does have teleport, so he can go back, heal up, and rejoin the lane if Overpower will let him. But he is farming okay in this mid lane. Overpower and Orianna should be looking to farm his own jungle camps as soon as possible. But look here, Alistar top lane roaming around.
Jankos going to join him as well. Can Roccat pick up another first blood? Actually, Selfie going to be low on mana here. There is the flash into the head, but didn't quite connect for Zazas. A flash away from Selfie will keep him safe for now, but for how long? Without a flash in that mid lane, only level 5 for now. So, I mean, once that Riftwalk comes in, obviously, he'll be feeling a lot more confident. But for now, dangerous times for him in that mid. And we saw him there actually trying to recall. Roccat stopping him, and now he's going to be in 2 minds. Does he stay and try and defend this turret, or does he back off with his life intact? Impaler had come across, so they'll be able to hold on for that for now. In fact, Kasing was there as well.
And this is what Roccat loves to do, especially when they have a release. is these early rotations between the lanes where they get some damage on the tower. Don't have to kill it, just get some damage, move on to top lane, move down to bottom lane, do the same thing. You fast push them out here, you roam around with multiple members, and it's one of the reasons I really like Jankos on Elise, because he's so active in the lanes. Yes, he gives up some farm, but if he gets lane XP anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Now Zazas has returned down to bottom. Funnily enough, all that roaming that he's done, 7 to 5 CS is up. We actually saw Mima spending his entire time really up on that top side of the map. Does have a couple of levels advantage over him just because he was sat in lane that entire time. Also, both top laners using TP roughly the same time as well. Mimas will be slightly ahead of him.
But also keep in mind how much help Jankos has been giving Zazas here so he could farm, while Supa Haku has completely left Mima alone. Kasing stayed in the bot lane, even though he didn't actually do a lot after Zazas roamed away. And Impaler just been farming as well, not been helping Mima up in his top lane, so he has been denied a lot of CS. Now he's one-on-one against Celavar. We can already see him pick up a few CS.
That's the interesting thing from Roccat's side as well, that Jankos did spend so much time there, but he's pretty much level on CS and on levels themselves, has got as much XP. So
all the lane experience.
Yeah, all that lane experience coming through, helping him out on that front. And actually we've got a bit of invasion play going on both sides of the map actually. Jankos and Vander coming across towards that blue buff. Same going on down the bottom side, but let's not forget the blue buff on Roccat's side of the map will be spawning in later because the camp wasn't taken away on the initial invade.
But look how Supa Haku already set up for when the blue buff will spawn. Pig wards, a lot of wards in general in the jungle of Roccat here to make sure the bottom side of the map is in their control. And Roccat has just been doing the same thing up here. Now they didn't actually clear the blue buff, so will be delayed for Selfie possibly later. And once again, Jankos fast moving between the lanes, always gonna join in with the wave, get some damage on the tower. Now to take it down, you can go towards the bottom lane, do the same deal, and go into mid lane where Kassadin doesn't have enough wave clear to respond if 2 or 3 members from Roccat suddenly shows up and the rest of Supa Haku isn't ready. So they're just doing this fast movements between the lanes, always with Jankos.
Now we see Overpower once again guiding a nice wave of minions in there, and Selfie not really got much to say about it. Actually takes the damage despite that Rift Walk coming out. Overpower playing this lane fairly aggressively here, and actually they've got the rest of the team starting to move up there as well. Impaler and Kasing have come around. Zazas will join in, and there's actually a TP from Mima, really putting a big priority, sorry, from Selfie, I forgot that he had TP as well, putting a big priority on making sure that this middle tower doesn't go down for free as well.
Alright, so forced away the TP can now send Celavar down to this bottom lane and start doing the same deal, push out the waves here. And Roccat, again, we keep talking about how they love to move around the lanes here. But the cool thing for Roccat is it's actually very low risk, high reward, because you are 3 members up in the top lane. You know there's only maximum 2, the top lane and jungler from Supa Haku, because you saw Kasing on the map. Therefore, it's not really in danger when you send Jankos top to push down the tower. It's not like he's suddenly going to get collapsed on. And it's just the Roccat playstyle. Low risk, high reward. Otherwise, they don't do it. Because we have seen them many times give up objectives because they didn't feel like they were in a position to fight.
And that's the thing that we've always said is the thing to work on from Roccat's side, that when you've got a lead going into the mid and the start of the late game, that they sometimes struggle to really close it out. There we actually see the smite from Jankos just to make sure that blue buff wasn't stolen away. So Overpower not going to get his hands on one this time around.
Alright, but Selfie lost his blue buff as well, so both mid laners can just continue standard laning and still very even in form. It is actually harder and harder to shut down a Kassadin, especially because of the magic shield. But it's all about the tower now for Roccat. They want to push down the lane, send in 1 or 2 members, get the tower down, and then they can focus on the bottom lane and then start getting some deep wards in the jungle of Supa Haku. Because again, we talk about how Kassadin and Tristana, not the best champions in the mid game. They want to kind of get past it and get to a late game where they can really carry games.
And speaking of this bottom lane now, we heard a little bit in the video that both teams didn't seem to have too much faith in one another's bottom lane, saying that it's possibly the weak point, that Mr. Oz in Spring was a beast and he's been somewhat quiet. So we're going to see Impaler coming in. Zazas now is level 7, so he pops his ultimate, and we've seen the changes to the cow. He doesn't take any damage.
Doesn't take any damage here. We did see Impaler evolve his W, and now we did see the push in the mid lane from Roccat, as we talked about earlier. 2 towers down, all about the bottom lane. Already pushed down, they're just waiting for Jankos to make a move. There's teleport on Xaxus in case they need him to join in as well. And full focus on towers for Roccat here early.
Although it's Xaxus not getting first blood, he's been there all of a sudden when they wanted to push these 2 towers down. And always been working out for them up until now. Xaxus actually going to go in here, spot Maimu, who has to pop his ultimate actually. Let's see how this one goes. Pulverize goes down. Maimu going to dive in on top of him. Has he actually got the damage to kill off Xaxus now that he's got no ultimate? He doesn't, and that will be Xaxus simply walking away. Sheen actually was picked up as that first item for Xaxus. Maimu only been back there once and picked up a blade.
And Roccat, in terms of farm, really won out on the lane swap. If you look at Celavar, he's ahead compared to Mr. Rallis. And also the cow in the top lane managed to actually get a lot of farm in the lane swap. So now they've swapped back. Yes, Mimer has been doing a good job now, catching up as expected on a Renekton, but still just the fact they actually do have 45 CS on Xaxus is a good thing for Roccat. And Lich Bane first item, so I do expect him to build a Trinity Force. I wonder then if it's going to go Static Shift as second item.
Well, let's figure out. We're going to see here the start, possibly, of the Dragon. The pink ward going down. Vision from the backside going to be cleared out here. And Roccat going to start that one off nicely. Can they actually finish it? There are a couple of men hanging around on the backside for the Supa crew, but nowhere near quick enough to get in to stop it. And there is the first Dragon of the game, of this full best of 5 series even, going over to Roccat.
Yeah, so Roccat, remember, didn't even lose the Dragon, even though they were the team to lane swap up to the top side. Managed to stop Supa from the Dragon. Mimer was just no ultimate, he was down to 50% HP, he couldn't really join in for a fight. Xaxus had already been back to base, and also Supa which is not in a position actually, an easy Dragon here for Roccat.
Celavar just going to be sitting back, 110 CS for him. He's been averaging, if you look at the 10-minute mark, around about 81 CS at the 10-minute mark, so doing really well this game around. Has a 10 CS lead over his opponent, Mr. Ralls. Mid lane, you have to give credit to Selfie. He's got past that point where Orianna could have really bullied him away, and he's managed to keep that one, for all intents and purposes, level now.
Lost the tower,
true,
but kept even in farm here, so Roccat not putting a lot of effort into trying to stop Selfie from farming. We only saw one gank early on, where he got some damage on the tower, and then actually left Selfie alone to just sit and farm. Which means Supa crew, if they do manage to buy enough time, will get the items they need. We got early T already, stacking up here. Rod of Ages, gonna be a bit delayed for him. But for now, he's just looking to pick up all the farm he can. And have to see if Roccat actually wants to be very aggressive once they take down the last tower. Because the wave clear on the side of Supa crew. You have Tristana, but there's no early static shift, which means if Roccat does group early on, there's actually not a lot of wave on the side of Supa crew.
And the interesting thing as well from the Supa crew side, if you think back to last week, their first couple of games, we talked about the fact that, especially the Rengar game against Roccat, I believe it was, Impaler didn't really do a lot. He didn't really show up on the map. We've come to expect that the Supa crew have kind of changed their focus away from bottom lane ganks to middle and top, but Impaler's not really been anywhere on the map up until now. And he's behind in farm.
Behind in farm, had one gank in the top lane, forced an ulti, and then he actually just went back to the jungle, and we haven't seen him not been in the lane to trying to defend the towers whenever Jankos was moving around here. So it's just been way too easy for Roccat here in the early game to take control of all the lanes, take control of the towers, and get this goal lead they have. Because the next Dragon spawning, they have the timer, they can be ready, ward up, and again, just wait for Supa to make a move. If they do move in for a fight, Roccat, because they have the goal lead, should be in a good position to take it. So, not a good start by Supa crew. Let's see what Jankos wants to do.
Well, there are wards down, yeah. Wards on both sides there. One in the tri-bush, one in the side bush watching. Impaler is hanging around here though now, so we could see first blood possibly coming out as we see Black Shield. He's just going to block out everything. Actually, Mimer coming down. Selfie's going to be there as well. Counter TP from Xaxus coming around, and Roccat are going to try and turn this one around. They managed to catch him. Selfie. There's the knock-up and the first blood for the top lane cow.
Top lane cow. Mobility boost, teleport down. It was 4 members from Roccat against 5 from Supa crew. As soon as they saw the teleport, everyone just ran away. And Selfie was caught. He died. He had flash and everything. Now second or third tower, sorry, for Roccat. Things are looking good, and Supa Hot Crew, they need to wake up.
They need to wake up really quickly here as well, because Roccat have got 4 minions coming in with them. They've got 4 players. They could have a good go at this turret. Only Impaler is there right now to actually stop the Roccat damage coming into this one. There is finally the teleport from Selfie coming down. Mima uses in that last fight. Damage, double TPs coming in. But Roccat, either way, good push. One thing that impressed me there, Mr. Rolls, and there's the vote actually, 62%. Over for the Supa Hot Crew. Something tells me that might be changing here in the next moment. There's the flash in and he misses it. Kasing just sidesteps it and says, well, I think I can count myself lucky. I want to go back to my point about that bottom lane. Well, it wasn't really much of a fight, the first blood and the turret going down. Mr. Rawls was sat on the BF sword compared to the Trinity Force. They actually hit him with the Cogmore ulti just before he was going to go back and kept him there, so they had a massive advantage when it came to the damage coming out the AD carries as well.
Very, very true, but we're still 5 members from Supa Hot Crew.
True, 5 versus 4
and as a
either way.
With Flash, you should never be caught out. Like, never. The rest of the team backed away. Selfie stayed a bit too long. You got caught out. Believe it was a good binding from Vander. Flashed in, and then, of course, Xaxus joined in as well and killed him and the tower here. And now with these Trinity Forces, should be completed on Alistar very soon as well. We always talk about how Trinity Force is like the first power spike you get here in the mid game. So at this point, Celavar is a lot stronger than Mr. Alice, and therefore Roccat once again can look to make plays.
Selfie trying to do some damage to Overpower.
Mid lane too. I mean,
Not
again,
really.
Selfie, he needs to stack up now. He needs time where Overpower can already teamfight. Yes, okay, you want your death cap. Sorry to interrupt you, by the way. You want your death cap on Orianna, but still, he has more damage than Selfie, and Roccat can look for these teamfights now.
Taylor just clearing out a ward. Vander getting a little bit close there. Did have Celavar as a bit of backup, and they know now that pink ward is there for the taking a little bit later on. Supa Hot Crew actually coming back towards that bottom lane with their duo. No tower behind them, so need to be very careful about that one. We see that Jankos has actually been spotted. I think he may have just been trying to clear a ward out. He was, in fact, and gets one down of his own. And that's because this Dragon's coming up next. So all 4 men there down the bottom for Roccat. Xaxus doesn't have teleport though. And Mima, where is Mima? Mima's already there.
He's there. Xaxus shouldn't be sitting in the top lane here. They got the first Dragon, they had the timer. He should have been down with the team. He's running down from this top lane, but he's going to be joining very, very late.
Coming down to it, but can they hold him away? We see the ultimate used out of Kasing. That might be a big factor when it comes to fighting here for the Supa Hot Crew. And there is Xaxus, who's going to knock Selfie away. Has to run, he's got his ulti available. Will give him lots of protection as a shockwave comes in. They're actually going to try and go for Mima here. Xaxus up at the front will headbutt him away from the rest of the team. That might be enough damage onto Mima for the Roccat to be able to wedge themselves in and take Dragon.
And we did again, just see the idea behind Alistar top lane. When you have your Sheen and you headbutt them and you hit them in the air, you get the headbutt damage and the Sheen proc. So actually some very good damage onto Selfie as the very first engage. Of course, the late game, you don't really have a lot of damage, you just become this super tank you can feel. But onto the Dragon, Impaler down his bottom lane, going in.
Trying to get in, but it's going to be Roccat that get it, and now Impaler stuck inside of the Dragon Pit will go down. That's a 1 kill once again for the count. Mima is going to fall, and now the rest pile in. Mr. Alta's joined though, and that's going to be a kill back for them. Vander is low too, but they do kill off Tristana. Selfie will have to try and escape, or maybe try and mop up Vander. They're chasing Kasing, but he's managed to speed himself up, and now they turn around. They're going to have a go at Selfie. He's going to run into no man's land. Roccat may chase, or may just let him go. Hard to track down the Kassadin.
Teleporting. Okay, again, force teleport. You get the timer, minions on him. Supa Hot Crew could have gone for the steal, but should never have gone for the full team fight. They are behind in goal. They're weak at this point as well. Just if you look at the comps, they jump in, misses the smite here from Impaler, Dragon for Roccat, and now the team fight. It's so easy for them to win. Mima goes down very, very fast. Mr. Rice even jumps in to try and get a reset. Gets 1 kill, but that's about it. Damage is gone now. Selfie's not able to join in for the fight again. Kasing managed to escape, but Roccat winning the fight, get the Dragon. Look at the gold.
And Kasing actually flashing over the binding there as well. If that would have landed, that would have been 4 kills coming down for Roccat. They lead this game 4-1 in kills, 31 to 20, 6,000 gold at this point, 20 minutes into the match. Let's have a look down some items now. You were talking about Orianna's death cap. That is now done. We see the makings of the blade for Celavar as well. Top lane, looks like Static Shift's coming next for the count.
Okay, so split pushing Cow, who then just teleports in behind you. You get his horn in the end, and it hurts. And then you have a shock with mobile power, and you die. If you are out of position here, so it is actually pretty legit. 2-0-2, top lane Alistar, quarterfinals, EUCS.
It's very interesting to see whether it's warranted a ban so far. Obviously, we'll see that when we come to game number 2. If you're just joining us, of course, this is just the first game of our best of 5 quarterfinal. The winner of Roccat and the Supa Crew will go on to face Fnatic at Gamescom for a place at Worlds, essentially. You win that semi-final, and you're on your way to Asia for the World Championships.
I mean, Mimer said it so well in the pregame. If we lose, suddenly we fight for relegation, or to avoid relegation. If we win, we fight for Worlds. Massive difference here for the teams. The quarterfinals are so important. Because again, remember, the 2 losers face each other, fighting for number 5 in the standings. And if you lose that game, that's relegation.
Selfie there. Pretty lucky in my eyes. Hit the rift wall just as he saw the cocoon coming out. Did hit him, but he already made the jump over the wall. If that would have hit him just a split second quicker, that could well have been a dead Kassadin. If we look down the side of the Supa Crew, that single kill that they have with the support right now, Kasing, could really do with picking up a couple of those, a couple more kills just to give them some boost in items, because they are falling dangerously far behind at this stage, and that is the tower going down as well. And if you look at a team that's got the likes of a Cogmore, you have to pin back for as long as you can. This is dangerous territory to be in, falling behind so early on.
Yeah, good job by Roccat using the siege they have with Orianna. Celebar as well with his long range. You have a black shield to avoid pretty much any engage possible. And of course Elise, jungle once again. Yenga's been part of every single tower.
Funny as well, because
why do you ban Lee Sin?
Yeah, ban Lee Sin, his most played champion. Totally understand that one, but Elise has been the one that he's really come out strong with. And yes, she's had her changes. You know, Cocoon's harder to, or maybe you could even say easier to hit. Depends how many minions and how you have to thread that needle through them. So far though, Jankos has been in form for his team. Not got a first blood, but I'm not sure that Roccat really care about that when they're approaching a 10,000 gold lead. Supa Crew actually pushing towards mid. Not going to get anything there, though.
Now, while it's looking very good for Roccat, we have seen in the past, they tend to slow down a little bit. Take it very safe. No risks. And it buys time for the other team to get the farm they need to get into a late game point. Just think back to Roccat vs Alliance, where Roccat was so far ahead at like a zillion mid lane, Corgi AD carry, full mid game comp, 12,000 gold ahead. Didn't manage to finish it. Alliance came back, won the game. Supa Crew will be looking to do the same here. You need to static shift now on Mr. Alice so you can sit and wave clear and just farm as much as you can and not get caught out in your jungle.
Cocoon lands onto him, they got the damage. There is a rift walk into a flash from Selfie, so close to going down. Having to use that summoner spell, and look at Roccat. They're moving straight towards this bottom lane. The cow will be able to clear out the wave quick enough, and that is a 4-man push. Mr. Alls and Kasing, the only 2 to try and defend it. It is going to go down. Supa Crew get 1 in return, but it's the outer turret in the top lane.
Let's see, Supa Crew actually managed to trade 1 for 1 and just hold Roccat where they are. And actually, everyone's going to recall, so Roccat now going to go back, spend some gold. Static shift just picked up for Xasus on Alistar. If you told me the day before we would see this from a top lane Alistar, I wouldn't have believed you. But it's working for now. Let's see if he can actually duel Mimer. No.
Well, the spotlight was on Xasus there and not quite what he was looking for.
Come on, smack him.
And, well, that static shift now coming in, you can see a lot of movement speed for the cow. Did manage to knock him away with the head. But as you said, no auto attack to follow up for damage. It needs to be a bit careful here. 3 men from the Supa Crew starting to move around. Selfie actually will be forced away. And look at this again, Roccat making a fantastic decision. They see that there are people up top. They go straight in for the dragon. Mimer even lost half of his HP there to Xasus.
So as soon as we looked at the Dragon, Zazus went on Mima. Oh, he might be in trouble.
He might, but he saved that Pulverize here. He's going to use his ultimate. Will that be enough damage reduction to get him away? Selfie now moving in as well. Zazus slowed. Flash comes in. Here comes Vander from the side as well. He's the only man there though. But 2 versus 3, they've managed to force the Super Hot crew to disengage.
70% damage reduction is so strong here. Alistar didn't go down. No tank items yet. Didn't even matter. Onto this tower again. Headbutt, auto attack, and you have this burst from Static Chip and a shield. The whole idea behind this Alistar build. I do expect him to go tank now and just keep these 2 damage items as everything he needs.
Well, maybe he'll surprise us and go for something different.
A Hurricane. Smack everyone.
Hurricane out, yeah. Not quite going to work out for him. But we see the health coming in, so it looks like we will be seeing some more tankiness. If we look over on the other side, a lot of half-completed stuff, really, for the Super Hot crew this far behind. Tiamat start for Mima after having a tough 1v2 at the start. Never really putting down the power of the Renekton and having that early to mid-game bullying session that you'd expect from him. And on that same token, then you have to just say, why not Shyvana at the end?
Yeah, we're definitely been better now and heading into the late game. The lane swap from Roccat. It's again why I was a little bit surprised at level 1. Yes, okay. Invading in on Morgana, Elise, and Alistar is probably not the smartest idea because the level 1 potential from Roccat, if you manage to lock down the target, is so strong. But the fact that Super Hot crew, or the fact that Roccat managed to get the lane swap, meant the Alistar pick suddenly could work, and also made Mima very, I would almost say useless on Renekton at this point, because he didn't get his laning phase. Early game is gone. So now looking towards the late game all of a sudden.
We've seen time and time again that he can't fight the count. They do both have teleport available though, and we've seen Roccat already starting to sweep Baron. Really like the ward placement up there as well. They have a pink ward outside of the Baron pit, and they have a pink ward inside of the Baron pit, just to make sure that any sneaky wards that could have been placed around those corners where Vander is standing will be spotted out. They have full vision control. There's a Cocoon jumped away from by Impale.
Down this bottom lane, Selfie, once again. Ulti from Zazus, he backs away, and now Baron. There's the teleport, however, on both members from Super Hot crew.
Double TP available. Roccat actually did start it off. We're going to have someone coming in, actually cancelled there. That was Mima that cancelled his TP on the top side, so they still have Selfie to come down into that one. Zazus has his teleport available as well, so we'll see here if Roccat kind of dare go in this one. We've said it time and time again. It feels like a broken record kind of thing over the course of this split, where Roccat have had control of games and been so scared, really, of closing things out. There's Mima once again being knocked up, taking a few turret hits. They're trying to bait him in because Selfie's come around the side as well. Zazus loses half of his health, and he's able to just hang on, really. And now Overpower coming in can't really do too much against that mobile Kassadin and Renekton.
We did see, however, once there's no ulti on the Zazus, he's very squishy. One combo here from Selfie, he was down to 60% HP. Says what Super Hot crew can try and do, first gank, and then once ulti is gone, try again with the double teleport they have, which is very strong in the late game. Overpower won't be able to help. He needs to be with the team around Baron if they're baiting it, because otherwise he has to run the entire way from the bottom lane to Baron. It won't work here. So Super Hot crew with the double teleport definitely has the tools to try and stop Zazus in this split push.
Roccat actually lost vision control of Baron as well while they were at it, and they're going to try and remedy that now. Getting another pink ward inside of the pit itself, and clearing that one out there just around the corner. 1 minute 50 until another dragon comes up, which Roccat have been very insistent on piling up the kills onto that one. See some other items coming in as well on the side of Roccat. Blade of the Ruin King for Celever, I believe, was done a little while ago. That's Zhonya's Hourglass now added in for Overpower. So 3 items. He's going to do a lot of damage whilst being safe as well.
And Rocket's still staying around his Baron here. Nobody using the teleports. Just trying to bait Super Hot crew to actually face check them and get the fight they need, but every time they get managed to place a ward, they buy some time for Super Hot crew to just wait. Oh, Selfie!
And he calls out for this one. There's the follow-up of the CC. Have they got the damage? Jankos goes over, gives Celever the vision, and they catch out Selfie.
He didn't even have a ward.
It's been a story of the Super Hot crew so many times throughout this split, and now Roccat just turned straight on towards Baron. Super Hot crew are actually pushing up the mid lane here. Gonna possibly take an inner turret whilst losing a Baron. Impaler's still hanging around there. He's going to have to be the man that steals this one away. He's already used one charge of his ultimate. Goes off to the backside. You see Roccat just trying to body block this one of the Void Spike to go through Impaler. Trying to get around. He's going to get hooked. They dive out the back. Baron gets picked up. However, the Supa Hot crew have taken that inner turret. They're now working on the inner turret as Kasink flashes away as well.
So Supa Hot crew here, while they lose the Baron because Selfie, I have no idea what he was doing. Walks in by himself, face checks them, and oh, Supa crew, you did.
Yeah, well, at least one of them is Mimer's going to try to escape from this one. Let's see if they can get away from the next combo of Xaxus. It's a flash that's used. Nice sidestep of the binding. There's the ultimate coming out from Banda. Xaxus is on top of him as well. They can chain that CC through, and they get the 2 kills. Yes, they've lost that in-him turret, but it actually puts them now almost just a smidgen of gold away from 10,000 gold lead.
So the Baron dance here paid off for Roccat again. Selfie, no ward, just walks in to check. 4 members of Roccat dies, once again, has flash, doesn't use it on the binding, gets hit by the binding, and then it just gets chain CC'd by Roccat. When you have released Morgana, we always talk about how land the first cocoon or binding and then follow with the next one. People are just locked down for like 5 seconds. It's so hard to deal with. Unless you have flash, and you can flash the first one and avoid the second one.
Have a look here on this in-him turret, which Supa Hot crew, against all odds, managed to take Rockats out with that last Baron takedown. Celebor's a little bit low there, so definitely want to be careful of it with the danger of Kassadin diving onto you, Mimer maybe being able to get in there, and Kha'Zix, of course, so they back away. Gonna steal away a little bit of jungle, get some buffs, take themselves another dragon on the way out. I'm guessing that there's a lot of gold to spend here. Yes, everyone has a hell of a lot of gold. That's only going to be more here as another dragon goes down. You can see 3k on the AD carry, 2,000 on the mid laner, jungler, and top laner, and the support is not far away from that. That's another spike here in power that's going to happen for Roccat with the Baron buff still running as well.
And Mr. Rallis actually went for Phantom Dancer here on Tristana, not a static shift to provide some more wave clear. So full focus for him on towards like late game team fights, where Phantom Dancer will give you more damage than a static shift, but less wave clear. So it really tells him his Supa crew just want to try and play the side lanes, like we have seen before here with double teleport, and hope Roccat is going to send members to try and stop the push in the side lanes and therefore not push down as a group. But when you do have an Alistar, who just picked up a Frozen Heart, that's a lot of armor, and his ulti, 70% damage reduction, you can dive on the Supa Hot crew. If Cocoon or Binding lands, expect Roccat to just go straight for the dive and kill whatever member they lock down.
With that last purchase, actually just to run quickly down the list as they start this siege up once again, it was the Banshees for Jankos as these bubbles come out here. That turret's going to go down. Banshees for Jankos, Last Whisper for Celeber, Frozen Heart for Xaxus, Void Staff for Overpower. That's some big items coming out, and Roccat here are going to be able to take the inhibitor down, and I'm assuming just going to move simply around to that bottom lane. Top lane still actually has an inner turret left standing. The waves are pushed up on both lanes to the midpoint of it, up to the river, so that gives the Supa Hot crew a little bit of time here to regroup.
Supa crew, they need to just try and fight, to be honest. They don't have the wave clear to stop Roccat from taking down the towers, especially not with the Baron buff. So they have to just try and put Selfie on the side so he can like flank around Roccat and then just have everyone else pile on someone like Celeber. Try and kill him instantly. You're not going to kill Alistar. Orianna has an hourglass. She's not going to die either. It's all about trying to kill Celeber here. But then you need Selfie in a position where he can actually jump in from the side or behind him. And at the moment, he's standing in the base. So let's see if Roccat want to go for a dive or just look to hit the tower every time they have the chance. The wave is not going to die very far.
Well, Celeber already chipping away on that tower to bring it down to about half HP. Xaxus up at the front with his Frozen Heart. Gonna take Mr. Rawls, or gonna cause him problems certainly. Need to be very careful about how close he actually gets and how close the cow gets. There is the Cocoon landing. Binding actually will follow up. Will they go in for it? Xaxus actually does dive in. You see the damage there out of the top lane cow as a tidal wave is used. Bubble will land, but there's no follow-up here from the Supa Hot crew. Worth noting though, Rockat's Baron buff is now gone. Well, look how low that tower is.
There's one more wave here. Mid lane, oh, Shockwave on Mimer. Managed to escape,
Not
and
really getting much. Mr. Rod's going to get caught out though.
Dive.
He's finished off. His Xatus against that to go on a rampage. They've got super minions hammering away now on the Nexus turrets as well. This could very well be game for Roccat. They're going to be finishing off that second inning. Nexus turrets are absolutely melted through. Super Hot Crew with 4 men left up to try and defend. Not going to pull it off. And Roccat pick up game number 1. Move 1 step closer to the semi-final.
So remember, Maokai and Dr. Mundo was banned against Mimir in the top lane. He ended up picking Renekton, which did nothing because Roccat got the lane swap early here. Supa Crew were afraid to invade at level 1, play some deep wards because you're against Alistar, Elise, Morgana, all the CC. They couldn't invade. Even Orianna of the Ball is so annoying to deal with it at level 1, which meant we got the lane swap for Roccat, they got Alistar away from the Renekton. All of a sudden, Mimir ended up doing nothing, and Xasus on this Alistar did everything.
And was that then the reason for that Mundo pick that we were thinking? Now, we can look through these statistics and see Mundo is the second highest played champion of Mimir with 3 compared to Shyvana with 16. That Mundo going to be strong, especially someone that loves to play Mundo like Mimir, as we've seen it time and time again against this double AP comp. Worked out really nicely either way. Something tells me the cow might not be getting it through into game number 2.
Especially not because Supa Crew clearly had no idea how to play against it. We kept seeing them like go for the first gank onto him, he popped the ulti, and then they just left him.
Yeah.
Instead of ganking him again when the ulti is gone, you have double teleport. It's where you have to kill him if you want to actually try and punish him in a lane swap. Kind of just imagine Kayle in a split push, pop the ult, and then next time you can try and kill him. But this Trinity 4 static shift on Alistar, headbutt, and then your auto attack for Sheen proc and the static shift proc. We saw the damage here was actually pretty good.
Late game, Mimir, he did it onto Mimir once he lost half of his health.
Exactly,
bar, so.
It actually worked really well, and then you just build full tank after, and you're not going to die because you have 70% damage reduction in these fights, and then you have a hyper carry, you have Morgana to protect, you even have Orianna who scales well until late game. Just all around a good comp here by Roccat, but way too easy for them early game. Supa Crew had no answer. Jankos just walked around the lanes, killed one tower, next tower, Dragon. Okay, we're 5,000 gold ahead.
I'm going to play like the devil's advocate here and say that Super Hot Crew didn't even try to answer them. Impaler in particular on Kha'Zix, we didn't really see him at all in this game. He went to top lane, I think, once. Other than that, he was in position to counter gank at the bottom lane. Funnily enough, at the point where they gave up first blood and then the tower straight away afterwards. Didn't have an impact at all in this first game.
So honestly, I actually believe Supa Crew were very surprised by Kassadin being left open by Roccat. And when we have seen Selfie play Kassadin in the past, it's not been very good. I mean, Kassadin is Kassadin, but he's not been performing well. And as a team, they normally haven't been looking good on Kassadin here. And the fact that Roccat left it open, suddenly Supa Crew felt they had to first pick it. So whatever plan they had
is broken.
Could be completely broken by saying, oh, we have to take this first pick Kassadin. And all of a sudden, nothing worked for them. It seemed like every single pick they actually locked in was just like, okay, we have this Kassadin. Try and build whatever we can around it and hope it works.
Well, a game 1 victory there for Roccat. We're going to send it over to Shox, though, for a breakdown of that win.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm Aoife Shox, supporter, joined here by Trevor, Quickshot, Henry, and we have a special guest analyst here as well, Nif from Alliance. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello.
Well, I'm actually going to start by asking you what I heard the Fisho say there, and of course, the Kassadin being left open. Do you guys feel that Super Hot Crew tunneled on it too much and that Roccat had a perfect plan for it?
Maybe, yes. He's still really strong, and I think if they would have get a snowball or like one kill or something in the early game, they could have snowballed. But the game was really passive. I think the team was just too afraid to do anything, so it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I also really like seeing Alistar being pulled out from Roccat. It's something that we'd heard teams are trying in scrims and were playing. Interesting to see the Trinity Force into static shiv build, really focusing on controlling the waves and just taking advantage of that ultimate. Is it something that you've seen in scrims leading up to the playoffs? And what's your opinion on the Alistar top?
We have seen it once in the scrims, and it didn't work out there, so maybe they just needed a bit more time and practice it. I think the build is pretty good, actually. It gives him a lot of damage. The ulti gives him enough tank stats, and then later on you get the cooldown reduction, so you can have a lot of CC for the AD carries.
Let's actually take a look at the early game. So we saw the Kassadin pick coming out, and then actually what fans that are Super Hot Crew are afraid of is that Selfie won't be totally up to par when he comes into that game. And honestly, he did get caught out a couple of times. Do you think that set the tone for the rest of the game?
Yeah, you could see that they're too nervous and they just need to break their ice and play how they usually play. And if they get to that point, then they can win the game. But if they keep doing this and keep asking why they lose, then they will not come back.
Yeah, I also feel like this particular matchup, Roccat dictated the pace. You know, if you go look at the early stages, Nif pointed out upstairs that Roccat had weak laners. You know, Renekton was going to be able to bully Alistair in that situation, and Tristan and Nami could theoretically have bullied around the Kog'Maw. But Roccat started the lane swap and pulled the lane swap off very effectively. It went in their favor. Do you want to expand about what Roccat did fairly well in that lane swap, or why you thought it was quite strong?
First of all, it was really good since they had like the losing top lane probably against Renekton, and the bot lane was slightly in favor for Supa crew as well. So they had this lane swap, and then they also could stop the dragon with the teleport from Alistair down. So that was really good for them, and then they could just farm equal, and then they got later on the kill as well with the teleport.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at one of those dragon fights. Let's get that up on the screen, because it was already going in Rockat's favor, and then the strategy, as you said, worked out perfectly.
Yeah, let's actually roll this clip out, and if we were quite surprised at some decisions. What's your take on this fight?
Okay, Payload jumps in, tries to steal, doesn't get it, then he's in a really bad position. The team tries to collapse on him, but they can't really help him, he dies. And then Mr. Wallace, he jumps in for no reason. He should just stay away and not out-attack as much as he could. He probably could have get Kog'Maw, but he jumps in, and then he is in a really bad position. And then afterwards, Roccat has just to clean up because all of them were in a really horrible position. Kassadin can't do damage, and Renekton didn't really do too much as well since he just died after Kha'Zix died.
I really feel like this team fight summarizes the game very well. Roccat started the dragon, pulled Super Hot Crew towards him. Super Hot Crew scrappily engaged, and Roccat punished them for mistakes.
Well, looking forward to game 2. Let's break it down and see what both teams have to do. Maybe the Super Hot Crew, first of all. Is there something in picks and bans that they should drastically change?
Not necessarily. Maybe you want to ban the Alistair because you're not so comfortable against it. But that's pretty much it. I think it's more has to do with the mindset that they're on the right track. And if they do that, then they can win the game.
Yeah, I actually agree. Making positive plays as opposed to reacting to your opponents, that can help Supa Crew in this next game.
Yeah, and on the other side, Roccat, I mean, the thing that they might have been struggling with in the past, maybe the late game closing it out, nothing to see of that here. Very self-conscious.
Yeah, I actually think Roccat looked very good in this first game. I felt that Supa Crew were going to be the stronger of the teams coming into the series, and Deficio did have a good point that Selfie and Kassadin has had struggles in the past, but he has had wins as well. And Roccat as a team, they've had counters to Kassadin, which have mixed results. I mean, they lost to Alliance's Kassadin. So Roccat seemed to be confident, and we'll see if that confidence can carry through the rest of the series.
Yeah, we will see. And at the start of the show, we asked you guys to be the analysts yourselves and tell us which team do you think will win today and why. And here's what you had to say. The first one is from @ZeroKnas, #RockWin. They adapt faster to new patches and new OP champs and have a far better grasp of the jungle. Well, Alistair? Well, can't even pronounce it anymore. Great pick to start out with.
Yeah, just gotta agree with that. I think Roccat is really always up in the meta and knows what's really strong. And you could see in the Bunsen picks as well, they took out Maokai because they really know that's a really strong pick right now. And then they picked like Alistair, which you might think it might be a support pick, but then it's top Alistair. And it's really surprising for a lot of teams. It works out.
The second one is from @MelodyMeows, #SHGWin, because even if both teams are inconsistent, SHG have the higher skill ceiling. If Selfie doesn't panic, he will carry.
I absolutely love this tweet, and I completely agree with it. Had a discussion with some of the other guys upstairs and said that, in my mind, Super Hot Crew have a similar skill ceiling to the likes of Fnatic or Alliance, SK Gaming, but their skill floor is much lower. They don't hit the same consistent, strong basic level, and it just demonstrated itself in this first game.
Yeah, and the last one is from @SolbertLol. Super Hot Crew will win because they have the more talented players individually, and when they're ahead, they're really scary. But without team play, you ain't nothing.
Who do you think has the better individual players?
I would agree with Support Crew. I said before as well that I think Support Crew would win, but it's not the only point that matters, so it really depends how the other things went out too.
Yeah, we'll see in the rest of the series, of course. Thank you for sending those in. And remember to weigh in before each game with the team you think will win by tweeting @SHGWin or @RockWin to @LOL Esports. Now we have to take a quick break, but when we come back, the Super Hot Crew looks to even up the series in Game 2. Don't go anywhere.
Counter TP from Zaz is coming around, and Roccat are going to try and turn this one around. They manage to catch himself. There's the knock, and the first blood for the top lane cow. Now Impaler stuck inside of the Dragon Pit will go down. That's the got one kill once again for the count. Miner is going to fall, and now the Wreck Pilot, Mr. Alter's joined though, and that's going to be a kill back for them. Welcome back, LCS fans. We're about to head into Game 2 of this series, but first, the Super Hot Crew had to avoid relegation in the Summer Promo Tournament, but it's an entirely different story now as the team has found stability through this split.
First, we started in the Spring Split by qualifying one day before the LCS will actually start. We didn't really expect much, and we ended as 7th place.
We had no pressure on us from the start because we finished so low last season, so we've really had a lot of time to grow.
Regularly playing LCS teams like every week and having a house where you practice just is eventually going to make you a better team.
All the roster changes that we did was, in my opinion, needed.
I think we've made the most of our roster changes because we've now got people who want to work together. And when you want to work with your team, then of course you can thrive with your team.
I think it's pretty surprising that a team with so many roster changes can get 3rd place. But I think it's mostly the motivation and dedication that can get you this far.
The change we made with Selfie has had probably the most impact.
Obviously, Selfie has ups and downs.
I kind of have some of these games like across the split, and I think people know it. Game against SK, I kind of threw the game alone.
Selfie himself will use his ultimate on him. He does go down in the end. They want to try and win this game right here, and you have to feel that they're going to win that numbers advantage. SK come in, take the Nexus. So close.
After the game, Rales went to me and said that I really don't mind you doing mechanical mistakes, but if you don't listen, I'm just getting really pissed.
It seems like you lost the game all by your own, but it wasn't. You can lose some games because of mistakes, and as long as you just keep improving, then you're gonna be fine, completely fine.
When Selfie feels like he underperforms, he really goes downhill, and we just have to kind of give him that emotional support, and then he'll play really well and just carry us.
Selfie continues to split push off. Can he find? Oh, he's gonna get no-bot. There is the kill, and that's what happens.
I wasn't here during the beginning, but I think it still took a hard work to get to where we are now.
Throughout the whole split, I think the biggest thing I learned for me was just to trust your teammates.
The Super Hot crew really aren't afraid to try and pick up extra people to help us. So right now we've just got a new coach in the house, and we really needed that because when everyone's so emotional on our team, we're all so young, we need someone to kind of whip us back into shape when we trip up.
Obviously, it's possible to be a whole new team with 5 new players that people don't really know, that you can get into LCS and get into playoffs.
I think we've given more hope to like the underdog teams because we came here from nothing, we didn't have an organization, so we kind of just made our own and we made our own path. Well, I think if we've already gone up 4 spots since last split, then we can do it again next split. And sure, if we don't make Worlds this time, I think we'll be pretty down. But that isn't going to stop us from trying it again next split.
Really fantastic to see how far the Super Hot crew have come as a team. But in this scenario, I have to go to the main theme of that video, which is the emotions of the Super Hot crew and Selfie in particular. They've just lost and were pretty well dominated in game number 1. They have to get it together for the remainder of this game.
100% agree, and especially Selfie had some big mistakes. He was the guy who face-checked at Baron, as Kassadin, no ward, just ran in, died, ended up giving Baron to Roccat, and I just saw the coach, Mithy now, who's the coach for Super Hot Crew, talk with him just before here. We showed the video and try and cheer him up a little bit because, as Maima said in the video, as long as we can keep him happy, he can perform really well, and he can also carry games. Now he had a bad game. They need to make sure he's feeling confident going into next game.
Well, we'll see, because we are ready to head into game 2 of this quarterfinal series. Roccat now leads with 1 win, but anything, of course, can still happen. It is a best of 5, of course. Roccat still need 2 wins to tie this one up and move to the semi-final. I want to start off with talking about that man closest to the camera right now, Zazas. Top lane, Alistair, most kills on the team, and a 91% kill participation in game 1.
He was everywhere in this game here, and Super Hot Crew clearly had no idea how to play against this Alistar. And just the fact Roccat got the lane swap, it was so important for them. Nif said it as well. Even the bot lane would have been hard for Roccat to win in a standard 2v2, so the lane swap was so important. It made the cow work. I wonder if Super Hot Crew wants to ban it now, or leave it open once again, and try and force standard lanes, and maybe try and see what Zazas can do one-on-one with the cow.
Well, that's the thing. If you don't know how to play with it in game number 1, the 10-15-minute break between games is probably not going to teach you enough, however much you talk about it, to play against it again.
That's a good point.
Could be a safe ban here, or a ban which may leave some other things open. For instance, Lee Sin, we talked about that ban in game number 1. The fact that, yes, it's Jankos' most played jungler, but not Jankos' most impressive jungler, which is Elise, which got through.
Yeah, and it worked so well because he used it early game, apply pressure, get towers, get objectives, and I do expect some new bans from Super Hot Crew here. Fizz would probably still be banned against Overpower because he's been so good on the champion. But let's see what they actually decide, if Alistar will be banned.
Well, TF and Mundo banned out here by Roccat, no change there. Kassadin taken away, we always have to factor that one in onto the red side. Funnily enough, didn't happen in the last game, and the Super Hot Crew were, you may argue, forced to first pick that Kassadin.
Yeah, I believe they were. I mean, clearly wasn't a plan, because they had the Kassadin, waited like 40 seconds, talking back and forth, he ended up locking it in, and all of a sudden it just seemed like nothing worked here, and oh, new jungle ban.
And I totally agree with it as well.
Of course.
Swap the Lee Sin out, ban out the Elise, definitely Jankos' most impactful jungler. Orianna taken away on the other side, of course, played by Overpower in that last game, so keeping the focus in there. The question now is, do you ban the cow? Do you ban the likes of Yasuo? Maokai still open here. What are the Super Hot Crew gonna be going for? Zilean, of course, was the Super Hot Crew ban in game number 1, and it will be Zilean this time.
Okay, so Alistar open, Maokai open as well, which should be the first pick for Roccat here because Maokai is so strong at the moment. If people wonder where's Gragas, well, kinda got changed a little bit, lost some of his wave clear, less damage from his Q on minions, and his W got changed as well, so he's not as strong anymore, and therefore Maokai is like the #1 top laner at the moment. So easy first pick for Roccat here. No Alistar top lane, unless of course it's gonna be Maokai support or jungle. Don't expect it to be. And let's see what Supa wants to respond with.
So that's the interesting thing as well. You take Elise, are they now forced to be picking up Lee Sin for Impaler with the fact that, I mean, if he was a high enough priority before, then surely a priority now. However, if you look down the 3 most played champions, or even the 4 most played champions coming out from Impaler, Lee Sin does not feature. Rengar, however, does. But we have to say it, super weak. We weren't impressed with the Rengar that we saw out of Impaler.
So Roccat actually said in Super Week, it was Jankos, who said that Impaler is the best jungle Rengar in Europe. Now again, the competition probably not too fierce, seeing as most of our Rengar players, or most of our Rengar games, don't always end too well. But still, they respect his Rengar. It's been locked in now. It's what I expected to see from Supa in game 1, because now you already have some pick potential. You have some potential to split up Roccat, stop them from moving around as a group here, and try and catch him out of position and surprise them, which is what Rengar can do. If they're looking like a Twitch from Mr. Rallis, they have double stealth, double pick potential already, and then you have Morgana support with the binding. So this is more what I expected from Super Hot Crew against Roccat. And look at Rockat's side, full teamfight focus once again.
Going to take Kog'Maw for Celaver once again, and also picking up Rise here for Overpower. Champion that's obviously going to take a while to get going, as it will the AD carry as well. One good thing, I suppose, when you see Rengar jump in towards you, instant Rune Prism, stop him from diving right on top of you. No skill shot needed there to rely on to stop that gank from happening. However, on the other side, Selfie. Ahri has been a champion, which we actually saw in that last video there, the 100-0 on Candy Panda. That game for him on Ahri was incredibly, incredibly good. Kayle also maybe one to consider. That was banned out in game number 1.
Yeah, and Kayle, AP ratio on a E has gone slightly up, so every single hit does a bit more damage. And also her ulti, early game, has, I believe it's 20 seconds less cooldown the first rank, then 10 seconds less. So Kayle at the moment, or sorry, it's the other way around actually. Late game, you have 20 seconds less cooldown on the ulti here. So Kayle coming back in favor, ban the first game as you just said, locked in here. I expect it to be Mimir top lane, and I really like the setup when you have Kayle and Twitch together. Because yeah, Twitch is immobile, but as long as he gets his damage off, he will melt people, especially in the mid-late game points. And when you have a Kayle ulti and a Black Shield to protect him, opens up for Mr. Rallis to teamfight and even go towards towers and actually take them down, which is normally the issue for Twitch, where he can't really hit a tower because then it's too easy for the other team to engage onto him. Well, Black Shield and Kayle ulti, he's gonna say nope.
What are Roccat then gonna finish off with here? Jungler and support picks. Thresh, a champion which, honestly, Vander, if we look back to the spring split especially, he was so impressive with on that Thresh. He's kind of fallen down a little bit for him this year, both in terms of picks, but maybe more importantly in terms of KDA and kill participation. Much lower than his other top 5 played champions overall.
Actually not been his best champion though for a while. It was the champion we kind of got used to seeing him play.
Yeah.
Where he would always land some good hooks, set up kills for Roccat. But let's see what he can do with it. Again, full teamfight focus. You have Thresh now to protect Celaver in his teamfights. Even Maokai can actually take a position to peel. Same goes for Rise, of course. And you have Java then to start the fight with Zasus. So a lot of engage potential, some good peel as well for Celaver, and just late game, you have an absolutely insane teamfight. Getting to late game, however, is going to be harder for Roccat this game compared to the last one. Rise needs more time to scale up, and Maokai in the top lane as well. He needs these tanky items, he needs Rod of Ages, 1 or 2 tanky items, and then he becomes unkillable.
Final pick though for the Super Hot Crew here will be Zed. And That is another champion, I'd say. If you look at the Kassadin from last time around, even the Ari that Selfie did so well with, a champion that you can really go huge on in some of these games, but also a champion which you can quite quickly fall flat with.
Yeah. Everything on the lineup of Supa Hawk Crew is just focused on not necessarily team fighting, but just picking off people before objectives. Like, you have Twitch, great at picking off people. Zed, of course, wants to split with Rengar joining with Selfie. It is going to be so scary for whatever person Roccat sends to stop Selfie in this one-on-one, because they can potentially pop out 2 champions from stealth and just instantly kill you. So Supa Hawk Crew here, definitely not looking for team fights. They do have the kill ulti on Twitch for a potential team fight, but otherwise they're just looking to split push, pick off people, then get objectives.
And we heard in that last video, Supa Hawk Crew say, right now our teamwork, our synergy is not at the ideal level. Do you think it's easier to pull off a pick comp than it is to have something that's very heavily team fight based?
So yes and no. So team fight based comps, even if you don't have a lot of synergy, can work really well because the champions are so strong in team fights, and you just have like one job in your mind. Okay, I'm the support, I protect my AD carry. That's my job pretty much. But on the other side, when you have like this pick comp here, it becomes a bit solo queue-ish in the case that you're going to have a lot of one-on-one, a lot of 2v2, which is what players are very good at, especially Supa Hawk Crew, because they have so many mechanically skilled players.
Yeah.
So in that case, it can work, but you need a lot of communication, because if you go at the wrong time to kill a person, it might end up costing you Baron or Tower or whatever.
Well, let's find out, shall we, how this one goes. We're going to get into game number 2. Roccat here with a 1-0 lead now, moving over onto the blue side. A win here would put them onto game point. And just one win then away from the semi-finals against Fnatic, who will be watching this game without a doubt, because they're going to have to prepare for this one moving into next week at Gamescom. Well, level 1, we saw in the last game a simple exchange of buffs. We'll see if anything like that happens this time around.
And more importantly, we saw a lane swap, which meant Roccat were in a very, very good position. Now, this time around, Sasa's up in his top lane might be in trouble against Mimir in a one-on-one. Sure, there's a lot of sustain on a Maokai, but he should never be able to kill Mimir, and he will, or the lane will be pushed down to his tower, opening up for Mimir now to get some damage on tower and potentially come and dive with Impaler onto this Maokai here before he gets some tanky items. Remember, we normally see Rod of Ages as the first item on a Maokai, so no instant combat stats or defensive stats in that case. He does, of course, have 20% damage reduction on his ult, so pretty tanky already from level 6.
Not quite the 70% of the cow that he brought into game number 1, but could well be enough here. We'll see how this one goes. Roccat, of course, traditionally ramp up pretty slowly. Have possibly some troubles clearing out games, but that last one, I have to say, was pretty efficiently done. Although they had that 10k gold lead, they had a good Baron buff on where they were pushing, and they pretty much played it perfectly.
So Supa Hawk Crew actually looking to lane swap, but Roccat sending their dual lane as well to this top side instantly, so they expect the lane swap from Supa Hawk Crew here, and Kasing might face check 4 people.
Oh, they've seen that ward go down. There is Kasing walking in. Oh, they've missed him though. Yankos gonna go around, gets the flag in at least, forcing the flash from one and from the other. It was Misserol's flash first, Kasing flashing afterwards. Roccat are gonna successfully invade here onto that red buff. However, we do see Impaler's already on his blue. In fact, has already done his blue buff, and he's going to be moving.
And Marco needs to go to this bottom lane very, very fast. Oh, look here. Supa Hawk Crew. They wanted to lane swap with Twitch and Morgana because they knew they were going to have a hard time against the dual lane from Roccat. So they send him top lane. As soon as they spot Selavar and Vander in this top side, they recall, even Mimir from the spot lane, recall, or move away from the lane, because they want to have this lane swap. They want to make sure Mr. Alice on Twitch can pick up the farm he needs early on. So a forced lane swap here by Supa Hawk Crew. Well done by Roccat first at actually predicting it. Counter it by sending their dual lane up to the top side. And now we have, at least for now, Supa Hawk Crew with both Mimir and Impaler in the jungle. And Zasa's just picked up a little bit of farm. Will mean their lane is going to push towards Supa Hawk Crew, and Mr. Alice can now freeze it if he wants to.
I think the Supa Hawk Crew can count themselves lucky there from level 1. Okay, lucky you might not call it when you lose 2 flashes directly, but it could have been a lot worse if they'd have, well, basically spotted them earlier than they did. It was a bit of chaos in there. A Selfie, you're going to take a big blast already. In fact, Ignite is down. Here comes Impaler from the side, though, for the counter. Mimer's there as well. And Overpower, you're not getting away from this one. First Blood is giving up, and it's Mimer that takes it. They're moving straight to Dragon.
So Mimer and Impaler went to the red buff of Roccat to take it, took the Wraith camp, and they actually looked at the Dragon, but realized Mr. Rales was freezing the bot lane, so it wasn't a good time to start it. And instead, with the fight in mid lane, easier than to come in, pick up the first blood. Now they get Dragon as well, unless Roccat can come down in time here. Vander and Jankos on the way.
On the way in there, but the Dragon already low. It's going to be smited away. There's the hook though onto Kasing. There's no follow-up from Roccat though, with only Jankos there on the top side. Overpower already dead. And that will be the dream start really here for the Supa Hot crew. Yes, they got those flashes burnt, but they turned that into a first blood for the Kayle with the assist going on the jungler and the mid laner, and then they get the Dragon. Almost instant 1200 gold lead.
Only issue is the fact that Mr. Rales lost a lot of farm in the bottom lane because he had to move to the Dragon, take it down, while he had so many minions pushing toward his tower. So he actually lost quite a few waves here. Just compare the CS with Celavar early on. So only downside from Supa Hot crew, the fact they lost a lot of farm on the AD carry, which is the reason they actually lane swap, to make sure he gets the farm.
Well, we actually see support headed towards top lane with Mimer. In fact, Impaler is even moving on that side, so this could be a case of not only helping out Mimer to get some farm, but try and stop Celavar from making this lead too ridiculous. Currently 33 to 15 in favor of Celavar on Kog'Maw, and there is Mimer just returning into his lane. He is obviously a tad bit behind that of Maokai, but certainly, well, it's 1 CS, not exactly anything to write home about. Impaler and Kasing now have moved around. They've not actually been spotted, and now Vander might be in trouble. He does have a flash available. Will get slowed from the bowler. There's the dive in, and the second one missing. Actually, binding landing onto Celavar, but he was already way underneath his turret. So nice little try by the Supa Hot crew. At least they forced a flash out of the support.
Yeah, now they're just pushing down the wave, break the freeze so Celavar can just sit and deny a lot of farm from Mimer. And last game, Supa crew left Mimer alone in a 1v2 just to do whatever he could. And he fell very far behind in farm compared to Xaxus on Alistar. Now they've sent up both Kasing and Impaler to help him push down the wave, stop the freeze from Celavar, reset the whole wave. Not a lot of farm picked up for Mimer yet, but at least opens up for him to get more now, especially because Kasing actually stays in the lane to help him. But again, last game, he stayed with Mr. Rales for no reason to 2v0 in the bottom lane.
Mr. Oz, though, is actually now moving up towards this top lane. Is that a case of we feel stronger in this 2 versus 2? We can maybe bully them out of things. We'll find out because Mimer is still waiting. Impaler is there, however, spotted by a ward, but they still need to be really careful about this one. Jarvan is going to work his way towards the top lane, but there's 3, 4 of them there, and there we go. Impaler going to jump out. Jankos from the side, maybe in trouble here because that flash is down from Vander from the previous gank, and he's just going to have to go down. It's Mr. Rawls that gets the kill in the end.
And this is a play I've seen in OGN a few times. The Samsung teams that like to do it. Samsung Blue, when they actually do play Twitch. Not sure if Samsung Blue, Samsung White, but one of their Samsung teams, when they do play Twitch, early on, level 4, level 5, like to just push out the lane, recall, and go to the top side or the bottom side of the map if they are on the top side, and just do this surprise AD carry, joins in for 4 versus 3 or 4 versus 2 gank, get a kill, get some farm, and just push it down now. So you also saw Supa Hot crew actually just make sure Mr. Rales picked up the kill. Everyone stopped hitting Vander, just waiting for him to last hit him, and it paid off the roam.
Still sits 20 CS behind that kill, obviously, though, is going to bring him, in terms of gold, actually about 100 ahead. So despite his little deficit on the farm, we can see there's a 1700 gold for Celavar to be spending when he goes home. There's 1200 on Overpower as well after his first death, but he's already got that tier, so he's quite happy to sit there and keep that one stacking up, knowing that when he goes back, probably that catalyst to come in next. Meanwhile, the 1v1 also emerging now in the bottom lane. It's still Xaxus that's got the lead on that one, however, Stinger has come out from Mimer after getting that kill earlier on with the assist now as well.
Jankos will get his red buff. This time around, no ward from Supa crew to actually get a timer, never mind. There was a ward on him.
right on top of him.
Didn't actually see it. Right on top of him. There's a ward. So they got the timer. Impaler, however, has gone back to his own jungle to farm. He's also behind in farm. So both Impaler and Mr. Rales at the moment. Even Mimir actually. Only lane keeping up his mid lane for Supa Crew. So while they had the lane swap, got the dragon, got a kill as well for Mr. Rales. In that case, it paid off for Supa Crew, but falling very far behind in farm.
We do see Catalyst walls picked up. Overpower decided it was time to push that lane out and go home for the farm. I think he lost about maybe 1.5 waves to the turret. Selfie pushing that one right back out, and he's going to go himself back home to base, obviously working up towards that Blade of the Ruin King as his first item, as we will be seeing from Mr. Rales as well by the looks of it.
Again, Supa Crew is all about just picking off people. He has a Blade, of course, on Twitch. No real surprise. And Impaler here. Last time we actually saw him play Rengar, or the few times we have seen him play Rengar in the EUCS, he loves to build a lot of damage. And again, doesn't really focus on team fights. Just waiting for Roccat or whatever team he's playing against to be out of position, then he jumps as this like full damage Rengar and just try and instantly kill you. They get the early cooldown reduction, which we normally see on Rengar as well, simply because more ganks, your team is happy, you get a few kills and you start rolling. Cooldown reduction is so important for Rengar.
That mad Fraser, we also can't forget already stacking up here a Selfie. Not really in too much danger there. Overpower ruining prisoning him up pretty early on. Meant that actually that had worn off by the time Jankos tried to get in. But look at this, Impaler at level 6 will dive straight onto Selva. Binding lines as well. There's the safety of the Lantern back towards his tower. He survives for now. Might be though forced back as overpowered. Jankos once again gonna try and have a go at Selfie. There's a Rune Prison. Cataclysm comes in. Deathmark turned around though. He's gonna try and finishing him off. And Selfie does get the kill. Will go down in the end. 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 1v2 here. Kill pick up. That's going on for Mimir in his bottom lane. A lot of damage.
A lot of damage coming out with just that Catalyst and the single Doran's ring. Mimir, of course, level 7, so intervention is there for him if he really gets in trouble. What I'm most interested about now is Dragon. Supa Crew, of course, got the first blood in the mid lane and then went straight to that Dragon opportunistically after that kill. Are they going to be trusting themselves here now to go for it again?
Well, notice how both teams take the dual lane from the top side, recall, and run straight towards this bottom side here, because if you had kept your AD carrying the top lane, it would have been an easy Dragon for the other team because of teleport advantage, and AD carry is pretty much stuck. So both teams sending the dual lane down towards this Dragon. And let's see, Mimir recalling, does have teleport. Sasa staying. Just want to clear out some wards. Roccat, the first ones to actually get some control around the river.
Yeah, pink wards taken away there. Saplings drop down as well. So Roccat, for now at least, have positional advantage. Selfie just going to be scanning out those wards though over the backside. And we'll see what Roccat want to do here. Was it just a case of defending the Dragon take from the Supa Crew, or are they going to trust themselves to go all the way and actually start that Dragon off? It actually looks like they will do. A scan will reveal that there's no wards down there, no vision currently for the Supa Crew, and it looks like they're giving this one up.
Remember, Roccat wants to team fight, whereas Supa Crew rather pick off people. And when all 5 members from Roccat are already at the Dragon, they start clearing the wards. There's no proper way for Supa Crew to actually engage or catch someone from Roccat out of position. They were wisely enough to say, you know what, you get the Dragon, we go back to our lanes, and now we need Impaler to keep looking for ganks. He needs to keep picking up kills, because Mr. Rales is still very, very far behind, and he's also one of the people who's supposed to run around and one-on-one people.
That's very, very true. 68 to 104 CS there between the AD carries. See, 3,800 gold. Obviously, that first Dragon and need 3 kills helping out there somewhat for the Supa Crew. But worrying facts means that Selva's going to be getting pretty strong here shortly. Got himself Phage, and he's sat on almost 1,000 gold towards the Sheen or that Zeal, whichever it depends. He decides to go for next. Meanwhile, Kasink is maybe going to join in the mid lane. Impaler has already stealthed into this one, but look at Overpower. Backing away already. He's not got a flash available. And this is how we kind of expect Overpower to play things anyway in this mid lane, especially when he doesn't have a flash, is sit back, play it very, very safely.
Yeah, and we saw the damage Selfie could do to him. earlier when we had the gank from Jankos, where he actually turned it around and traded 1-for-1, even though it's 2 members from Roccat jumping him. So Overpower wisely enough, also against the Rengar. Played it very safe. He's going to pick up the farm. Is slightly behind, and also gave up the 1 kill. So not a good start for him on Rise. And his Rod of Ages, because he just picked up a Glacial Shroud here, is going to be very delayed. Even picked up more HP. So going to be delayed Rod of Ages here from Overpower.
See how that fares for him, really. I mean, he's up against Selfie, who's now got Brutalizer in after picking up that Cutlass as his first item. Also got himself a blue buff now, so can very well bully Overpower in this mid lane. Yep. Bit of health never gonna hurt.
And exactly why he actually delays the Rod of Ages. He wants like instant combat stats against Selfie. He wants the armor, wants more HP. So smart enough choice, even though his power spike will be delayed. Simply to say, if I go Rod of Ages now, it's too easy for Selfie to actually jump me and kill me. I'm in his top lane here. Mimer fell behind after the lane swap, except for the fact he picked up a dragon, but farm-wise he fell behind. He's also a level behind because Zazas has just been sitting in lane, farming throughout the entire lane swap, and is looking very good on Maokai.
I thought he was going to try and get down to bottom, but the duo of Roccat had already actually backed away and pushed that wave right up. They're going to take golems here. See if they actually decide just to recall straight off. I was talking about Celever earlier and how much gold he was sat on. Now sat on 1,700 gold, so obviously delaying as long as he feels he can really do that until he goes home and picks up as much as he can towards that Trinity Force, or maybe even buy it outright if he waits just that little bit longer. In fact, they're pressuring that bottom tower, and that's an interesting move there. Coming out of the lane, taking golems, and then going back in gives them the tower.
And notice what Subaku is doing. The same move as before. The tower was so low, it was going to be pushed in. We talked about how it's not a good lane for Mr. Alice and Kissing to stay in. It's very hard to farm against Silver and Vander. So they instead, once again, send Mr. Alice to this top lane to surprise and turn suddenly into a 4v2 if Jankos is caught out of position here.
Oh, there goes the slide through from Jankos. They're going to go straight towards Mimer. He uses an early intervention. They turn it around. Jankos is going to go down. Zazas will fall as well. And again, that same move that we saw for the first kills in that top lane will happen all over again. Zazas and Jankos go down. It leaves Mimer on 2-0-2. We've seen time and time again how scary it is. Here's the start of that one again. Notice Mr. All stealthed up. Surprise.
That's the thing, man. If you don't expect it, you're like, okay, we're setting up for this gank. We want to force a flash ulti from Mimer. All of a sudden, even the support is here. 4 members, tower, kill for Mr. Alice, kill for Mimer. It is perfect for them. Yes, they lost the bottom tower. It was gone anyway because Selva and Vander kept pushing it down, could just always get to the tower and hit it a few times. So you make the best out of a bad situation by sending Mr. Alice top lane twice now, picking up kills, get a tower here. Very nice move by Supa crew. And we keep talking about how Roccat as a team don't like unexpected things. They want to, you know, play by the book, low risk, high reward, take their time. When it Twitch twice, stealth to the top lane, completely random. That is definitely not what Roccat expected, and it's been working for Super Hawk.
When you notice that lane is completely empty, when it's happened once, you may think, okay, could possibly happen, but would they try that twice in a row? They now know the answer to that, and I think once that top lane's empty, that we won't be seeing Jankos waiting right in the end of the brush there for that surprise once again. If you look at the CS between those top laners, Mimer has brought himself into a little lead. Mid lane now has a lead as well with Selfie. Bottom lane, though, still sits behind, although that 2-0-1, amongst other things, have made sure that Mr. Rawls is only a 200-300 gold actually behind in the end. Dragon's coming up though in 30 seconds, so this is the important one. First one called opportunistic pickup for the Super Hot crew. Roccat though had full control of the second one just because of the fact they had all 5 men there. Super Hot crew don't want to do that big team fight.
Well, now at least they got a goal lead, so they might be more confident. They're going for Selfie.
Going for Selfie. He actually goes back onto his Shadow. Deathmark coming in there on towards Overpower. He flashes away. The Deathmark, not enough damage to actually kill him off with that Catalyst. Maybe more importantly, with that Glacial Shroud in there as well. And Roccat having that ultimate down, it's going to make Celever feel a lot more comfortable. They go down towards the Dragon. Pinkwall's already there. Should be able to take one.
Easy again. So very good gang by Jankos here. Forced the ulti and the flash from Selfie. Picks up the Dragon once again. Subaku don't want to deal with any kind of team fight at this point, especially not without the ulti from Selfie. And just going back to the same deal. They pick up the kills in between the dragons.
Speaking of in between things, in between the towers, maybe the problem for Overpower is going to flash behind it. Impaler is going to be tanking that one up. A lot of damage coming back. Overpower goes down. Impaler survives for now, but there's a flash in. Zaz's going to get one back. Can they close in? No, they can't. There's no one there for Roccat. Zaz's actually getting hit by the binding there as well. And again, we see the kill coming. Good little reaction by Roccat to at least be a 1 versus 1 and keep the tower alive.
Yeah, keep the tower alive. A lot of farm lost from Overpower. But we just see the same tactic for Supa Crew. Okay, you get Dragon. We're not done yet. We're just gonna keep looking for picks here. Even under your own tower, we will dive you at this point to constantly get picks here. Then we will lose this mid tower. Only Mr. Rall is there to try and wave clear, and Twitch is not exactly the guy who just destroys the wave.
And Yakos could put that flag down and the extra attack speed on them all. Easily finished off. Trinity Force for Celiver was picked up on his last trip home, so able to get that one in there. Blade of the Ruin King. Brutalize the Hex Drinker for Zed though. Self is getting to that point where you just don't want to meet him in a 1 versus 1 or maybe even a 2 versus 1 scenario as we saw earlier.
And it's simply what Supa Crew is going to keep doing for the entire game. Selfie split pushing. You can have Mima in the other lane and just push on all the lanes. Mr. Rallis is so good, or Twitch is so good at staying in the mid lane, kill the wave, and then once there's no wards to spot him, he can then sneak to the top lane, to the bottom lane, and instantly make a 2v1, maybe even 2v2 in favor of Supa Crew because they have so much burst now coming in. And Impaler can do the same. As long as Supa Crew have good wards to actually see or make sure that Roccat is not standing like 4 members and waiting for them, and as long as they can control the waves, especially in the mid lane, so they don't suddenly roam to top lane like 4 members and Roccat just says, okay, we're just going to push mid lane, take towers, then they should be able to keep moving around the lanes, pick up the kills they want. But it does require them to control the lanes properly, and if they do, the trick about split pushing, and a lot of experience of playing with Bjergsen in the past, who used to play Zed a lot, and we always did this 1-4 split push, is if he split pushes at the wrong time, while we are not in a position, the rest of the team, to push down the mid lane and apply pressure, then it's too easy for the other team to send 2-3 members to you, kill you, and not lose anything because the 4 members sitting in mid lane or 3 members in mid lane are not in a position to take a tower or dragon, and therefore you lose a lot of pressure, you give a kill, and that's the way a split pushing comp can always lose. Now, Bender, you might be in trouble, mate.
Yeah, I think so as well. Mr. Rawls and Impaler coming in. Binding doesn't quite land. That's a good jump around, but Impaler is able to pick up a kill. Celiver, though, doing good damage. And the Super Hot Crew being ripped to pieces there by Cogmore. Mr. Rawls did manage to escape it. Had to use Flash, had to use Summon a Heal, and it's Baron o'clock for Roccat.
So we just talked about Supa Crew needing a lot of wards to make sure there's not like 4 or 5 members from Roccat just waiting for this gank to happen. And this time around, Celiver and Yangas were just standing there waiting. Instant teleport from Zazas, and they turned around. 2 kills, go straight for Baron. Way too aggressive by Supa Crew. Had no idea how many members from Roccat were waiting. And you lost Baron.
No intervention used there by Mima. I didn't actually see how much mana he had. I'm assuming,
cost no mana,
he
though.
Probably didn't have, well, he cost no mana, of course. What am I even thinking? Why not even get it down there? You're stuck inside Cataclysm. You see 2 men having to flash away. Certainly not the ideal scenario, especially since so close to Baron, it makes it so easy for Roccat to turn, especially with the likes of a Cogmore in the team to just rip straight through that Baron. Nice pickup for Roccat here. Selfie has gone into split push mode, but they need to be careful on that top side of the map. There's 3 of them there against the 2 from Supa Crew, including Mr. Rals, who's at less than half HP. There's a flag down once again. Will stop Jarvan actually jumping in there. Gives him an escape point, though. More than half of the HP taken away from that turret.
And Impaler went down to this bottom lane instead of going up top to trying to defend at the second tower because he wanted to make a 2v1 with Selfie here. But Zazas, he just walked up, looked at the lane, said, you know what, it's probably a bit too scary, and walked back to his own tower, and nothing happened in his bottom lane. And now Roccat might look to... never mind. He just smacked the goal. And still, Roccat stayed, wanted to try and see if they can get a pick on Mimer. Didn't work. Still, won a team fight, got the Baron, got another tower.
So, let's have a look then. After that Baron, after that top tower there, we see the gold swinging right over in Rockat's favor. 1,400 there or thereabouts, 23 minutes into the match. And we see that brings quite a bit of tankiness in the direction of Roccat. We're going to be seeing the Randuin's Omen is the name of it. It's all right. Randuin's Omen's only been in the game for a few years now, so I'm not sure why I constantly forget that one. But Randuin's Omen coming in either way for Jankos. So you got Warden's Mail, Glacial Shroud up there for Zazas, Frozen Heart done for Rise. So a lot of tankiness. Selfie's going to have a bit of trouble breaking through all of that.
It's really another reason why Subaru don't want a straight-up team fight, because both Mimer and Mr. Alice need to get as many auto attacks off as possible.
Yeah.
And there's going to be double Frozen Heart on the side of Roccat. Of course, they don't stack together, but just the fact there will always be one guy with a Frozen Heart in your face, reducing your attack speed. Random's Omen as well. So it makes it very hard for Mimer and Mr. Alice to get all the damage they need off in a 5 versus 5. And Roccat once again around this dragon. Mimer's in the top lane, does a teleport, but they can't team fight. So they have to give up another objective and fall back to split pushing and just try and react now to what Roccat wants to do in the map. And still, the warding from Subaru in this game has not been good enough for picking off people, and it cost them the Baron. It's a terrible move. I have no idea how many members from Roccat were waiting and punished.
It might cost them a little bit more than a turret here. Look at that damage onto Self. He has to dive away. There's the vote, which you guys, by the way, can still vote for. Just use those hashtags ROC win, SHC win. Tweet your answers to @LOL Esports, and we'll see how that one develops over the course of this best of 5. I think when we checked in last in game 1, it was a super hot crew up front, but now look at this. Team coming in onto the tower. But is the tower going to go down? No. Mimer manages to get in, but they're right in the middle of them. They're hammering away. Double kill. Sullivan's coming up big. It's now a triple. Can he get himself any more? He surely can.
No,
Selfie is going to go down. It is, in the end, going to be overpowered to steal that last one.
They can finish the game.
4 men down. They can finish the game right here. I don't see any reason why not. They've got the tankiness. Overpower could even step up front there. They've got minions coming in as well. Only Mimer now to save the day. There's 8 seconds on Impaler, 10 on Mr. Oz and Kasing. It's not going to be enough. Roccat are going to walk through, destroy the base, and move on to game point here. And 2-0 in this best of 5 over the Super Hot crew. And just one fight turning it, giving the Baron over to Roccat. And they didn't mess about. This was a deadly looking Roccat. No messing after they get into the advantage position.
Make one mistake in the pick comp against such a strong team fighting composition from Roccat here, where they can take down your towers, they can engage onto you whenever they want to, and there's nothing you can do. We just saw it. Roccat just walked straight up the base, kill the tower, onto Subaru, destroyed him. So far ahead as well. They're so tanky with the Rise in the mid lane with the Frozen Heart. One guy went down, sure. Still, we win the game. 25 minutes. That's a very, very short game, especially if you look at Roccat, who normally plays like 40, 44 minutes long games when they actually win them, like on average. It's a very fast game, but it's simply because pick comp from Super Hot Crew, you have no wards to spot out what's going on, you end up dying, you give up Baron, and it was so easy then with the comp, Roccat had to just go up and finish the game.
Just dive in and make them fight you or lose the game.
What is Zed going to do in a team fight there at that point? I mean, he's going to jump in, try and do some damage, and then just shadow out.
Celiver once again, I mean, it's easy to say he did it extremely well, obviously picking up a lot of kills there right at the very end and not really having any problems. You'd think with the likes of the Zed in there, he's going to get dove on, but if you manage to catch him out there first, you can't even get in there and stop this Cogmore, who's already got, what, Blade of the Ruined King and the Trinity Force in there. He's just going to destroy you.
It's just good start by Subaru to actually get the dragon, early kills, the moves from Mr. Rales, where he went from the bottom lane to the top lane twice, picked up kills, got towers. Was good, they got some nice gold, but all the lanes were behind in farm, except for Selfie in the mid lane. So we already have Maokai going towards his tanky points. We had Celavar just farming away from the start here, looking very, very good, pretty much the entire game long. And also the guy who picked up most of the kills in the team fights. So while they got a lot of kills, Subaru, it was still very close in gold. And as soon as the second dragon spawned and Roccat moved in 5 members, and so Subaru was like, okay, take the dragon. We're not going to try and team fight you here. Gold started turning in favor of Roccat, and it was all about the one gank, I would even call it, in the top lane. Roccat just destroyed them.
So after game number 1, or the start of game number 2, and we saw that video and we were wondering how down are the Super Hot going to be after game 1. Didn't seem like they were really down at all.
No.
They going in there, played a great early game, However, losing like that in game number 2, knowing that you now have to win 3 games in a row, that surely, for me, I feel like this could be a blowout third game if the Supa Hot Crew don't have a real serious talk and completely clear their minds.
At least they should know now which play style or which comps Roccat likes to play. Because twice the same one, full team fight, focus on protecting Celavar, and it works. Yeah, so now they have to try and build something around it.
Well, we're going to find out. But first of all, we're going to get some insight from the analyst desk about game number 2.
Thank you very much, Joe. And you just saw Roccat taking down the Supa Hot Crew once again in a game that finished very fast. Let's take it back to the beginning. And guys, maybe Nif first about the picks and bans. Some significant changes coming in there for the Supa Hot Crew.
Yeah, no more Alistair. Instead, we get a Markite to see. And it kind of showed why he's really strong, why he's contested. Like, he's not that strong in lane, but then once the team fight starts, he's just unkillable and makes the whole team unkillable too. And he has a lot of damage for tanks.
Yeah, I also have to highlight, we see Zed pulled out. We did see the Kayle once again in the top lane. Small changes in 4.13. Supa Hot Crew with a very aggressive comp, Rengar in the jungle, and 2 sort of assassin bursty champions in top and mid. It feels like it's a comp from a few patches ago, and while it started well, it didn't necessarily work entirely the way Supa Hot Crew were looking for.
Yeah, because when we saw that Supa Hot Crew was rambling up those kills in the early game, doing very well, but they didn't seem to get any objectives going. What did you make of that play?
No, I mean, the one thing that surprised me is for the Supa Hot Crew, they got ahead in kills, but they were down 2 dragons to 1. It was Roccat that got the first tower. Despite finding the kills, it never led to objectives. It just felt like Supa Hot Crew had this pick comp, and they were like, we can kill that guy. But that was as far as the plan went.
Yeah, I can just agree. They played a pick comp, but they couldn't really transition in global gold, so they fall behind eventually. And Roccat was just looking for teamfight, so they grew up after for every dragon after the first one, which they had to give up. And Supa Hot Crew couldn't contest it, so they have to give up all the global gold, and then they just fall behind with the comp.
Yeah, we actually have some replays that can show us the story of the game. Let's take a look at one of the replays from earlier in the game when Supa Hot Crew counter-ganked, let's say.
So I absolutely love this replay because Roccat are looking to jump on Mima and catch him out. But Mr. Riles has actually stealthed himself up. Despite us seeing him on the screen, he's in ambush. Roccat on 100% sure that he's there. So let's roll this clip out and look how quickly Supa Hot Crew respond. Mime is instantly going to throw the intervention down on himself, and just as Jankos and Zazos are like, oh no, we've bitten off more than they can chew, they're locked in by their own Cataclysm. And Supa Hot Crew, just pause the clip right now. Supa Hot Crew, despite being 5 kills to 1, they were down a tower, they were actually behind on gold at that stage. And that was the point that we were discussing and talking about upstairs. The Supa Hot Crew were super aggressive and in your face, but it never equated to actual control.
Yeah, so Nif, if you would be Roccat in that scenario and you're down in kills, would you have the impulse to immediately go for objectives? Because normally the other team would have warded everywhere and you wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, I think I would do it. We have to see at the farm as well. I think Kog'Maw was really far ahead, top lane was equal, mid was kind of equal. But you know that your comp is way stronger than Supa Hot Crew, so you would just group for it because that's your winning condition. So that's what you have to do. And Supa Hot Crew has to pick you off, which they could do, but they couldn't really get something out of it.
I also want to comment on the Cog. 2 games in a row, 2 Kog'Maw match for Celavar, and he's performing very well on that champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Trevor, how much of that comes down to maybe vision control from the Supa Hot Crew? If you have that much of a kill lead, you know where you can go.
The thing is, the vision is definitely a testament, but I feel even more so than that, it's the decision-making for the Supa Hot Crew. They're prioritizing kills in this game much more than anything else. They didn't really push waves. They didn't really push for objectives. They didn't try sneak a dragon. They couldn't stand toe-to-toe with Roccat. In the previous game, they were being dictated to by Roccat, and they weren't able to make a play that would give them control of the game. So I just feel like as a team, they're not making the best decisions to maintain control of the match.
Yeah, and when I was talking to Veggie last week, he was saying, yeah, we are working on that macro level strategy, especially our mid game, our late game, closing things out. And I have to say here, incredible testament to what Roccat has been training on apparently, because it takes something to take a couple of kills and immediately close things out.
Yeah, they look really solid right now. They know how to use the TP, they know how to rotate on the map, that they can use make of the TV like the last teamfight. We could see it as well, that he teleported in from the bot lane, and then they turned the fight around. So they played really well for their winning condition. What I also want to say is that actually, I think they outpicked Supa Hot Crew really hard. They know exactly what's really strong, and they went for it. And Supa Hot Crew had no answer. I think Selfie went for Stat because he felt like he had to carry. But it doesn't work like this in this patch anymore. It's more like a team coordination instead of a solo carry, like in Season 3.
Yeah, what composition had you rather seen coming out of the Super Hot Crew, Trevor?
It's very difficult to say, but I wouldn't have been surprised to have seen maybe a Shyvana for Mimir again. It is his most played champion by a long while. Deficio was highlighting in Game 1, I believe 16 games played, in contrast to anything else. We've seen some focus bans. Dr. Mundo's been taken off the table twice against the Super Hot Crew, so Mimir's not getting his comfort tanky pick. But I completely agree with what Nif was saying. If Super Hot Crew go back to a team fight-oriented build, something where they have a front line, they have a back line, and they can move as a unit and work as a unit, that could work in their favor.
Yeah, and then a final question, of course, we were talking about it before the Super Hot Crew. They were talking about it in their video, when we get emotional. And it's one thing to lose that first game, but is it maybe a much harder thing to overcome when you've been ahead in kills in that second game, when you were deciding your own fate?
I think the kills doesn't really matter for them. I think it's really hard for a player to overcome it by yourself. It's really good to have someone outside that can talk to you and tell you that you should just forget it and keep going, because that's what you really should focus on. And like, I'm not sure if they can do it. They're 2 down, so they have to give everything now. Maybe they will do something risky. They're also on the blue side, so they might get Maokai, which I actually don't think so. But we will see. Maybe they pick the Alistair.
All right, Trevor, any final thoughts for maybe Roccat to close it out? Because we always concentrate on the team that has to come back, but Roccat just keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, Roccat can carry on playing the way they're playing. They've run comfortable comps for Celiva. They got Cogmore first rotation in Game 1, Cogmore second rotation in Game 2. If they get Cogmore again, 3-0 in Rockat's favor.
All right, well, we'll see. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, one of these teams takes a step closer to facing Fnatic in the semifinals.
They're going to go straight towards Mimir. He uses an early intervention. They turn it around. Yakos is going to go down. Zazus will fall as well. Visceral and Impaler coming in. Binding doesn't quite land. That's a good jump around, but Impaler is able to pick up a kill. Celiva though, doing good damage. And the Super Hot Crew being ripped to pieces there. Mimir manages to get in, but they're right in the middle of them. Hammering away. Double kill. Celiva's coming up big. It's now a triple. Can he get himself any more? He surely can.
No,
Selfie is going to go down.
Best of 5 is really good because you got like 1 week this time at least. You got 1 week to prepare for best of 5, and you pretty much when you prepare only for one team for 5 games, it's really nice because you pretty much need to know everything about that team, and it's completely different than playing one match per week versus like a random team.
Welcome back to Game 3 of our first quarter-final match of the playoffs. The series now stands at 2-0 in favour of Roccat, and they could sweep the Super Hot crew in this game with a victory, 3-0. And it was interesting to actually hear from Jankos there at the point we were making earlier that when you have a full week to prepare for that best of 5, you can really come out swinging.
Yeah.
And truer words were never spoken. 2-0 to Roccat.
And Roccat as a team just seems so good in these best out of 5 because playoffs, last split, came in, beat Alliance, got 3rd place. Very well played. Looked strong in the games. Destroyed Gambit 2-0 first in the quarterfinals. Relegation, they look strong as well when they play best out of 5. So as a team, they seem really good at preparing for whoever they're facing, have a tactic ready. I wonder now, is Castling going to be left open by Roccat again? Will Subaru ban it, or will they try and first pick it again for Selfie?
Well, a question still to be answered. I want to, before we go into Champion Select, just talk a little bit about Selova, because there were a few question marks coming in. We talked about how his KDA compared to the other AD carries in the league was not quite sufficient in being able to carry Roccat to victory. This time around, he was left untouched, but still nonetheless, good game as Cogmore, finished 7-1-7 overall.
And we see Roccat put a lot of trust in him. They early pick his AD carries like they did in Super Week. They build a comp again to protect him in these team fights. So if he makes a mistake and dies against something like a Zed, well, all of a sudden you will lose the team fight. And therefore they put a lot of trust in him. And while he had bad KDA, he was lowest on kills for AD carries. In this series, he's looking good. And lately, last few weeks of the LCS, he's been looking better and better. And we just have to give credit to him and Vander as well, to be honest. Vander is not as flashy as we used to see him. He's now putting full focus on actually protecting his AD carry.
Well, if that continues, Roccat may be looking at a 3-0 victory. We're going to get into Champion Select, though, and we'll see if that number 1, that Kassadin, gets through, whether Alistair ends up being picked here. Obviously, we saw last time around for Roccat, rather than going for that Alistair in the top lane, Maokai was left open, who we've said probably the strongest top laner around right now. And look at that, blue side Kassadin first ban for the Super Hot crew.
So we could see Roccat once again ban Maokai to make sure it's not going to be first pick by Super Hot crew. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Alistar banned by Super Hot crew in this game, simply because they know if Maokai is banned away and Dr. Mundo, it's going to be the choice for Xaxus, or could be the choice for him, and I'm still not sure if they know how to play against it.
Well, let's see. They've taken Cogmore out. Selva obviously had 2 winning games on that. Mundo, as you mentioned already, is taken away for a 3rd time in a row by Roccat. And I think this is a hard decision now for the Super Hot crew. They get to Kassadin and Cogmore out, but where do they put their next focus? It's going to be towards Jankos, taking away Elise from the jungle.
So again, remember the first game where Lee Sin was banned? It's been Elise the next 2 because Jankos is such a good Elise player, and Roccat as a team love to use her for these early tower pushes and control all the lanes. So let's see. Alistar is open. Gragas is open, but again, changed. Not as strong on this patch. And therefore, doesn't seem like anyone wants to play him.
First pick Morgana. I said that before as well, that Morgana being a champion since we've had so many support changes. One of the few that have been left untouched and is most definitely strong at this point. That will go over this time to the Super Hot crew. Of course, did as well in game 1. Roccat just went in there and said, okay, we'll have ourselves Thresh. And we'll see if that's the similar route that they want to go down in this match. For now, though, Roccat hovering over Tristana. I also think that Alistair, they might not even need to pick that up so early in the rotation, because I don't think we'll see Mima playing that regardless.
So unless they want to play mind games with Super Hot crew and play Alistar support, they could take it early and hopefully believe Super Hot crew, or make Super Hot crew believe it's going to be the top lane Alistar. They pick whatever into it and then use the last pick. This is one of the first times, if this is actually going to be a Rise mid for Overpower, where I see Roccat early pick his champion. Normally, they're always delayed as the last pick because Overpower is a player. He played 16 different champions in the LCS. He didn't play a single champion more than 3 times. That's a massive champion pool, maybe even too big, and just shows how he can pick whatever he wants and the team will trust him to do it. Seems to be Ryze again, unless it's going to be Ryze top lane.
And on the other side, that Kale that we saw in game number 2. Fight that went horrible for him. You notice that the intervention was left up after 3 of them ended up going down and the Baron went over towards Roccat. They're gonna take the Kale, but also take Rengar for a 2nd game in a row for Impaler.
And just notice how all the champions are the same. For Supa here, Twitch is still open for Mr. Rales if they want to try and do the same deal. Even Zed would be open for Selfie. I'm not sure they want to go with the Zed pick again, but Twitch did work out in the case where they did the swaps around. He got a few kills early on, but still fell very far behind. First in the lane swap, because he lost a big wave while Supa were doing the very first Dragon. Talk about how he felt like 20 CS behind compared to Celavar. And then he couldn't lane 2v2 anyway against Rocket's bot lane. So I want to see what the last 2 picks for Supa will be. So far, same as last game.
Taking away there, Jarvan in the jungle again. Thresh will be going over onto Vander. So leaving that final pick to, well, I mean, we can't ever count away the fact that Ryze may end up in the solo lane with Xaxus or in the middle with Overpower. And there's still a chance that Overpower could pick out something different and give Xaxus the Ryze, or the Alistar maybe from game number 1 make a reappearance. We do have to say though, that all depends on what the Super Hot crew are going to go for here. Looks like Twitch again for Mr. Rales and the, I think, safe pick of the Orianna for me.
Yes, was banned last game by Roccat. Overpower played it game 1. Worked really well for him. And I like this from Supa crew because you don't fully 100% now commit to full pick comp. You actually get an Orianna now for team fights, which is very, very good. You have protection now for Mr. Rales. You have to engage with Rengar Orianna. So all of a sudden the Supa crew can actually contest dragons now. Even if all 5 members from Roccat are standing there, Supa crew can look for fights. And also still have the pick potential from Morgana, from Rengar, from a Twitch. Roccat on the other side, with the Alistar being locked in again for the top lane. Once again, looking for very strong team fights. Now, the mid game, however, when you have Tristana, when you have Ryze, can be pretty weak. And that's where Super Hot Crew can look to punish Roccat now. So actually reversed from game 1.
Have to try and have a strong mid game in this one with Tristana falling down. See how Alistar does as well, whether they'll look for a lane swap, whether they'll want to try and 1 versus 1 Mimer on Kale in that top side. Either way, it's got to happen here for the Super Hot Crew. 2-0 down. They now have to win 3 games in a row. That's a very, very tough deal. And guys, I just want to ask you, which 5 champions do you think are going to push to victory here in this match? Tweet hashtag SHC win or hashtag ROC win to @LOL Esports, and we'll see what you think once we get into game number 3. That vote swinging between game 1 and 2. You thought the Super Hot Crew were going to win game number 1. It was Roccat that came out on top there. Game number 2, it swung back to Roccat, and Super Hot Crew looked good until that one disastrous fight that they then gave Roccat the Baron, a fast push up the bottom lane, a team fight, and then victory. They did not mess around. We're going to see exactly how this one all goes down. The Super Hot Crew here fighting for their spot at the Worlds. Roccat only 1 win away now from playing against Fnatic in the semi-finals next week at Gamescom.
And let's see here for Roccat. They do have a pretty strong dual lane actually. So in that case, they can go for the 2v2 against Super Hot Crew. But it's all about this Alistar in the top lane. I don't know if he actually wants, if Roccat wants to send it in a 1-on-1. Especially because Kale can just poke him down from range and should be fairly safe. And you will also lose the whole roaming Alistar early, where you try to set up some ganks, because he's going to get pushed down to his own tower by Mimer up in his top lane. So he won't be able to roam around. Then again, if you do lane swap, you kind of leave Twitch in a good situation to just farm. So it's a bit of a tricky situation here for Roccat. Do you favor the roam and the farm on your Alistar, or do you want to try and shut down Mr. Alice on Twitch?
Well, to me, it looks like Super Hot Crew want to initiate this one. They're going to recall, and actually no, they're walking straight back towards that bottom lane here, funnily enough. At the moment, though, Roccat are up on the top side of the map, sending their AD carrying support in there. So it looks like Roccat want to get that lane swap in. I imagine that Xaxus just going to stick around with Jankos to get things going. Are they going to cross over to blue here early on, though?
So we do have to say Tristana on this patch is a bit weaker in the laning phase. Lost some damage on an E, which was a normal trade where you would walk up, shoot the E on the enemy AD carry, hit him once and just move away and wait for the dot to do all the damage. It's been nerfed a little bit here. So in that case, would be as lane dominant, but should still be able to shut down on Twitch. But wow, Supa is actually lane swapping to this top lane. And then for a bit of a surprise, lose blue buff and once again, 2v2, don't see it either.
Don't see that happening.
Look
that
at
could
Impaler.
be really important. Impaler's actually going from his red onto his wraiths and might go up there. This could be disaster for them. Xaxus and Jankos starting off by taking that blue. I think Impaler now seeing Vander and Celiva might have a good idea that his blue buff will be gone, should cross over. But we've seen already that blue buff done. Is he going to come straight back or is he going to go down to his own red here, Jankos? He's crossing back to his own red.
But
Impaler doesn't know though.
Going to his towards his own blue buff. By now they should know it's gone. It was taken. The big deal here is actually the fact that Xaxus came so late to this bottom lane because he was taking the blue buff. I mean, Pale just checked here to make sure, okay, it's been cleared, we have the timer, or we can now time it pretty easily. The big deal is the fact that Xaxus lost so much farm and XP down this bottom lane. Mima went straight from red buff to the bottom lane, pushed it out, while Xaxus stayed, killed the blue buff, went back to base, and then he teleported down. So he's very far behind in CS and experience early on.
Gonna have to try stay safe from this. As you mentioned before, Mima is gonna be able to thrash away at him from distance, poke him down with that E and Q combo. Has got in there though, just a little bit behind, 12-5 in CS, and we'll see if Jankos actually tries to go down as he tries to pulverize. Not exactly on target there with that one. And good start obviously with that crystalline flash, so can have a bit of sustain here at the very start, but you have to feel that Mima will probably be able to wear through those pretty quickly.
Yeah, should be very safe in the lane, unless Jankos shows himself, then Alistar can set up a gank very easily. And at least force a flash away from Mima here, but Jankos for now, looking towards this mid lane. He was also the guy saying before the game, I expect Supa to put a lot of focus on the mid lane, and therefore get these 2v2 fights. It's actually been Jankos around this mid lane all the games, while Impaler has been focusing on the other lanes.
Well, Impaler you can see coming up middle now. Knows that his opponent's going to have those two blues plus his own red. He only was able to start off with a one red. Jankos in the end seen that, okay, maybe not too much of an opportunity there for me. I'm going to back away, get back into farming, and Selfie actually getting a ward on the ramp there as well. So that will spot Jankos if he does decide to come back around. In terms of the duo now in this top lane, we could see bang even on the CS between the two of them. Let's see how that one all develops. The real great thing that the Super Hot Crew were able to do in game number one is that sneak attack to start the 4 versus 2s, as they actually were, 4 versus 3s in some cases, in that top lane that really got them going. We'll see if they can do it again. Impaler is actually coming around, but I don't think that Roccat are going to be forced too far up. Actually binding landing there, but rocket jump had already been started. Decent damage onto Celiva.
Yeah, very good trade here from the Supa crew, doing a very good job farming in the lane as well. On this Twitch here, talking with Mr. Rice before the games, he talked about his Twitch here. He would like to play it if possible. He didn't really enjoy it in these 2v2 lanes. Oh, onto Mima down this bottom lane. He's safe. But Mr. Rice is like, yeah, I don't enjoy playing Twitch 2v2. I would prefer to just get a lane swap and get my farm and then start roaming around. But he's doing a good job here against Celiva and Tristana, who again is slightly nerfed in the early game. In this patch here, lost quite some damage actually. And therefore need just to ramp it up. Because it's Tristana, however, he can't push down the lane, Celiva all the time, making it hard for Mr. Alice to roam, unless they want to sacrifice farm. But notice what they're doing.
Switching it back up. Duo coming down bottom after Mima was ganked and lost his flash. And now putting him up towards that top lane, surely after this recall comes in. Does have TP available, so could TP into that top lane if he wants to, however, seems to be just walking up there. And that might be in anticipation of, possible Dragon here, now having the duo lane on the bottom side of the map that he still has that TP if he has to come down there, if they decided to get that one started off. In both games, actually, we've seen the Supa Hot crew move to Dragon almost bang on the 3-minute 30 mark. They took it in game number 2. They were actually forced away from it in the first game of this series. So if we're looking at Dragon started times, the Supa Hot crew a little bit behind schedule on this one, but it might not be too far away.
No, and they won't actually start it. Impale's only level 4, and Roccat at the same time, with the few members they had around, would have maybe tried to stop Supa Hot crew. If they sent all 5 members, they could have taken the Dragon, but they wanted to make sure Mima could actually go on to his top lane and pick up all the farm. Otherwise, he would have lost 2, 3, 4 waves maybe while taking the Dragon here. So Supa Hot crew decided to just be happy getting the lane farm and also force the swap. Notice again, Mr. Rales instantly recalls, goes up to the top lane. Did a good job early on farming, and now he's just trying to keep it up by constantly swapping away from Vander and Silver.
Couple of different item choices this time around. We see Overpower, rather than getting that early tier and actually going towards his Catalyst, maybe that extra health just to give him a boost in lane, because he has been harassed quite a bit by Selfie in these early stages. Either way, Roccat have made a move into the jungle after stealing away the blue buff at level 1 and now going to take the second red buff spawn.
And this should mean Dragon for Roccat, and Supa Hot crew knows it, so they actually send all the members to the top lane instead, try and force ulti from Xaxus and force him away from tower and trade it for the Dragon.
Well, he's going to have to use his ultimate here. We'll pop that one off. We'll see if that 70% damage reduction is going to be enough to get him away. You see how much CC comes his way. He surely will go down here. Actually, headbutts Kasing under the tower, but first blood does fall to Mr. Rales. They're going to trade that for a Dragon, though.
So this is simply Supa Hot crew saying we want to keep swapping this Twitch around. As soon as it came to the top lane, we knew the Dragon was gone, so we're going to trade for a kill onto our Twitch here, which is what they want. Not a tower, however, because the lane wasn't actually in a position to push it down and wouldn't be able to kill the tower in time. But at least trade a kill for Dragon. Now they're going to give a bot tower as well, so definitely going in favor of Roccat.
No tower up top, but Roccat getting this tower here, or on their way to getting it. There's another wave pushing in, but they're going to need a bit more time from that. You can see Kayla's actually doing the golems there, and I think Roccat, with this second wave coming around, will be able to take this one down without too much of a problem, and that's going to leave him about 1,000 gold ahead in this game. Obviously that one single kill over on the other side to the Supa Hot crew, but a trade you may say worth. Still need to be careful though with those kills, or that kill, as it's just the single one going over to Mr. Rales onto the AD carry.
We have to keep in mind, however, Mr. Rales is an AD carry with no jump against an Alistar and a Jarvan jumping you. It can be very hard in these team fights unless Selfie and Kasing is there to peel for him. They're going to have to rely on the ulti from Mima to keep him alive once Roccat actually jump towards him. But there's going to be a lot of attack speed reduction. We're going to see Frozen Hearts again, especially from Alistar, to try and shut down the damage of Mr. Rales. So it's going to be a lot about the protection from the rest of Supa Hot crew to keep Mr. Rales alive.
This is really dangerous. There's a ward on top of the red buff. Here comes the jump towards Impaler. The hook doesn't actually land, but Impaler being chased down. The rocket coming through, and Celeber is able to pick up the kill there, flashing in to do that extra damage, and that is a kill back. So we talked about Mr. Rales getting the kill earlier. This time around, it's Celeber gets one. That gets one, and on the other side, Mima did manage to get some good damage on the tower, but not able to kill it off.
But no teleport was used by Xaxus here because you want to save it in case there's going to be a fight up in this top lane area here, so you can always use it to roam around the map. Did lose or did get a lot of damage on the tower, but Roccat doing exactly the same they did in game 1.
Yeah.
Control the lanes, and then you just move around with your jungle, with your AD carry and support, and you just decide, okay, we take top tower, sure, take it. Oh, we take bot tower, now we can go mid lane, take it as well. And they're just controlling, once again, the early game, where Supa Hot crew needs now to rely on Mr. Rales, once he completes his blade, to start picking off people.
Might be even quicker to do it this way around as well, with the flag coming down, giving that extra attack speed to everyone. Either way, Roccat there did manage to, or Vander, let's give him the credit, landed the hook onto Kasing, but the Black Shield was already down, and Roccat just going to be recalling out of this one. Mr. Rales, in the meantime, has managed to claw the CS back, was starting to fall a little bit behind on that one. Selva as well, if we look down his items, picked up a pickaxe first to get that big bit or that extra bit of damage in there, but it looks like he might go Shiv as his first item out.
Yeah, so we actually see more and more people do it. It started as just static shift first item, no extra attack damage, and you just focus on like pushing in the lane 24/7. Now we've seen people go towards pickaxe as the first one, and then they go back and get a static shift just to get a bit more damage. And then you get static shift, which gives you more, or gives you better farming potential. You can take jungle camps, you can clear the waves insanely fast, and therefore skyrocket now towards Infinity Edge, which always was the goal for Tristana anyway. Hit the 2 item mark, not just the first one. It didn't really matter if you only had Infinity Edge. You always need the second item, static shift or Phantom Dancer, before it really paid off.
Ward's cleared out, nicely done from Vander as well, finding himself a pink ward after putting down a ward of his own. If you look in the mid lane now, looks like Overpower's going in a, well, I say similar build, pretty much the same, despite that little order change up to get the Catalyst in there first, has now got himself the tier and that Glacial Shroud, which we saw from him in the last match as well.
It's always funny to see Overpower play the lane, and we talked about it in the past few games. He's so passive. It is so hard to gank him. Mr. Alice just tried, didn't work. Impaler tried last game on Rengar, never worked as well. Because Overpower, he just sits back and waits. He's so passive. He's actually the mid laner in Europe who gives up the most farm to the enemy mid laners because of his playstyle where he's taking no chances at all. So it's so easy to farm. You see Selfie once again being ahead in farm. He was the last game against Overpower, and well, you don't die to ganks, you just don't deny any farm either.
So this has the help of Jankos, if that's called out here. I did see Mima dropping back a little bit as that wave was pushed, so Mima shouldn't be in any danger there. Of course, already up past that level 6 point, so has his intervention. Got a flash as well, if really needed. But Roccat actually backed away from that. Looks like we're going to be seeing the same build coming out of Zazas as well. Already got his Sheen. Going to have the Phage in there and those mobility boots that made him pretty hard to deal with as well in that first game, especially when you then pile the extra movement speed from the other items in there as well. Was a pretty fast cow running around, just being a pain in the rear end.
And just constantly headbutt, auto attack with the Trinity Force and static shift, and they procced, and you got some burst damage, and then you just wait for the next one. You do it again and again and again. He needs to be careful up here though. Mr. Alice once again wants a piece of the cow.
Well, Snake would go down well for the support crew, but you see, no damage.
No, you can definitely not milk those.
Now they may close in. Support crew could be in real danger. There's a pulverize, there's a combo coming in. Impaler gonna get locked up. Ultimate is coming out of Kasing, but he's hooked in as well. Mima is now there. Kasing is gonna be going low. Mima's the one doing a lot of damage here though, and Zazas now falling. Gets slowed by Mima. One more will do it. He headbutts him back to the tower. Oh, pulverize missing, and Mima is able to get himself the kill in the end. Works out at 2 for 1 in favor of the support crew and a tower.
Yeah, 2 kills and the tower. Down his bottom lane though, Selva still pushing. Let's just see it again. Teleport comes in from Mima. Instantly as they spotted 2 members from Roccat coming from the mid lane, Teleport comes in. Yes, okay, Impaler dies. Once Mima joins, and Mr. Alice is just standing in the back, hammering away on Roccat. There's nobody touching him. They all killed Impaler and used everything they had onto him. You can pick up 2 kills and the tower.
Speaking of hammering away, Selva, that was really nicely done. Impaler tries to stop him getting the turret. He just buster shots him back, and then Roccat jumps away, and just like that, turret number 3 for Roccat, and they're backing away for a dragon. We do have Kasing coming around, but he's really the only one in any kind of position for a steal. Not going to be easy for him, and it's not going to happen either. It is Roccat that get themselves their second dragon of the game. Keep that 2,000 gold lead now in check.
They've pretty much gotten every single dragon in this, pretty much today, actually. Like, game 1, they controlled the dragons. Game 2, they lost the first one. Picked up every other dragon. 2 for 2 now in this game as well. While Supa crew once again want to focus on getting some kills on Mr. Alice, their objectives always in favor of Roccat. Same for towers.
Yeah, same for towers. 3-1 up Roccat. Top, outer, and the 2 in bottom lane, of course. One thing, though, that is going for the support crew here, if you look down the CS columns, 110 to 78 in the top lane. Mid lane as well, a 50 CS lead almost for Selfie. We'll see how much power that gives them here in this mid lane. We already saw actually Mima in the top lane there in that little fight earlier on. Was doing good damage with his Nashor's Tooth in there. Well, we got Rod of Ages now finished off for Overpower. That tier been stacking for quite a while. Mr. Ral's just having a look towards mid. Actually, I think was spotted by a pink ward there that I'm not sure he actually noticed himself.
No, didn't seem like it. Roccat pinged once they saw Mr. Ral's, but no reaction from Subaru just yet. But you're 100% right. Now Subaru at least is winning the farm in the lanes here. Especially both Mima and Selfie doing so well. So the one-on-one cow didn't work as well as once we had the lane swap. Even though we had a few swaps around, we're in the start where Zaza's coming down to his lane very late. So Mima pushed it into the tower, got a big lead in terms of experience early on. Which also made it even harder for Alistar to actually do anything in this one-on-one. Still behind in farm, and Orianna in this mid lane. Roccat needs to deal with Selfie, otherwise he's just gonna keep farming into Death Cab, into Void Staff very fast.
And they need to delay that as much as possible. Tristana does have that static shift done. 2 out of 3 bits of the Infinity Edge as well, so may be able to get up to that strong point sooner than he would have previously hoped for. Mr. Ral's Blade of the Ruin King and the Brutalizer, so going Ghost Blade in their second. But Roccat here, sending Jankos up towards this top lane to give a bit of defense on Zazas. Might not be a bad idea whatsoever because there's 2 men actually waiting in the back. They're going to go on towards Mima. They need to be careful here because Singh coming over. Mima going to use the intervention on himself. Impaler is there as well. That is a good pulverize, but Jankos slowed down. Don't forget there's no Toy behind them. They go back in. Jankos gets the kill on Mima and the cow going to try and get in. They do actually get the double kill in the end. It's Jankos that gets them despite going down, and it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Roccat.
2 members. Mr. Ral's though wants a piece of Overpower.
Oh, wait though, Rune Prism, where's it going to come from? There is a shockwave, Overpower's going down. And that is the kind of thing that the Super Hot crew need to do now. We saw them do it well in game 2. Let's have a look at that fight once again up top though.
So Mima baiting here. That's the reason he doesn't flash away once he sees the 2 members, because he knows, okay, because Singh and Impaler is here. But the cow, nice knock up here. Everyone from Subaru is up in the air. And he's just taking no damage, so while all the focus is on Jankos, and he does go down in the end, the cow just does all the damage.
Oh, look at this though. Selfie actually was going to go in. Celeber flashing away. Buster shot comes down. Poison. Sick in. No! Last one would have killed him. Just finishes too early. And meanwhile, the cow is pushing in the top lane as well. They were actually doing damage onto the inhibitor turret there, were Roccat. Not sure exactly how much damage they actually got off in the end before they were forced back. Actually, more than half. So the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane for the Super Hot crew is down to less than half health.
And that is a big issue for Super Hot crew because they have to send in so many members to actually kill the Alistar. We saw it before. It was actually 2v1. Oh, sorry, 2 kills for 1 in favor of Roccat the last time they tried to gang Zazas and Jankos up in his top lane. So when you have to send so many members, it opens up for the other lanes to be pushed in. While Overpower down in the mid lane, he's the guy in trouble in this game here. The rest of the lanes are doing well for Roccat in terms of applying pressure, forcing Subaru to send members to deal with them, and almost got the bottom inhibitor turret, which would have been a very big deal, because then you could just send Alistar down to this lane and do the exact same deal. Let him push into the inhibitor. Probably wait a few minutes, a bit too early to get his find the enemy base, but still would have opened up the base.
So blue buff for Selfie here as well now. Close to finishing off that death cap. And there is the vote. 69% of you thinking that Roccat are going to take this. And, well, they only need this 1/3 game to actually get the victory. Impaler, interestingly they're stealthing up, moving towards that top lane, I think realizing can't actually get the cow. He's walked off mobility boots, just steaming away. You see how quick he is.
Honestly, I actually think Subaru is taking the wrong tactic towards Alistar. I don't think they should send all these members up to try and kill him in a lane swap. You should just keep Mima with his teleport to just wave clear against him all the time. He can sustain himself, and then you have Impaler and Mr. Rallis looking for kills on Celevar, looking for kills on Overpower instead. Targets they can actually take down very easily instead of going towards this 70% damage reduction cow in the top lane every single time.
Well, look at what's happened when they've done it twice now. One of them, they lost the inner tower. Celiva was actually doing the damage down there. They then backed off and got themselves a dragon. That last fight where it actually ended up 2-for-1 in favor of Roccat, they did half the damage onto the inhibitor turret as well. This could be a first dragon though for the Super Hot crew here. They've already got into position. Cow is split pushing, also has teleport. Problem is that Roccat are a little split up around there, but it seems like the Super Hot crew not quite feeling it as of yet. And Jankos even having the audacity to just walk in there and clear out the wards. Damage onto the mid tower, not going to go down yet though.
No, but his mid tower would have died a few minutes ago if Supa crew didn't invest so many members and so much time on trying to kill Xasus. He was actually just using his ulti to kill this tower and ignoring Mimer.
And there is the pulverize, headbutts him away.
Still, he might still die.
He may still. If Mimer can get the speed down, or on the speed on himself, and the slow doesn't actually go for it in the end. Both of them have TP though, that's the important thing.
No ulti however for Xasus for the next dragon fight here. No, Vander, you're in trouble.
Yeah, he's dead. Mr. Rolls once again just stealthing into that one. Mimer has actually come down now with that teleport as well. So 5 versus 4 for the dragon. I don't think the Roccat are even going to try here. This should be a Super Hot crew's first of the game.
Alright, so now Super Hot crew decided to keep Impaler and Mr. Rallis around his mid lane. Look for someone from Roccat to be out of position. Got a kill, got the dragon here. Okay, sure, they lost the tower in the top lane, but it's very low anyway. And Mimer wasn't in a position in time to actually clear the wave before he came to the tower here, so he traded for a kill, for dragon, for mid tower, even bot tower now. So a lot of gold for Supa crew all of a sudden, and I like the fact they keep Mr. Rallis and Impaler around this mid lane and ignore the cow.
Oh, they're going to go for this one though. Jankos sliding in. There's a Cataclysm coming down onto Selfie. We see the shockwave actually not going to go the way they wanted. And there we see intervention used as well. Jankos going away. They've managed to hold Casing though. He will be finished up. Mr. Rolls comes across, gets one. Can he get any more? It's Vander that's focused. He has to then flash away. And Vander and Celiva will be able to walk off. But it's a 2-for-1 in favor of the Super Hot crew. And they got that bottom turret. Now they're going to close in towards Overpower on this bottom side. He's trying to just heal himself up, but 3 men there. This tower's going down.
Super Hot crew. Oh, controlling the map now, to be honest. Like full control here. First of all, the fight. Want to jump onto Selfie. He has no flash at this point, but he gets a nice shockwave onto both Celiva and Overpower. And a good ulti from Mimer. All the damage here completely wasted for the 2 carries. Xasus had no ulti in this fight, so he's not able to do anything on this Alistar. And once Mr. Rallis joins in, easy for him to clean up a few, or 1 kill. And win the fight here for Super Hot crew. So kills, dragons, towers, working out. Ignore the cow. Don't try and gank him. Let him do whatever he wants to in his top lane, and look for the other members.
Well, except killing off your towers, you might want to stop him doing that.
If Mimer had been in the lane, he would have been able to actually kill the minions before they got to the tower.
That's true. Currently, Sorrel's gonna have a red buff. Thought he was gonna head down bottom there and see if he could find anyone, but Roccat actually set up with 4 men on the top side of the map. This could be very, very dangerous for the Super Hot crew. Casing has already come out there, got a ward down, but wisely enough, goes straight back into his own side of the jungle. Got mobility boots as well, so fairly quick to move in and out of those scenarios. And I think Roccat here kind of giving up on that opportunity that they were trying to set themselves up around the top side of the map. So let's have a look then down some of the items that have come in here recently after all that gold went over to the Super Hot crew. Kale got a death cap. We got over on the other side actually the Archangels done by Rise Infinity Edge as well for Tristana. So nice little bit of power coming out for Roccat. But what are they going to do with it? They're now 2,000 gold behind. Similar amount of gold, funnily enough, to what they were behind in game number 2 when they had that game-winning fight.
Well, look here, just compare this game to game 1, where with Super Hot crew had this late game comp here, had a pretty bad mid game to be honest with Tristana, with Kassadin. They wanted to just farm up. Now it's actually Roccat. As we talked about in Champs, like Rise needs more time, Tristana needs more time before they can really become these power picks. Where Super Hot crew, because they have early death cap on Selfie, not very early actually, but he's gonna get early Void Staff instead, and you have a Twitch, You are so strong in the mid game, so they're winning the fights here, get the objectives, get the towers, and they need to just keep applying pressure. Extend the goal lead, like Roccat did in game 1, where they punished Supa for being a bit too late game.
Pela there has just managed to clear out. What's the next move then for Roccat? And sitting back to now, might need to be a little bit careful here. That blue buff may end up going away. We've already seen a ping towards it. Zaz is coming, charging through, going to get hit with a binding, but there's no one there for the Super Hot crew to actually follow up on it. Roccat just trying to bully them back out of their own jungle. Want to make sure that they get this blue buff over onto Rise. And looks like they will be able to manage that one. No one moving over here from the Super Hot crew. However, with the vision that they've got there, will they think about going Baron? Certainly are going to get themselves some wards down on the top side of Rockat's jungle.
Yeah, Supa crew looking for the fight here. Get down some good deep wards. You can start dancing around the Baron if Roccat wants to try and stop you from actually doing the Baron. You can then pick the team fight here in the mid game you really want to have, because Mr. Alice is very, very strong at this point. There's ulti from Mima to protect him. We saw the ulti from Mima in the last team fight. Pretty much negating all the damage with Overpower and Celabar did, because they only hit the one target, which was Selfie, who got the ulti from Mima here, so they can look to do the same. Should actually just go towards the Baron now, because Roccat is so passive, only have 2 wards in their own jungle. Seems for now they just want to go back, spend some of the gold they have, get the Void Staff on Selfie very soon as well, buy some more wards, some pink wards, then they can start setting it up. So never mind my last comment here, they didn't have a pink ward for the Baron pit, therefore didn't start it. So smart, going back, buy some wards, now they can start setting it up.
Actually allows Roccat the time though to get some vision of their own back inside of their own jungle. And get back into more farming. We do see the couple more items coming. That Void Staff you were talking about of Selfie is now done. Slightly different item path this time for Zazas as well, since he went Trinity Force, Static Shiv last game. This time he's gone straight after that Triforce into a Frozen Heart.
Yeah, so because Roccat is now behind and will be forced into some team fights, he needs to get some early, an early Frozen Heart to try and shut down Mr. Alice, who is so fed and also works well against Mimo on Kale. So no Static Shift, instead straight towards team fight focus, which is actually a good idea. And let's see if they can catch Mimo. He has Flash.
He's maybe forced to use it as well. There's a slow, actually knock-up coming in. There's the combo as well from Zazas. Mima gonna go very low, does use the intervention, but he's so very late. Speeds himself up, flashes away, but there is Zazas. The cow gets the kill.
But notice here, 2 members killing Mima in the top lane. Dragon taken by Super Hot crew, so they can be happy. Good trade. Yes, okay, Mima went down. He still has teleport. And Mr. Alice, well, there's nobody for you to actually kill in this mid lane. I really like their headbutt and then you auto-attack them in the air from Alistar.
Finishing off that one. His first kill actually of this game at least.
He does have a very nice name. Their Trinity Force Alistar. Can't really say it on air.
Okay.
Sadly.
Well, that's just not fair. You should just not talk about it at all.
Actually, very true, yeah. I shouldn't have said anything.
Now everyone's wondering. Tell me after.
Itch slap. I'm just gonna say.
Okay, I get it. So, Jankos clearing vision back. That dragon already gone though. So nothing for him to take there. Frozen Heart now done for Overpower on Rise as well. So, more tankiness coming in across the board. Maybe cause a few problems for Mr. Rawls. Obviously that all depends on his positioning as well and how these fights really get started. Pela also building up towards a Ranuins. Looks like there'll be a Zhonya's for Mima coming out after that Nashor's Tooth and Death Trap start. Already got his Seeker's Arm Guard in. And that's the problem that we see so often with Kales that are left somewhat unchecked. If you look at his, I mean, not completely unchecked, of course, died a couple of times here, but also got a very healthy amount of farm behind him. And he's only going to be getting stronger as things go on. There is Jankos trying to get in, took a sink. Actually was bound up there before he started sliding in, so wasn't able to do any kind of follow through. Only had Vander and Overpower there with him anyway, so just a case of get out of my jungle.
Notice how Selfie actually did buy a blue pot, so Super Hot crew definitely looking to fight here in the near future. For now they're just sitting here back and farming. They might just be waiting for some key items like the Hourglass on Mimir. Mr. Alice should be able to get an Infinity Edge very soon as well, which is the reason for Subaru to just kind of sit back in the lanes and farm. Because they are ahead, they have a good comp, they could force objectives, but just waiting here for these few items.
At what point though does this late game comp with Tristana and Ryze in particular get to the point where you say, okay, that advantage that we had in the mid lane is maybe gone for us? I mean, Mr. Rawls, Selfie himself, and Mr. Rawls, I guess you can argue, ahead at this point. 5-0-1 for Mr. Rawls, getting him into that position a lot quicker than Roccat would have wanted. Infinity Edge added in there. At what point do Roccat say, okay, now we're actually confident that we've got enough items that we can win this fight?
So the tricky point is Subaru is not bad late game either. They actually have a pretty sick late game comp themselves. So Roccat might never get in a situation in this game where they feel confident enough to actually teamfight straight up because Subaru is scaling so well. Kale was still a few patches ago, touched a little bit, lost some AP ratio, got some of it back. So not as strong as the old Kale in the late game, which we saw a few patches ago, but still very, very good and scales so well into late game here. So it's not like Subaru is in any trouble going late. It's just the Ryze becomes very hard to deal with, and then Tristana in late game is one of the best AD carries. So in that case, they need to be careful. I don't know how Alistar works in late game damage-wise.
Well, it's going to be hella tanky.
He is.
Which, well, you could say that maybe from his level 6 point onwards as well. So Roccat push a bit on towards that inner turret on the top lane, but Roccat all moving around to defend that one. Already a lot of wards in position at Baron for the Super Hot Crew. And is this, you know, trying, I don't want to say half-heartedly, but you know, just maybe experimenting a bit with a push on top to see how Roccat would react to that one. And we've seen from the Super Hot Crew they have made mistakes in previous games. And actually, look at this Mima going to get pulled onto here by Jankos. And I'm not sure this is really the fight that Jankos wants. Here come the rest of Roccat though. What can they do? Hook comes through, that actually misses. The Lantern will take Jankos back off to safety as Zaz's headbutt Selfie out as well. And Roccat lose out on their turret. They lose out on the Cataclysm. Is that the Super Hot Crew now going to push towards mid or even Baron?
So Subaru just kept pushing the mid lane and the top lane while they had wards in the jungle, that Impaler and Ringer just sitting there looking for someone from Roccat to move to this top side. And it just bought enough time for Mimo to actually take down the tower because Roccat again were moving between the lanes. And we have to see. So 2 pink wards from Subaru at the Baron. Not a pink ward in the Baron pit itself. So Roccat actually been able to just keep a ward and make sure Subaru never started the Baron, and instead just lost the tower. And I wonder if they want to set it up now, because they've clearly not put any focus on Baron yet, only on pushing and trying to catch Roccat out of position.
Well, you maybe feel that Overpower going to the bottom lane would be an opportunity to move straight to Baron. It's not the case here though for the Super Hot Crew. In fact, they're just going to try and pillage that bottom side of the jungle. And look at this, Roccat have already moved up towards Baron themselves. Dragon spawns in 10 minutes. Roccat now spotted with that pink ward, which Jankos will start to clear out, already getting the flag in position so he can make a quick getaway, which he may well have needed. Should also maybe note the talisman in there for Vander as well, along with those boots of mobility, going to give him a lot of chasing power and maybe even escapability if they need to just get away quickly, especially if Mr. Rawls pops up in their face. We'll see though, it's going to be a dragon here for the Super Hot Crew. Had a better control of dragon this game than both of the previous ones.
Yeah, they got the lead, just been taking dragons ever since. It was all about the moment in the game where they realized it's not worth going for Zaz in the top lane. Oh, Selfie flashing away.
Having to flash early on that one. We see Zazas actually getting hit, but he's just going to take, no, not taking the Lantern actually. Has to pop his ultimate. That could be bad news for Roccat. Super Hot Crew going to be able to force them off, and this is maybe where they say, right, now is the time to start fighting around this Baron to try and draw Roccat in. And whilst Alice's ultimate is down, have a go for it. It's worth noting though on a very quick cooldown.
It is. I actually believe the flag from Jankos was on the lantern, so you couldn't click it. I'm not sure if it works when it's your own Jarvan here, but normally when it's the enemy Jarvan, he puts the flag on the lantern, you can actually click it, or it used to be that way. So, ulti used. Supa, however, doesn't look to capitalize on it. We talked about the talisman before, for Vander here and him roaming around. It does actually give 20 move speed now, which is good. Did, however, lose 10% cooldown reduction, which is not too good. Especially because cooldown reduction is becoming harder and harder for support to get, actually.
So we go back into the state where Roccat are trying to get everything that they possibly can out of the jungle. Try and get those items in. We'll see a Randuin's next for Jankos. There's an average blade in there for Zaz, so it looks like he will finally get up to that static shiv once again. Also got himself a Spectre's Cowl in there as well, though, so we'll see exactly which way he decides to go first. Whether more tankiness or more damage and movement speed is going to be the way that he goes.
So this might be respect for the cow and his Trinity Force power spike we have seen before from Zazus, but Supa Hot Crew, even though they had the lead, had a very farmed Twitch. Has not been looking to do anything on the map. Taking Dragon, got one tower in the top lane, and then just been sitting around, farming the lanes. Again, we talked about how it could be because they want some key items before they look for these fights. We have double Hourglass now completed on Mimer and Selfie. But they've had enough time to set up a lot of wards in the enemy jungle, and they only did it once. Otherwise, Roccat has actually been able to ward up their own jungle, ward up the Baron, and stay fairly safe.
Tell you what though, there's only a 400 or so gold difference between the two AD carries. 101, but 336 farm for Celiver. Look at this, Impaler trying to get in the... Oh, a lot of damage going to come to Impaler. He actually has to flash away from that one. Wasn't ready, and that was without the hook actually landing onto him. That could spell danger here for the Supa crew. Is that enough for Roccat to feel confident? Look at Mr. Rolls off to the side. He has to stealth himself up to get away.
But again, this is all due to the fact there's not enough wards from Supa Hot Crew in this jungle. And it's too easy for Roccat to keep all the wards. They had a pink ward in the bush. There's 5 members knowing there's no wards here from Supa Crew, so they don't see us. And just wait for whatever member from Supa Crew would actually run in first. It was Impaler. Smack him down, force the flash away, and once again, move to Baron, place a new ward, get some extra wards here, clear out the wards from Supa Crew again. And they can now look to do the same. So, because you have Twitch, it becomes very hard for Supa Crew as well to siege up a tower. You do have Orianna and Kayle to kind of make up for Twitch in that case. So even sieging a tower would have been an option for Supa Crew 10 minutes ago when they were so far ahead and Twitch was so farmed, and even Mimer was strong on Kayle. So not been using the lead and just been giving Roccat a lot of time to farm here. Can also be because Supa Crew is confident their own late game setup is just fine, and they can deal with whatever Roccat brings.
Well, Celiver has now actually turned the tables in gold, funnily enough. He's 300 gold ahead of Mr. Rolls, and that's a 5-0-1 Twitch at this point. It's that massive CS difference that's doing it. If you want to, I guess, compare those big CS differences, we can look at the mid lane as well, where there is a 2,000 gold lead for Selfie over Overpow, and 4,000 even in the top lane. Look at that one, that's a big lead for Mimers. The Baron is started off here, and Roccat a little bit out of position. In fact, they're a lot out of position from this one. This should be going over to the Supa Hot Crew without any problem whatsoever. I don't think Roccat can get anywhere close, and it is the Supa Hot Crew that finally get in there and take down Baron.
We finally got a pink ward in the Baron pit, cleared the ward from Roccat a few minutes ago, and now they just went in, picked it up here. So while it took a good 10-15 minutes to get the Baron, they got it now. And let's see which plays they want to make. We also do see one of the issues about Twitch, because when you're trying to farm together with an Orianna in the mid lane, it's kind of unfair. Orianna will just instantly kill the minions, and so all the farm has gone to Celiver on the side of Roccat, where Overpow's been falling behind, and on the other side of Supa Crew, they invested all the farm onto Selfie, and Mr. Rales fell behind.
Seems more important if we fight actually breaks out in this one. For now, Roccat actually setting up somewhat of a trap on the top side of the map. Who's going to come there? It's actually Mr. Rales that's headed towards that top lane. He's just pinged on that big wave, but that's pretty far away from base. I'm not sure that's a position you want to put your AD carry in.
They're pushing down.
And Roccat are going to show themselves.
Notice the mid lane.
This is a 5-man push. We can see that the Super Hot crew are actually pushing in middle. And what's the decision? It's going to be a recall. Recall from the Super Hot crew.
Same for Roccat, however. Actually, they're just going to run to this mid lane. Everyone from Super Hot crew recalled. So now Roccat, buy some time. Just get a few wards, you push it down, you stop the movements from Super Hot crew here, and they just want to wait now on the Baron buff. They want to wait till it's gone. So smart little move. They were setting up first for a trap, ended up pushing down, force recall, go back to base.
Delay as much as possible. We're going to be seeing Selfie hit his 6-item threshold here pretty soon. Overpower, however, is pretty far behind on that front.
And there's no last whisper for Mr. Alice. Has to go for Banshees, which means against a Frozen Heart.
2 Frozen Hearts.
2, sorry.
And a Randuin.
Randuin's Omen. There's gonna be some tanky members in his face.
See if he can pick off the squishes, which becomes less likely when Celever is about to hit level 18. He's going to be sat as far away as possible. You see the range of that Tristana. Can't really get close to him unless Celever really makes a positional error. That's kind of what you're going to hope for on that front, or whether Impaler can maybe run straight through the pack with the ball on top of him and they can just throw their entire combo and take out the AD carry. Easier said than done, though, I think. There is a Dragon available, although I'm not sure that the Super Hot crew with this Baron buff on are too interested in that right now. They're actually looking for picks here inside of the jungle, or maybe even a bit of a push on towards this inhibitor turret, but see how quickly those waves go down. Celever making mincemeat of the minions.
He is the main wave player, however, so if Super Hot crew splits up into multiple lanes, they can always choose the lane where Celever is not sitting and playing on Tristana. Therefore, force Overpower to use his ulti. It's not like Alistar is going to provide a lot of wave play. He's not going to jump into the minions while you're at his tower. So what Super Hot crew can do is spread it out and then just quickly move here. Like we actually saw, go top lane. Roccat sent 5 members to defend it, and you run to mid lane, which was already pretty low. Kill it. Get even more gold here. There's a lot of damage on the side of Super Hot crew. I mean, Mimir is very strong. Selfie didn't pick up any kills, but just been farming. Just reach his 6-item point. And then, of course, the Twitch, who needs a last whisper, however.
Needs a last whisper. Let's have a look how much. Sat on 1,800 gold at this point, so not quite enough to finish off. Sat on that Banshee's Veil, though, so maybe felt like a bit of protection at this stage would have benefited him more. Maybe get that last whisper as his possible final item. We'll have to see. The Super Hot crew have not exactly made big pushes in this one. That Baron buff now, of course, has worn off, so we'll possibly be waiting for the next time that does spawn up into the map. For now, though, we are 10,000 gold in the lead. Roccat's starting to get towards those 6-item builds as well, and once you get to that stage, it doesn't really matter how big that gold lead is.
Oh, I know.
Impaler going to get caught out. Shockwave will pull in 2 of them. Xaxus and Overpower going to try and get away from this one. Roccat now on the back foot. Can they get to safety? Mr. Roll popped the rat-a-tat-tat, but it didn't actually have the range to actually catch anyone. So Roccat trying there to catch out Impaler. Had a good go at him, almost losing Xaxus. Overpower went down to half as well. They need to heal up and get back onto the inhibitor towers. Yeah, I don't know if Super Hot crew are even pushing it. No, they're not.
No, we just saw the damage Super Hot crew has here. Nice shockwave from Selfie. And Xaxus, if he doesn't pop the ulti instantly, he will drop low so fast because there's so many people hitting him. And it's hard for Roccat actually to get towards the backline of Super Hot crew where Mimir is, where Selfie is, and Mr. Rallis, because Ryze needs to flash in. If he wants to join, Tristana is going to stay in the back line. And Alistar at this point, he doesn't have a lot of damage. He's basically just a tank. So he won't be able to go in and just kill Mr. Rallis or Selfie alone. And I really like the fact we do have some magic resist on the side of Selfie. And we even see Mimir build it. Because most of Alistar's damage should be magic damage as well. So very hard for Roccat here in these team fights. And also one of the reasons Super Hot crew were happy to just sit and wait. Because they knew who's going to dive us in this back line? They're Alistar, who can't kill anyone by himself anymore, or the jungler, who's pretty much in the same situation.
Well, Baron is up in a minute, and the Supa Hot Crew put a ward perfectly in between the inner and outer areas and had to use the sweeping lens there to actually catch the vision that Roccat had put down. But they've got their wards in position for when that Baron does come up once again. Let's not forget the Supa Hot Crew took that one without a challenge last time around. See if Roccat want to let it go as easily this time as well. Not sure that they will want to let a second Baron go over. Although sitting back has not cost them too much at this stage of things. They've still got their full ring of inhibitor turrets. They're not far away now from getting up to full build. Should note though, Mr. Rawls has now got that last Whisper. Looks like we're going to be seeing a Zhonya's from Kasing as well, so he's going to be able to dive into the middle of the team, pop his Zhonya's as well with his ultimate running in a little while. Still going to take him a while, of course, to actually get the goal to finish that one off, but Baron is now up. This could be the decider. Supa Hot Crew have already started it.
Everyone from Roccat is close. They're moving in. So they need to get a ward in this Baron pit.
Got no vision. How low is the Baron? Not that low. Actually, they get the ward in there, manage to force them away. Jankos slides back out, so some clearing to be done by the Supa Hot Crew in that backside. Kasing's going to try and zone them out, but Roccat starting to move around. Kasing actually in dangerous area there. He might be forced to flash away. There is the damage. They've stolen it! They've stolen it! It's Jankos that gets the steal, but can they get the kill? Impaler being focused out. Vander though gets blown up. Jankos coming in. They need to just get away from this one. Zazas on the backside. Oh, flashes are binding. Will actually knock up Kasing there. That should mean he gets away for free. And Roccat lose the support, take the top laner, and steal the Baron.
But Overpower here was just chasing Mima, killing him all by himself, and will actually stay alive because Supa Hot Crew don't even know where he is. So he's gonna recall, got a kill, got the Baron. Let's just see steal once again. Jankos jumps in, takes it up, beautiful smite for him. And actually then we have Roccat team fighting. It's all about Overpower though. 1-on-1 versus Mimer. Definitely a fight he wants to take. Winning it, destroying him. Again, remember Frozen Heart as well. Again, troll. And he dies. So 1-for-1 and the Baron here for Roccat.
Pretty much the best trade they could have hoped for, I suppose, obviously, without getting any more kills. But it was doubly awesome from Jankos. He managed to slide in there, knock up Impaler, and then get the smite out as well in time. Brilliant stuff from Jankos. Now Roccat may be feeling a bit more confident.
Yeah.
But how are they going to push against that Orianna?
Well, they're not. It means we're going to have a few extra minutes of laid back farming. Get full items on all your carries on the side of Roccat here. Salavona needs to sell his boots. We have Overpower just picked up his last item. The cow up in his top lane needs to sell his flask. Also complete his banshees before. So he's actually still, Zazas here, a bit behind in terms of finishing all his items. But it's simply going to mean we have for some time now where Supa Hot Crew is going to say, okay, we're not going to deal with you and your Baron buff. And Roccat is going to say, okay, we're not going to deal with you because we are still 10,000 gold behind.
Although it's not quite 10k anymore. Roccat, with that Baron, actually managing to claw it back a little. And we are pretty much on that point where 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, not going to make that much of a difference because everyone's getting up to full build. Jankos in the meantime here, moving down towards Dragon. Look at this Roccat, pinging, maybe trying to set up somewhat of a trap. Kasing needs to be careful, or he could just put Black Shield on and that will actually basically mean that he is being careful. Stop that CC coming out from the cow.
And they actually decides to stop the Dragon. Now they move towards it. Mima was up in his top lane. He should keep pushing it to kill it with Self. And if I can get into this tower while Roccat were busy doing the Dragon, seems they're just going to take the red buff. And a little bit too late if they want to push it. Now Roccat can actually recall.
Yeah, they see them going up there. Recall will come in quickly. Actually, Supa Hot Crew recalling out as well. That was a third of 7 dragons in this game for Roccat. Of course, a Baron apiece is what they've got as well. And getting down to that phase again of the game where one mistake costs you everything. And we have to be honest here, we've seen both the Supa Hot Crew and Roccat in this position before, where it was just about one team fight, where they've made mistakes.
And we're really looking at Selfie here, who's been the guy in late game who's in the past had some very bad decisions and ended up costing both him and the team pretty much the entire game. He does have Hourglass, he has some defensive stats, he has a flash, and he's a late game Orianna, which means he should be fairly safe. Could still be the target for Roccat here. And again, we have seen him being out of position, we've seen him take the wrong decisions and then end up dying.
You've got almost the double responsibility with that Orianna full item build, not only to not get caught out and die, but to press R at the right time as well. We've seen plenty of Oriannas have the ball in the wrong place, press R and catch nobody. Let's see if Selfie can keep himself, or keep his eye on the ball, to use a terrible phrase I think for Orianna, but we've seen the pressure get to him before, and this is certainly probably the most pressured situation that you could wish yourself to be in as Selfie. 2-0 down in a best of 5. You know that one mistake here will cost you the game pretty much.
Exactly.
And not just the game then, it means that you are possibly, well, you're definitely not going to Worlds if you lose this one. And then you're possibly fighting for relegation, for promotion once again.
Against either Millennium or SK Gaming, two very strong teams as well, who's actually been looking stronger than Roccat in the last few weeks. So for Super Hot Crew. Also one of the reasons we see them play really safe and not take any chances. They don't want to risk using or taking the lead they had before. Did of course lose the Baron, which was a bit of a misplay, but before that they just played it very safe and felt like they had the better late game. They didn't have to make any plays, and now they have to this annoying point where they need to move in the base of Roccat, and once again they're gonna have to either spread out and push all the lanes in and move to the lane where Celavar is not standing to kill all the minions, or they have to do the trick with Orianna where you put the ball on your AD carry, he moves in, he gets a few hits on the tower, then he moves away, you can get the Black Shield as well of course, and you do that like 5-6 times. It takes some time, but the tower will go down unless the enemy team engage onto you.
Well, so far, Super Hot Crew, they've not made any attempt to really get in onto these towers. That may change here. It becomes harder once those Banshee's Veils are all off cooldown. It makes Selfie's job a lot harder, although with that AoE of Orianna also easier to, I guess we can say, to pop those Banshee's Veils in the first place. And we see for both AD carries, boots have now been sold, Zephyrs are in there, full item build on both of them.
Yeah, Mr. Alice just needs to sell the Ghost Blade. Unless he wants to keep it actually for the ulti. So they can activate it just to get some few extra hits off, but normally you do see people sell the Ghost Blade to get like a Phantom Dancer in the late game. But otherwise fully stacked out, especially Celavar. Tristana level 18, max range, you have all the items you need. It's really the time where you can shine. And the Xaxus here, Blade of the Ruined King, seems to be his last item on this Alistar. So wants some more damage, already tanking off with the ulti. And I do believe we actually saw Supa and Alistar earlier today in MLB with 24s and Blade of the Ruined King, no static shift. So
overpower. Going down to the bottom lane with 2 seconds on Baron is literally the worst thing he could have done there, showing himself. Oh, they're going to go for Mimer. They're going to go for Mimer in the middle lane. They're going, he's got away though, actually managing to get away from him. But look at this Roccat, of course, the Super Hot Crew out of position. Mr. Rolls is going to be the focus. Shockwave comes onto Xaxus, so doesn't do the damage. Mr. Rolls, he's going to go down here surely. Intervention comes in, will they get him? The shutdown for Celavar. This could be it for Roccat. Celavar going to go over. They get the one onto Impaler as well. He even manages to jump away from the damage, but Mimer, Selfie and Cassine coming in. Roccat get the 2-for-1 and back up. And the bottom turret, the bottom inhibitor turret is going to Roccat here from the minions.
So that is, Xaxus has teleport if he wants to go down and try and push it towards the inhibitor here. Wouldn't be worth it here because everyone from Super Hot Crew is recalling. But this was Super Hot Crew engaging onto the Roccat first. They jumped Celavar. Mikhails was used by Vander. He jumped away, picked up the very first kill onto Mr. Rallis. Once the ult from Mimer were gone, and now 4 members onto this Baron here. There's teleport on Mimer. He can join in.
He can join in, but they're going to be too slow. They're going to be too slow. Only Cassine will get there in time, puts a ward down. Will actually miss the binding. Celavar just sidestepping that. Baron number 3 is going to Roccat.
And this last team fight here, I really hope we get a replay. The ulti from Selfie. We just talked about how he needs to land a shockwave. full item Orianna in the late game means it only hit the big fat cow, who had popped his ulti
on.
and did no damage at all. Celevo managed to stay alive even though Impaler jumped him. And then it was all about Roccat collapsing on Mr. Alice. Overpower flashed in. We're just gonna see the replay. Okay, they jump onto Celevo first, get some good damage. Mikhail is used, he flashes away, and now just starts hitting. Notice the ult here from the selfie. Only onto the cow, no damage. Now Overpower flashes in. Ulti used by Maimon to Mr. Alice, so it takes a while before he actually dies. We end up going down. Celevo is now 100% HP, jumps in, another kill, gets the reset, and get out once again. 4 members alive from Roccat. It was all about selfish ulti here. And also Mimir joining in slightly late because he was in the mid lane. And then the 4 members from Supa crew jumped Roccat before he was actually ready to join in.
56.5 minutes down in the game. Gold has crunched back down to just 3,000 difference. Roccat now with that Baron buff running. If we weren't at full item builds before, then we're definitely knocking on the door for that now. Both mid laners there. The AD carries, of course, selling out the boots earlier on. Top laners as well, not far off.
Let's be real, we're not really in the late game before even the support has 6 items. That's the point we're waiting for here. No more wards. Sell your Sidestone. Still gonna be about half an hour.
Well, we've got about half an hour until we touch towards the longest games, that's for sure. Roccat, yes, maybe looking to push some advantage, and why not? Baron buff's on. They've got an open inhibitor thanks to the work they did earlier and that big wave of minions as they were doing that fight. Now they're moving up towards that inhibitor. Will the support crew try and defend this one against a Baroned up Roccat? Celevo needs to be careful. He's the one that they want. We saw it in that last fight. Mikhails from Vander was able to get him away. There's still an inner turret in mid lane, which would be the safer option right now, but do Roccat want to be thinking about safe, or do they want to be thinking about the most effective at this stage? Because taking down the inhib in the bottom lane makes it easier for the next Baron, number one, and also for pushing in onto that top and middle lane later with super minions.
But imagine if in the last team fight, they actually did get a root onto Celevo. If the ball from Selfie had been on Impaler when he jumped in, they could have killed him. And it's what they're looking to do here. Ball onto Impaler, jumps in. Need to get rid of the Banshee first from Celevo, but then you can one-shot him at this point. If he gets locked up first, before the Mikhails even comes in from Vander, if the ball from Selfie is there, he will die. And also why Roccat is not exactly just running straight at Supa crew, they have to respect it. We're hitting the 1 hour mark very, very soon.
Thought Overpower was going to push that mid lane in, but breaking up from your team, unless you're Zazos, I think at this stage is not the best idea. Serals will happily come out there stealth up, although Overpower got tons of damage and pretty damn tanky as well at this stage. Getting himself yet another blue buff, and I think Roccat, well, I say think, they are starting to back away. I was going to say there's 1,800 gold to Celevo to spend, but it's not got much to spend it on anymore.
Nope. Buy some potions, sell your item, buy it again. If you want to, that's about it. Like everyone is on the sweeping lens, stacked it out. I'd actually love to see a scrying orb though here in the late game. We had it earlier from Celevo and then he sold it. Should have kept it in my opinion. It can actually save your life. If you do expect the enemy team to have set up a trap, you have the scrying orb. Or if they rush a Baron and you're not ready for it. So, a bit risky here selling your scrying orb, but that's about it we can talk about with Celevo and his items.
He is fully stacked out, no doubt about that one. Big wave coming down mid. Orianna says big wave is going to be gone. Razas and Celevo as a pair, not ideal. Roccat move 3 towards the top lane. They're looking to catch someone out. I don't think the Super crew are going to make that mistake though.
No, staying as a group here. We have a lot of wards as well from Super crew, just in their own jungle to see. Okay, Roccat trying to flank us. Now moving up as a group, Baron 2 minutes. So no Baron buff for Roccat. And let's see.
distinct lack of wards from Roccat there. Although, you know, with 2 minutes, still got time.
Oh, they're going
to go in for overpower. Where's he going?
No!
He's gone the wrong way!
Wait, might not be over yet.
Flashing over, Roccat are going for this one. Zaz just misses his combo. Overpower now ready over the other side. Impaler flash the other way. What a turn of events are going for it. Roccat are going for this one. I'm maybe getting a bit too excited for it. No,
they're pushing down here.
They're going
Supa
for mid lane.
No ulti for Impaler here. He won't be able to engage onto Celavar. There's no ball from Selfie onto him and jump Celavar. It's gone. They need to wait for the ulti to be ready. It could be inhibitor.
They've not recalled here. They're going to actually walk around. They're taking far too much time to get into this one. There's the inhib turret. Roccat managed to break it. Can they get any more? There's the lantern away from the binding. Roccat take an inhib turret and are able to escape. The Supa crew now all up in middle. They're not going to push though.
All right, so now the base, both in the bot lane and in the mid lane, is open. If Roccat manages to win a team fight, they can push straight in there, either get inhibitors or just try and finish the game. But now, decided to go back and forth, be ready for this Baron here. You cannot be late for this Baron. 35 seconds. They need to recall, clear this wave, get it pushing towards Supa Hardcore, and then move in here. But because Roccat took the tower and now moved over to their bottom side of the map, it actually meant that Supa Crew could go into the jungle and play some wards. Or one. A ward is a ward.
A ward is a ward. There's only 15 seconds till Baron. Roccat are nowhere near it, you know. 10 seconds. Overpower is still in base. They need to start moving around. The question is, will Supa Crew be decisive enough just to say, Baron spawns, bam, kill it? Selfie's going to start, but Selfie's all alone. Mimer's not there. Mr. Rall's only just joining in. And Roccat have got a ward down in the back of the pit, so they've got vision of it. Overpower is there. They are in time, but they've got no vision on the front side of this Baron pit, which means that you are going to be blind checking quite a lot. However, remember back to this last fight in this area was good for Roccat. Selfie not able to get his ultimate off. Celavar was able to escape after being jumped on by Impaler. Baron is going down pretty quickly here. Look at this. Roccat might be too late for it. Jankos getting bound up, and there is it. Going over towards the Supa crew. Zazas right in the middle has gone for Mr. Rolls. There's the jump in from Jankos. Celavar at the back. Who's he going for? Mimer's ulti is down. Mimer's going to die. Overpower gets that. Mr. Rolls has got the GA on, and he's still alive. Shockwave hits Overpower and Banger. Celavar though still doing the work. Is he going to be able to get rid of Kasing? No. And this is dangerous. Sidestep to Biden. Gets one kill. That will give him the reset to jump away or to just go for it. He does some damage, does jump away. It's a 3 for 2. Baron going to Supa Crew as well.
So Roccat here. Delayed to engage. Just gonna see it again. Nice binding onto Jankos. He can't try and steal it. Zazas goes in. A lot of damage to Mr. Rallis, but that's his burst. Blade is used. Static chip proc and everything is on to Mr. Rallis here. Overpower has a hard time joining the fight. They're waiting for the ulti from Mimer to disappear once it's gone. And once the ulti from Zazas is gone, Supa Crew all of a sudden feel like now we can actually go towards them. We can try and get some kills. A nice shockwave from Selfie this time around. And I love the fact Kasing here almost died to Celavar, but then he flashes into the Baron pit. He knows he's gonna die, but he's delaying Celavar, killing him for such a long time. He doesn't give him a reset. And therefore Celavar has to choose. Do they want to go to him and kill him in the Baron pit, or do they want to go towards my teammates and try and kill the rest of the members of Supa Crew? And he decides to kill Kasing in the Baron pit once it's too late, and he can't pick up any more kills here. So actually a good flash, delaying his own death here and not giving a reset to Celavar.
With that, the Supa Crew took down the inhibitor. They're going to be taking away a dragon here. Crazy, crazy stuff. We're 65 minutes into this game. We've had 9 dragons, 4 barons, and we've hit the 100,000 gold mark for the Supa Crew. Funnily enough, it's only 5,000 gold lead. That shows you how close this game is.
But his last team fight was a good explanation of why Ryze late game can be a bit hard to play in team fights. Because Opa tried to flash in, but he never really got in range of Mr. Rallis, which meant he has to run towards him. But there's an Orianna ball in your way, constantly slowing you down. There's also the risk of the ulti, the shockwave. So once he finally got in range, tried to kill someone, there was a shockwave from Selfie, and then Opa just ended up dying himself very, very fast. So he didn't actually join the fight. He was just running around looking for an opening. While Ryze is a fantastic late game champion, when you're against something like an Orianna, it's hard to get in the face of the enemy carries and just kill him without the risk of being shockwaved or just zoned away.
So super minions are coming in for the Super Hot Crew. G8 wasn't actually popped on Mr. Rawls there in that fight either, so he has that. And are the Super Hot Crew now going to try and use these waves to their advantage? It looks that way. They sent Mimer down bottom to push up that lane. They had the remaining 4 go towards the top lane as well to start that one pushing in. All the while Roccat trying to deal with those super minions in the mid lane, stop them going too far up and into the base. Now it's all about the Super Hot Crew trying to manipulate Roccat, try and force someone to back away and deal with those super minions, and then crowbar their way in towards that top lane. Actually, Jankos here, gonna go towards Mimer, gonna force his flash.
That's gonna cost him the tower, should cost him the tower in his top lane.
Hot gonna come out, he managed to hook himself, can they kill him off though? Rawls doing good damage, oh no, the shockwave comes down to get 2. They managed to kill off Threat. Zaza's here, got his ultimate running, but they've got the damage now to beat through it, and there it is, a double kill for Mr. Rawls. Turret and inhibitor going down, the Super Hot Crew here can win the game. Celiva has to come up massive, overpower Jankos, all 3 of them need to combine if they're to hold on to this base. Minions gonna be taken slowly but surely out of the equation. They can probably tank it up. There's the super minions coming in. Celiva trying to get rid of him. They're gonna go for a selfie. He just pops a Zhonya's. Celiva trying out the side selfie down to half. Intervention used. Ulti came out there. There is the Nexus turret going down. Jankos gonna dive in the middle. Celiva still hammering away, this time on Mr. Rawls. Second Nexus turret goes down though. They just need to focus the Nexus here. They're gonna try and do it. Overpower going in. Does a lot of damage. It won't matter though. The Super Hot Crew, after 67.5 minutes, come back and win game number 3.
Such a long game here. Super Hot Crew, they had the lead. They didn't want to use it. They played it very, very safe for like 20, 25 minutes, just farming. They wanted to go to this late game point. They got the team by the Baron, won it, got the Baron as well, and I managed to win the game.
67.5 minutes. 110 to 100,000 gold there by the end. I've lost count of how many dragons and barons we saw out of that one, but we saw it. Draw away with Mimer on that bottom lane, take the Jarvan out of the equation, and we see what happens. You just pile on through. Good shockwave from Selfie. That was the question that we really had coming into this very late game. Can he hit the shockwaves? And he did. Those last 2 fights, they were spot on.
Yeah, so he missed 1, but in the next 2 fights, he was the guy who turned it around.
Yeah.
The one around Baron. Super Hot Crew actually had a bad start to the fight here. They lost Mimer after his ulti ran out, and it was all about the shockwave. It came in, overpower, was a bit too aggressive. Well, actually, he doesn't have a choice on Ryze. He needs to get in there to the carries. So he got caught by the shockwave, died. The fight went in favor of Super Hot Crew and the game. But man, that was a very important game by Super Hot Crew, because you could see how they didn't want to take any chances, they didn't want to take any risk of throwing the game away.
Yeah.
So just kept like playing it so safe and now end up winning it. So confidence boost going to next game. Still some things they should have sorted.
Well, that was the question that we really had. With that fragile state of mind, I think we can safely say from the Super Hot Crew and from Roccat, they're not exactly Mr. Confident when it comes to the teams here in the LCS. Was that second game enough to break them? They showed great spirit there in game number 3 to hold out in what was a marathon of a game. Almost 68 minutes in before they were able to turn it. They've still, though, we have to know, and of course it's a best of 5. Scoreline 2-1 to Roccat. They have to win 2 more games in a row.
Yes, and Roccat this time around banned away the Maokai. Super Hot Crew in the last game, where Roccat was on blue side, didn't ban it. Was first pick by Zazus. He did really well. They have to ban it this time around. But if they want to focus on the other bans like Elise against Jankos, the Kassadin as well, suddenly they're out of bans. So Roccat should know now going into the game what's going to be banned by Super Hot Crew.
Well, this one definitely just got interesting. We'll move into the next game in a while, but first we're going to send it over to Shox and Company for a breakdown of Game 3.
Thank you very much, Joe. Well, guys, the Super Hot Crew, they pulled it out in the end, and they're going to bring it to Game 4. What a game it was. Let's travel back all the way to the beginning, picks and bans. Nif, baby, throw this one over to you. You said before, not too many changes Super Hot Crew should make to the comp, but they made one fantastic, vital change, and that was the Orianna, in your opinion.
Yeah, it fit the comp way better. It was more of a team comp now. You can shield the Rengar and then you ulti him, or you can peel for the Twitch and he has a lot of AoE damage. So it's way better in this patch to go for a team comp instead of a split push.
Yeah, and it definitely seemed to work a lot more in favor of Super Hot Crew. They found kills early on. They also pushed objectives, which we hadn't seen from games 1 and 2. Roccat, on the other hand, they struggled a little bit, but it was very close for a very long period of time for those first 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, and it almost seemed like a schooling lesson for the Super Hot Crew. Game 1, you know, got dominated on all fronts. Game 2, getting a lot of kills, no objectives. Game 3, getting the kills and getting the objectives, but it still took a while, because in the beginning, they were only getting the kills.
Yeah, the thing is, for me, even though Super Hot Crew managed to get those kills and find those objectives, they then sort of stalled. There was a long period of time from about 30, 35 minutes where the Super Hot Crew were building up a big lead. At one point, they had over a 10,000 gold lead. But they just didn't break any of Rockat's lines. It almost felt like the 2-0 deficit from early in the series may have been weighing down their decision-making because they seemed very reserved, and I didn't feel like they were pushing Roccat super hard.
So, Nif, do you think that's the case, or was it maybe something in Rockat's comp that made it that Super Hot Crew couldn't push that easily against it at that point in the game? What do you think it was?
I think at the beginning it was one more mind block still, where they were really scared, even though they had a better mid game. I think the first dragon they got, they could have done it one track before, where they could just group and fight them because they had a way better mid game fight, but they didn't group because they're scared. But then later on, they won team fight, so they got the confidence, and then they tried to push things down. But in the end, it was really hard for the inhibitor because the Roccat has like a Tristana and a really good wave clear. I mean, it's really hard to go for the towers because you have a Twitch as well. So they were struggling, but at the beginning they could have pushed it more, and then maybe they could have finished the game earlier.
Yeah, when your confidence is wobbly, a Baron steal is not what the doctor ordered. Let's actually take a look at a replay of that Baron that Roccat is able to secure in the end.
Yeah, so this is 47 minutes into the game, and look at the gold lead. Over 10,000 in favor of the Super Hot Crew. They've got a tower lead. At this point, Dragons were still relatively even, but the Super Hot Crew have been much more proactive, and this is the stall factor I was talking about. Even with this lead, Super Hot Crew were not pushing the inhibitor like Nif just said. Roll a clip out and keep your eyes on Jankos. He's going to move himself in and super, super smooth. Slide in, gonna get the burst damage with the smite, and even cheekier than that, gets out with the Cataclysm hopping over the wall. So this was the play that gave Roccat the statistic bonus and the gold they needed to stall the game out another 13 or 14 minutes. It didn't necessarily swing the game completely in Rockat's favor, but it evened out that lead that Super Hot Crew had earned.
Nif, how do you judge what Roccat did after that? Of course, obviously a huge change in momentum here. They get that Baron. Do you think if they went straight up for another team fight immediately, they could have won it there and then, or were they just still too far behind?
They could have won, I think, at that point. I think Baron gives a lot of stats. They had a better comp to push towers with Trist to its long range. But I think they were scared as well at that point. And I think the Super Hot Crew had overall the better comp, so they would probably have the slightly edge, even though they have Nasher. And then it's really hard to go in the base. That's like really scary for every team. I think Baron's steal was also a bit lucky that he got the knock-up Impaler, so he couldn't smite it. It was actually really nice of him.
Luck, skill, who will tell, of course. Let's actually take a replay at the next Baron that would then essentially seal the fate of both teams here. Let's get that up on the screen, because Super Hot Crew, they're still in this one.
Yes, so this particular one goes in favor of Super Hot Crew. They get the Baron, they get a bunch of kills. Nif, I'd like you to talk me through the positioning and how the AD carries play, because both Seleva and Mr. Rolls, in my mind, do pretty well. So let's roll this clip out, and again, talk me through what's happening, Nif.
Okay, so we get a binding on Janko, so this time he can't steal it, so they get secured in Nasher. Then they try to kite the Alice ulti out. They kind of stuck with Jarvan, but they're still kiting. They get intervention down, but Kayle dies. But Mr. Russ has a really good position in the bush, so he doesn't get attacked of anyone. He gets a lot of damage out. And Silver tries to do the same with Trist, but he can't really get the important targets. So he only gets like Morgana and Kayle before, and then Super Crew just can clean up with the Twitch alive and still the Orianna alive. And then, yeah, you could see they had the better comp. But here they were a bit unlucky that they couldn't get all of them.
Yeah, so 2-1 now to Roccat, but to me it kind of feels like it's a complete reset after a long game like that. How do you guys think this will affect the next game?
I think to a certain degree that's true, especially in a very long marathon game. You don't know what that psychological damage will be to Roccat, and you don't know what boost it's going to give Super Hot Crew, because they fought tooth and nail for that win. It's either going to give them confidence or they're going to go, wow, we should have won that 20 minutes earlier. I do think picks and bans went much better for Supa Crew that game, which is part of the reason why they ended up going so long. So I think picks and bans is going to be very important in game 4 to see if we're going to go all the way.
Nif, can you say one key thing for one of the other teams to get ahead of here?
Yeah, I think it's really important to have the better pick and ban phase. So whoever will win this will probably win the next game. But it can go either way, and it really depends how they do it. I hope they change it up a little bit, both teams, because I don't think they will let each team do the same.
Yeah, it was an incredible game, and we're going to take a quick break from the action, but when we come back, it will be game 4 as the Supa Crew mount a comeback, while Roccat still hopes to close things out.
Yeah, I think it's better.
I think we timed it. This is the golden
Yeah,
moment.
I think it's good.
This time we can win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jankos slowed down. Don't forget there's no time behind them. They go back in. Jankos gets the kill on Maiva, and the cow gonna try and get in. Might be forced to flash away. There is the down. They've stolen it. They've stolen it. It's Jankos that gets the steal. Mr. Roll. He's gonna go down here surely. Intervention comes in, but they get him. The shutdown for Selva. Mr. Roll has got the GA on, and he's still alive. Shockwave hits Overpow and Banda. Selva though still doing the work.
I'm safe.
For the fight. 2-1. Really nice. Allow time. Can you get the power finish? Can you finish that? Okay. Can you got that stuff? Allow time. I snare him again. 2-1. I snare.
Yes. Good job.
Okay, now the game.
Holy, we did it. Oh my god.
well, we're all like really big Korean fanboys on Supa Crew, so we really want to get to Korea because that's like our end game. We want to get to Korea, probably get beaten very hard, but then that'll be even more motivating for next time, just to go back and then try and beat some Koreans.
Welcome back, everyone. We're on to Game 4 in this series, which currently stands 2-1 in Rockat's favour. Now, the Super Hot Crew finally turned things around in that last game, which was one of the longest in LCS playoff history.
Yay! We are making history, I guess. Roccat, for me, though, in the last game, was a bit of a weird game for them because they fell so far behind and they just tried to stall it out, but they didn't actually have to do anything because Super Hot Crew were playing so safe. So we just ended up having this like 25 minutes or 30 minutes of dead weight where nothing really happened. Then we got to late game team fights.
Let's talk about Mr. Rawls on Twitch here because he finished 9-1-4. There was that one moment where we thought in that team fight, before the shockwave outside of Baron, they were going towards him. He still had his Guardian Angel. We shouldn't forget that one. He was down to about half HP. And then the shockwave came in. But Mr. Rawls as a whole, what do we think to that performance in Game 3?
So very, very good performance, especially in the early mid-game where he got all the kills. He picked up. He was 5-0, while Selva was like 1-0 at the point. He got all the early kills. We saw he tried to do the same moves on Twitch, you know, where he leaves the lane, goes to a completely random lane and just try and pop out of stealth and try and kill someone. So it was a good game by Mr. Rawls, but I would more say Supa Crew as a team, especially in the late game team fights, look good. Not just one specific member, and have to do the same here. Twitch being picked twice now. Not sure if he wants to pick it again. I mean, it worked now. Didn't work in the first game. As long as they get like something like Orianna to make it more of a team fight comp, I think it can work.
Well, let's find out, shall we? Let's get into Champion Select for game number 4 of Roccat versus the Super Hot Crew. And Roccat now, of course, moving back over onto the blue side, and we'll ban out Twisted Fate and Orianna first of all. Don't want none of them shockwaves causing them problems this time. Kassadin as well, taken out from the Super Hot Crew, along with Zillion. So, same bans for the Super Hot Crew so far. Twitch, though, importantly taken out by Roccat.
And now Elise or Maokai will be open. Should ban Maokai here. Give Elise over to Yankas. And just deal with the Alistar like you did in the last game where you... Like the first 20 minutes, we kept seeing Supa Crew try and fight against Xasus on Alistar. Once they kind of said, okay, we're just going to leave him to push the lane and just have Mima wave clear and kill other people, it actually worked out and they got the lead, so they can give Alistar again over to Roccat. Why do you give him Maokai?
Well, they take away Kog'Maw, give away Maokai. That leaves now Morgana, I'm expecting, I think, for the Super Hot Crew in this first round of picks. And maybe Tristana here. I mean, if you're banning out 2 AD carries, that is certainly a possibility. We shouldn't forget Lucian as well. A big pick for both of these players before he was disabled. Now back available again, and he's not featured at all in this game.
No, been all about the hyper carries today. Lucian is a little bit the same, like, you know, the safe AD carry, fine laning phase, good in mid game, good in late game. But he can't really compete with the other AD carries we have seen today in terms of like where they're strongest. So like late game, he's gonna fall off compared to it. And he doesn't have the same roaming potential as Twitch. In the mid game, let's see the Rise. Opa played the last game twice. Mima is clearly discussing this.
Is that going to go his way? Looks like we'll see an AD carry lock in as well. It's Tristana picked up for the Super Hot Crew and Mr. Rawls. As you mentioned, Rise. 2 games in a row, Roccat took it. Does that leave Roccat now? I was going to say, Elise still open, and that Morgana that we were talking about, thinking that might come in Super Hot Crew's first round, since they've done it before in this game. Well, that goes over to Vander.
So while Roccat can't pick up their Tristana and Rise again like that in the last game, they will get pretty much their comfort picks. Most played support for Vander is Morgana. We have the Maokai top lane. We saw it in game 2 how strong it is. We know how strong it is. And Yangas gets his Elise in this game, which was banned the last 2 games here. So while they do give 2 of the power picks over to Super Hot Crew, they still have some very good picks, at least for the Roccat players. I wonder what we're going to see in the mid lane, though, against Rise. And if it's going to be Rise mid lane for Selfie, or Mima in the top lane.
Yeah, well, probably not going to find that out until the last pick here, I feel. Take the support, take Rengar again for Impaler in the jungle by the looks of it. And then leave a mid lane, or possibly top lane pick, we'll have to see, for last. Actually switching out there last second from Thresh to Braum focusing in that bottom lane despite the changes.
Yeah, so Braum, especially his passive, lost some damage, and his ulti actually got hit pretty hard. You know, knock up is shorter early on. You're slowed for less. I believe it's now 40% at level 6 you're slowed, where it was 60% before. So the ulti from Braum definitely got hit a bit here. Let's see what he can do. It's actually also been his worst support in terms of like his stats on it. Terrible KDA. Okay, KDA and support is not the most important thing, but never been too impressed by his Braum play. Let's see what he can do here. Maybe want to use it to try and jump in and save a teammate if there comes in a binding or cocoon from the potential pick options you have from Roccat over here. Of course, I'm not too sure, because normally Morgana is also the counter pick to Braum, and he picks it into it, so a little bit surprised.
Corki Morgana going to be strong lane there for Roccat, and it looks like they'll be taking Ziggs as well for that mid lane, so safe, a lot of wave clear, a lot of siege potential. I can obviously roam a little bit, get that bomb added into the mix. For the Super Hot crew then, what are they going to think about this? Ziggs in the mid lane. Likes of Yasuo open here for Selfie. Of course, Orianna, his choice from that last game, which he, credit to him, did so well with the shockwaves, especially in those last couple of team fights. Was one hairy moment for him where they got split up to have that fight just off the side of the mid lane. But other than that, kept his composure really well.
I mean, they could go Dr. Mundo top here for Myanmar, and then just put the Ryze in the mid lane, because Dr. Mundo has been banned again in the last few games by Roccat every single time. And it's against the Maokai, so he's able to farm, and late game, he's not gonna die, because there's so much magic damage on the side of Roccat, he can just get Banshees, get Spirit Visage, and they won't be able to burst him down.
Well, that's what it's gonna be.
Oh, thank you, Super Hot Crew.
Mundo locked in, not banned for the first time here by Roccat, and that's gonna go in there. Especially, you know, going into that magic with his first with the Spirit Visage helps Mundo out, but again, so much magic damage there on Rockat's team as well.
Yeah, so Roccat late game now. Corki's gonna fall off, especially compared to a Tristana. So in that case, it's going to be hard for them. You have two super tanks for late game. I will actually put it in favor of Maokai in terms of like soaking up damage, but then you just have Dr. Mundo, as long as he escapes the first burst with his ulti, will just get back to full HP. So you have two super tanks in the late game. And then Ziggs is a very strong late game character. Can zone away a Ryze in teamfights, a bit like Orianna can do, and like a bit of the same case. Ulti for Ziggs though is now 2 minutes, all the ranks up, so not the same amount of like ulti in every single lane, but still a lot of wave clear. Good late game champ as well. But it's just between the 80 carries now, to be honest, where it's in favor of Super Hot Crew.
The danger there surely is if Roccat start to pull ahead and start sieging up towers. They're going to have a little bit of a tough time here, the Super Hot Crew. We'll have to see about that one, though. Of course, we are 2-1 in this best-of-5 series so far. So Super Hot Crew definitely not out of danger. They've done the hard part, I think, which is turning the table after being 2-0 behind in a best-of-5. But now the real hard work starts for them. The long, slogged-out win, I think, having to win another 2 in a row. Hard task.
Yeah, and in Game 2, they need, Game 1, they needed time to scale up into the late game. They're going to have to do the same deal here. Mundo, Ryze, Tristana, all needs to go to the late game, not fight in the mid game, where Corki is very, very strong here. So we have to see if they go for the fights again.
Well, let's see. We're going to get into game. It's match number 4 between Roccat and the Super Hot Crew, with Roccat sat on game point. And the Super Hot Crew needing another 2 wins in a row. It'd be an epic turnaround if they could do that, but that is, well, if last game's anything to go by, it could be quite a way away. Not an easy matchup, and that's exactly what we expected here. I mean, Super Hot Crew coming in as, I think, a surprise number 3, certainly at the start of the split. You probably wouldn't have said they'd come into the playoffs in the summer as the 3rd seed. You might have even said it the other way around, with Roccat taking 3rd in spring, that they'd be right up there. Either way, we get this matchup, and we see that Roccat have had 2 great games where the Super Hot Crew, certainly in game number 1, struggled. It was a lot better in game number 2, but one fight really turned it around in the 3rd game. So close, right up to the very end, as Overpower gets the first blow of this mid lane battle and lands a bouncing bomb onto Selfie.
Even killed a ward. So 2 CS now for Roccat. So 0 from Super Hot Crew. but still here. The team who had their best mid-game setup in the last few games has been the team to win, because we've seen so many fights around Dragons, around Baron, in these like mid to early late game points where the early mid to late game team will always win them. So unless Supa is careful here, and they need to make sure they don't fall too far behind in the lanes either. Like Ziggs against Ryze is a bit of a tough matchup for Selfie. He should be able to handle it, but not an easy matchup. And then his bottom lane, which we won't actually get because Supa is now lane swapping. Otherwise Corki and Morgana should have been able to bully out Mr. Rallis a little bit.
So the start actually is somewhat of a mirror of the last game. The main difference being that Roccat had a ward tucked into the brush and saw the support crew coming in to the blue buff, which means that Roccat can instantly go over and trade blue for blue, and then should be able to just come swinging back across, and it'll be a simple buff trade-off here at level 1. As you mentioned, 2v1s are going to happen. Mr. Ralls and Kasing up top, and down in the bottom, Celiver and Vander. For now, there'll be 2 versus 0, since both top laners are shadowing their junglers around the jungle.
Let's see what the teams decide to do, because we have actually seen Roccat in first game give a lot of help to Xaxus on Maokai, or sorry, onto Xaxus here when he played Alistar, to make sure he could get farm in the lane swap, where Supa crew completely ignored Mimir. He fell very far behind on Renekton and didn't have an impact in the game. Then all of a sudden, the next game, swapped it around. Mimir got a lot of help, both from Mr. Rallis roaming up there, from Kasing joining in, and Impaler. I want to see what they do here, because both these tanks, of course, looking to just go into late game and become unkillable. But we'll need some time, which is where in the mid game, because Maokai has the 20% damage reduction, should be able to take more damage than a Dr. Mundo.
We've seen already Jankos, such a strong Elise player. He's done so well over the season when he gets his hands on it this time around after it was banned in that last couple.
Oh, everyone wants to gank the mid lane.
Why not? Selfie on Ryze. They could at least force a flash here if he comes out. He needs to take a leaf out of Overpower's book here and just stay behind his line of minions. As Vander is going to walk into the jungle here, sees Impaler and Mimir, and that's not particularly a place that I'd be hanging around, that's for sure. The Wolves giving him a bit of
seems like
aggro. Actually, they've reacted to this one nicely. Jankos going to come around. There's a slow from Braum. Where's the cocoon from Jankos? Starting to move in from the side and able, with those multiple slows, to stop them chasing on through.
All right, so Roccat taking the support, taking their jungler and their top lane. Now move them up here to make sure Xaxus can get some farm, get some XP, while Mimir was running around with Impaler in the jungle of Roccat here. So first move by Roccat to make sure Xaxus can pick up some farm, stop Mr. Rallis from hitting the tower as well. And Celiver down his bottom lane, because he's just freezing it. Mimir can now join in, try and push it out, get it to reset, and get some much needed farm as well.
Celiver
still need to push it out though.
Yeah, needs to push a little harder, and I don't think he's going to now with that cannon minion coming in. It'll start pushing back his way. Celiver soaking up all that farm. So if you look at the early totals, AD carries pretty much bang even. Mid lane, there's a bit of a gap opened up for Overpower, as you'd expect in these early levels with the Ziggs, and Jankos started to move towards top. No real opportunity here for a kill unless support crew make a massive mistake though.
But notice again here how the teams use their jungler. Impaler went back to his own jungle, now went back to base actually to stop his recall to come up here in his top lane and try and turn it into a 3 versus 2. But Jankos is always there to help Xaxus farm, while Vander recall from the top lane went down to this bottom side and then now zoning Mimir away from the minions and making sure he won't be able to farm here, while Xaxus could take some farm up in his top lane. So while Impaler stayed in the jungle to farm, Roccat put full focus on the lane swap instead and used Jankos to help Xaxus pick up farm.
And they're doing really well of keeping Mimir out of that. And frozen lane down bottom means that Mimir's like, well, I'm not really gaining anything down there. I'm just going to head up. Had a little bit of a look round in his own jungle and then decided, you know what, I'm just going to head down bottom once again. Jankos here trying to make his presence felt by heading to middle, but Selfie playing it very, very defensive. Actually gone with the flash and ghost this time around, so full utility on those summoner spells. Allowing to get away a lot easier if Jankos decides that he's going to try and come in there. Meanwhile, Mimir and Impaler have now teamed up once again after they realize he's not getting anything down in that bottom lane.
I did like the small mind games from Mimer. Moved out of the lane, was hoping Banda would then go to mid lane or go to the top lane. And then he just ran back in to see her. Is anyone here? Oh, he's still here, never mind. And had to just go up, kill one jungle camp, together with Impaler, and now forced to actually run towards this top lane because he's being zoned away from farm down this bottom side. This wave is going to push into Xaxus. There's nobody to dive him and deny him all this farm here, so he's going to get everything, while Mimer gets absolutely nothing.
19-8, and there is the wave coming through. We'll see if Xaxus can actually kill a lot of them, which you assume he will be able to do. XP,
level 5 to level 3.
5 versus 3, but Roccat here, we see already, with the duo lane down bottom, as you would expect, gives them a natural advantage on this dragon. Jankos came down, overpower moves from the mid lane, and despite awarding the death rush there, doesn't matter. Roccat are going to take the first dragon of the match.
And again, Roccat is doing so well, playing so well in these lane swaps. Deny a lot of farm from Mimer. They use the jungler well to make sure their own top lane can get farm. And because the dual lane from Supa crew was still on the top side, you just walk in and take the dragon. They saw them start recall. They knew, okay, they're gonna recall, go back to base. There's no chance of our top lane tower to die at this point either. And then we go dragon, pick it up, go back to our lanes, and they're just playing it very well. And Supa crew, because they keep Impaler in the jungle to farm, is not able to make the same moves.
I think they were headed down towards dragon. I mean, they've seen it going down already. They had a death brush ward. Either way, it's a blue buff for self.
Yeah. You can also turn around and look at the junglers, like the champions. It's a lot easier for Elise to move up in a lane and push it out because she's ranged. He has some wave clear. Where Rengar is pretty weak before level 6, so he's not really able to run down with Mimer unless they just rush it in while it's only Celavar holding the lane and just like push it very fast. We'll take some damage for it. Obviously, again, one of the strong points about Elise and one of the reasons Roccat loves to play her whenever she's open. Because you can... There's so much utility as well. You have good damage, teamfight is fine, and you have a lot of options in the early to make game.
Oh, overpower just walking over a pink ward. Not really paying too much attention, or maybe he was paying attention, actually. No, apparently he wasn't. I was going to say, maybe you just wanted the farm and Jankos was going to come back for the pink ward. No.
They pinged it. They just pinged on it. Nobody wants to go clear, though.
So, back on the other side, Impaler already getting himself farmed up to 29 CS, and he's in double digits on his stacks, which of course do start with that Madrid Razor. See that mid lane still remains even. With the Chalice first item for Ziggs, standard stuff. And on the other side as well, Tia, Catalyst and Protector for Selfie. Top lane is where that real difference really continues though. 48 to 27 CS. We can see that 2,400 to 1,900 gold in favor of Xaxus. Although Mimer has just hit level 6 there as well. Not sure how much attention they're going to be paying onto this top side of the map. We'll have to see. For now at least, looks like bottom could be a target for Roccat, although that's pushed all the way up onto the turret. Maybe that's that same thing that Roccat have been doing this entire time, especially when they get Elise, utilizing their range to attack these towers.
Every single time they pick a strong bottom lane, push the wave in every time they can. Jankos joins in, get a few hits on the tower, land a cocoon, followed by binding, and then force members from Supa crew back to base. Otherwise, they just slowly poke down the tower. Impaler's here though, pops his ulti, he wants to go in.
Gonna go for it, there's Kasing's ulti coming out, they're going for Celavar, but he's just gonna Valkyrie away. And that will be a lot used. If we look down Roccat, it was simply the summoner heal that was used. Ulti out of Kasing, ulti out of Impaler did come out in that one, and that may mean that this three-man team can still push down this bottom lane.
Well, there's potion running on Celavar. So there's flash ready, there's no ulti on Impaler to engage now. No ulti from Kasing either. They seem pretty happy, just pushing it up once again. Lands some good poke, keep poking the tower.
Oh, finding lands. This could be real dangerous. There's a phosphorus bomb. Kasing going low. The rocket not quite connecting. They're going to force the support away. Here is overpower. The ulti's going in. Kasing going no, first blood from distance from overpower. You said maybe not those bombs in other lanes. but Overpower comes in style to pick up the first kill of the game.
Casting clearly already looking at what item to buy here. He's just standing in the middle, even at flash. Never do that, guys. Never. Wait till you actually recall, then you can buy your items. Tower went down as well. Standard stuff. Jankos on the lease, push your wave, get the tower. Now we can go towards mid lane. You have a Ziggs already pushing it in. Ryze won't be able to instant wave clear, especially not with the members from Roccat standing at the tower. Even go towards top lane. Mima is the same deal. He won't be able to clear the way fast enough. Send up your dual lane. Take it.
Rengar, Impaler needs to realize this one that, I mean, this is what Roccat have done over all 3 games so far. Take the turret, move then more people in. It's Jankos that's going up where actually the duo is going towards this middle lane. So could be a 3v1 mid and a 2v1 or maybe 2v2 now with Rengar up there as well in that top side of the map. We've got a minute until the dragon comes up as well. Pushing out this top lane now would be good stuff from Roccat. Let's see what they can do. Jankos at least able to get that damage down onto the turret. They're probably going to leave with about half of its HP taken away before those minions end up getting wiped out. Good, decent damage onto Mima as well as they go.
Look here, so they're sending Overpower down to this bottom lane and keep Silva in the mid lane to just try and push in the wave. Because then quickly joins and ulti was used by Selfie. So for now they stopped him, but Roccat is no hurry. They can just keep pushing up the lanes. Jankos can keep staying up in this top lane. Need to be careful though, because Dragon is coming up, but both junglers are stuck in this top side.
Actually, binding was landed there. And you're right to point out, defensive duty for Impaler up top, although he's now gone away and left that one. Whilst Maokai and Elise continue to put pressure onto this top lane, making sure those waves don't really push out whatsoever. Make sure that Mima has to farm under the turret. 86 to 70 CS is that one. And now look at that. They start to move away. Dragon has spawned in. Elise starts to walk down. We'll see a recall from Xaxus, who does have teleport if he needs to go down that bottom side. For now, though, Supa crew going to be giving that blue buff over to Selfie on Ryze in preparation possibly for this Dragon. We'll have to see, though. Rengar moving down as well. What have Roccat got planned? They were the ones, of course, that got the first one.
Mima up in his top lane has only been back to buy once. He's sitting on about 2,300 gold at the moment, which he does have time to spend before the Dragon because Roccat didn't actually run straight to it, so he can push out the wave, go back and buy now. Then he can join in as a happy and tanky Mundo. Because if Roccat had ran straight to Dragon, forced it, and had Mima teleport down before he went back to buy, he would have been insanely weak.
Overpower's blued up now as well. And they're going to start to move down there. Meanwhile, Xaxus trying to take advantage of the fact that Mima went home. And you know what? He's going to have this turret away before Mima can actually get there. And that will be the second of the game for Roccat. That early damage that, again, Jankos did by coming up to the top lane. Finished off easily by Xaxus. Gives them a solid gold lead. Now they're going to go for Selfie. Cocoon sidestepped away from them.
Well, the next focus, if it's not the Dragon, it's going to be this mid tower here. You already see Supa sending Mr. Rylas as well, even though the bottom lane is actually pushing towards him. He send him in to make sure if all members from Roccat just collapse onto the mid lane, they won't be able to take the tower. Everyone from Supa around the mid lane, around the red buff. Let's see what Roccat wants to do. Complete the Dragon they want to fight for. Remember, they do have Corki against the Tristana, so definitely in favor. Trinity Force is completed for Silva, so he's already hit his strong mid-game point, which means Roccat can look to force Dragon, especially when the enemy AD carry is going top lane, because, again, Supa crew don't want to fight in the mid-game, want to trade the top lane tower for the Dragon. You just need to go into the lane, though, and not...
Well, got to try and get something from this one. Mima is going to force a flash out. As Xaxus says, Mr. All's coming in, will ulti him backwards. There's a lot of damage going to come out. Xaxus is going to go down here, but they've taken the Dragon. Impaler actually picked up that kill, and the bot lane is pushed up. You mentioned it before that it was pushing in their favor, but Mr. Ral's moved to cover middle. This could actually be a turret for Roccat. That's a big minion wave. Top wave is cleared out as well to stop the Supa crew taking that. Selfie will be kept away from mid. There's 3 men here. This tower is going to go down for Roccat.
Completely backfired here because the bottom lane was pushing towards Supa crew. So after Dragon, easy rotation here from Dragon to the tower for Roccat. And of course we have a Ziggs in the game with his ulti. Just clears the top wave. No tower went down. Yes, you killed the top laner. You forced the teleport now as well. You lost the Dragon. You lost the tower. Well played by Roccat here and Super Hot crew. Clearly showing 1, we don't want a team fight at this point. We're not going to contest the Dragon. And 2, not really thinking the next minute or next 2 minutes. Okay, what's going to happen once we send these top lane? Are we going to lose anything on the map other than Dragon? Oh, we completely missed the fact that bot lane was pushing towards us. And therefore, we just lost the tower.
And lost some damage on this middle turret as well. And look at this, Xaxus is starting to wander on down. That's going to be at least 4 men stacked up in this mid lane. Climber, teleport available, could come down if needed. Got to be super careful about this one. There is Kasing, already getting locked up. That's a ton of damage coming his way, actually ticking down from the ignite there that was used by Vander to force him out. Not quite enough. Oh, bomb's coming!
Not this time.
No, he's out of this one. No shopping this time around for Kasing. Able to sidestep it, but that might be the turret here. Finally, Mundo starts to come around. Roccat slowly but surely might be able to get this one away just for the 5 versus 4 factor. What we talked about in the pregame with Corki, such strength at this stage with that Trinity Force, and Ziggs who's going to be able to just blast you from a distance. But they also, with the use of that ultimate out of selfie, can clear those waves once they come close enough.
I would actually love to see static shift early from Mr. Rallis because they could expect Roccat again with this mid siege comp to do what they're doing now, take down the towers, and you need the wave clear from the Tristana, so static shift could have been an option as first item for Mr. Rallis, but he's going straight for Vintage instead.
Roccat actually just completely leaving mid lane now. Strange decision from their side. Actually, Salah's going to come in from the side. I think the knockback there out of Mr. Rallis getting slowed by Braum as well was just a little bit too much for him to get in for that twisted advance and maybe start something off. Roccat, as I mentioned, almost losing the mid tower of their own. That was a dangerous moment for them, and also Valkyrie used by Celibat. A little scared of how that was all going to go down, whether Selfie was going to flash into him. And there is Impaler. Stealthing up now. What can Xaxus do? He's got no flash available, of course. He's going to have no ulti either, so Xaxus here going to run around in circles for a while, trying to prolong his life. And in the middle lane, surely they're just going to push straight towards the turret. Xaxus goes down. Looks like mid not going to be taken at this point, but they'll steal away a blue buff nonetheless.
Okay, so take the blue buff. Nice gank though in his top lane. No teleport for Xaxus. Should be a tower, because Overpower is not in range to actually ult the wave up here. At the tower, so Mima should be able to pick it up. And they're just trading blue buffs. Has to be mid tower though for Roccat. There's 4 members there pushing in. But because they took blue buff, didn't put any pressure on this mid tower and it's still alive. So Supa crew responding well here. And Roccat not taking advantage of the fact there were 4 members in the mid lane.
Mima gonna get this one, just making sure that farm goes down, so that they can't soak that up afterwards. And Roccat moving in towards that middle tower. They've already done decent damage. Kasing once again going to get caught up. A lot of damage, less than half HP remaining for the support player. But again, these waves just blown to pieces by Rise. Might be a case of tanking up here for Roccat. Although, always got to be careful. That room prison to come in from Selfie. But they've started to back away. I think this may just be a signal of we've got to give this one up now. Yeah, there we go. Recall's coming in, and that is the middle tower. Finally, Roccat can burst through that. But with those recalls, how much damage can they now do onto this inner turret?
At least a few hits. We get it down to like 85%. Dragon gonna be spawning in 1 minute 20 seconds. And Roccat once again. Whenever they have release and the mid game comes, they get the early towers and Super Hot crew have so little wave there they can react to it, and Mima might be in trouble.
Well, he's going to get caught out. There is the binding. He is Mundo after all. And able to, with the help of his ultimate, just regen up to over half health. Now Roccat, what is their next target? I think this has been the sticking point for Roccat. They seem pretty brilliant at taking down the first line of turrets. Comes harder for them, as it naturally is anyway, to then break through the second ones, although you could also argue they moved very swiftly onto that bottom lane to take away the inner turret earlier on when Supa Crew pretty much just ignored that big wave coming through. We've got half a minute until the Dragon, so that's the natural next step. And if we look down some items that have just been complete, Ziggs now got the Rabadon's Death Cap, or Locket of the Iron Solari was picked up by Elise. However, Infinity Edge is on the other side for Tristana. And Supa Crew are all going to be about there. So this could turn in to a big fight around Dragon.
Notice the 280 carries. Trinity Force, BSL and Pickaxe already for Celeber to only the Infinity Edge on Mr. Alice. There's such a big difference in this fight here. As long as Celeber stays safe, he will deal a lot more damage to Mr. Alice.
Well, there is Xaxus actually going in onto Kasing Impaler. Gonna try to get to the back. They want overpower from this one. Celeber, though, at the side, remaining unchecked. That's a lot of damage coming out. Selfie gonna go down. Mima is low as well. And Xaxus dives into the middle to get the double. Kasing is gonna fall as well. And just like that, 3 men go down. And Celeber's not done. Impaler taking chunks. And there's the ulti out of Mr. Alice to keep Impaler alive.
It's gonna
They're
be
going
Baron.
Baron.
This is pretty much just game 1 over again. Mid-game, Roccat is stronger than Supa Crew, yet Supa Crew keeps looking for fights. Go on to Roccat, lose the fight, potentially losing a Baron. He's still 2 members, and Smite ready for Impaler here. Let's see if they can do anything. Mr. Alice is pretty healthy.
Oh, Celeber dives out of the pit. Impaler is going to go down, and there is your Smite gone. It's now all on Mr. Alice. Can he do anything here against 4? We're going to have a teleport from Mima coming in. Can Mundu do anything about this Baron? He's already very, very low. There's the finisher. Baron goes to Roccat. Who are they going for? It's Mr. Rose. It's a target. No bite. Finished up by Xaxus. And that is a clean sweep for Roccat. Getting the kills, picking up Baron. Now they'll go down for Dragon for an even bigger edge.
I just don't understand it. I mean, you have Tristana. You know you're weak in the mid-game against Corgi, who's already so far ahead of you in items. And yet you go for the fight. Celeber isn't even in fight in the start here. 4 members from Roccat. Now he jumps in behind, goes on to Selfie. He's an easy first kill. Yes, Overpower dies because everyone from Supa Crew just dives onto him. But now Celeber, untouched. Just, okay, I'm just gonna pick up a kill more. Move on. Next kill. Go straight to Baron. Jumped Impaler, killed him. And Supa Crew picking the wrong team. I think you even have Rice. I mean, don't fight in the mid-game if you have Tristana against the Corgi.
And Rise, who's only just starting to ramp up. I mean, the target in there, I suppose we could say not all that bad. They got Overpower out of the fight pretty quickly. But the damage from Celeber left completely untouched off on the side. Doing so much work for them. Xaxus, Spirit Visage, Rod of Ages. He's already damn tanky. Can dive straight to the middle and tank them up all day while the rest of them are doing the damage to the ones that are isolated.
And we just saw before here, if he jumps Mr. Alice and he tries to jump away, doesn't matter. He's just gonna follow you. There's no black shield to help Mr. Alice to peel for him. So Xaxus can always engage onto him, especially when he has flash ready. Which means then the rest of Roccat, especially Ziggs with his long range, should be able to just throw the ulti, throw a bomb. Mr. Alice will go very, very low if he doesn't actually die in these fights here.
So it's an 8,000 gold lead, and this is the question I gave you earlier. Mid-game, 25 minutes, pretty much where we are. A Baron for Roccat, which I wasn't counting on. How do you hold on against a comp like this? The question maybe, or the answer maybe, is that you don't, as the kill comes onto Kasing. Those bombs going to be raining in once again. They're going to try and bring Selfie out, but we'll see here how well the Supa Crew can hold on. Decent damage done to Celeber, but Baron buff running, going to be having that regen. Another wave comes down, and that turret may have to be given up. It is given up. The Supa Crew back away. It's another one for Roccat. They go 5-1 up in towers. I don't think they're going to stop here.
Notice both side lanes, massive wave pushing on to Supa Crew as well. So once they push this one in here, get some damage on the tower, they can just go up to this top lane, push it in, maybe even kill the tower here. A lot of damage onto Mr. Alice, a lot of poke as well. Overpower and Celeber together. So strong at this point. They might just go straight for tower.
Well, Xaxus feeling like he's tanky enough at this stage. There's the binding coming in. They turn around. Hammer Mimo down to half HP. not used his ultimate as of yet. There's the bomb coming in. Didn't actually really do a lot there. I don't think it even connected onto anyone. Mima though, he's going to get locked up. He's going to be finished here. Ulti from Kasing won't save his life. Blow back there from Mr. Riles with the ultimate. Will stop anyone else going down, but that was a double kill coming out from Overpow. And I think Roccat, well, are they just going to stay here? That top inner turret is easy takings. Yeah, Zazas' recall. He's got TP to come straight back in.
He's just going to use it on the first minion so it doesn't die to the tower. And then they can just take it here, push it in. Supa has to run away. And it's tower and inhibitor now for Roccat. 26 minutes in, looking damn strong.
Can't come in to fight this one. Impaler, well, you move too close, you get a binding, you get a cocoon. Twisted Advance comes on. You are locked up for such a long time in that scenario. There's another minion wave now coming through onto that bottom inhibitor turret, and look how much damage is done already there. Kasing's trying to block them out, but both him and Selfie falling low in the early stages. The regen of the Baron bringing Roccat up to full. Mima, who went down, who's supposed to be the big tank in this Super Hot Crew team, was just basically chain CC'd and then finished off in that last one. Got a Banshee's Veil now after that last death, but not sure that's enough to even keep him alive here. Roccat really trying to capitalize on this spiking power that they've got with that Baron buff coming in. Mr. All steps forward, they're going for Mima though. He's down very, very low. Will pop his ulti. They've managed to lock up Zazas, but the ulti from Overpower comes in. Masses of damage there at the back line. Zazas though is too low. I think Roccat might back off here. Yeah.
20% damage reduction from Maokai is just insane. He actually stayed alive here. Of course, Roccat is so far ahead. Makes it look even more impressive. And while Mima is getting a lot of magic resist, being a tank when you're so far behind is never fun, because you're going to run in, they're going to look at you, and you're going to run away, because you're just going to drop down so fast. Especially with all the damage from both Overpow. Got his Void Staff now. Celavar going for Bloodthirster, it seems. Doesn't want to get the Infinity Edge. And already a bit weird he has a Last Whisper. I don't agree on the item. He could have used it to get Infinity Edge, especially because he got so much gold. He got the Dragon. And if you do look on the side of Super Hot Crew, there is pretty much no armor.
Ninja Tabby
just picked up as well.
Yeah, just picked up this last second for Mima. And they will be shredded to pieces by that Last Whisper. We've got Baron coming up again in 1.5 minutes time. And we have to also give Roccat credit. The games where they've been ahead, game number 1, they finished off, I think, quicker considering their position than we've seen Roccat do all season long. Game number 2 was not like Roccat at all. They turned that one fight, went straight to Baron, took another fight on the bottom inhibitor turret and closed the game. Not Roccat-esque. They've obviously done a lot of work here on turning these mid-game leads into actual victories on the board. And again here, relentless pressure. They're going in again towards that bottom turret. There's no Baron buff now. That's run out. It's going to be spawning in 50 seconds time. But they're so far ahead in this game that they can just keep going.
And I really feel like Supa is not adapting to this one, but let's just see Impaler going in.
Impaler dives to that middle, but will they be able to have the damage here? Kasing has to flash out. Impaler low as well. Mima will get the kill. They finish off the AD carry, and that forces Roccat to start to back away somewhat. Ultimates used across the board. Super Hot Crew managing to hold onto the tower. Don't know how much health is actually left on it, but it can't be a lot. Oh, Roccat gonna risk it. Okay, so about a quarter of its health remaining. They look to be staying for this one, you know.
Still pretty healthy. Celavar did go down in the last fight. Just want to push it in. Nobody's actually moving up. They don't have the AD carry. Deal the damage on the tower and we'll move away. So both AD carries died. First close team fight we've actually seen between the two teams. You get a replay. We can also see what actually happened to Celavar in the back line. Because Impaler didn't jump towards Celavar. And Mima isn't really able to just run at him at this point here, so I'm not sure what actually killed him in the very end.
So Dragon pick up then for Roccat. Baron has already spawned, so I was going to say maybe need to rush over to that one, but at this point Super Hot Crew nowhere near it. There is a replay of that one, so watch out.
Oh, okay.
Right at the front.
Alright, so I thought Stella was in the back, but he's in the front here, so he's the guy being jumped. Then he's very low down here, and it's all the way from Rise, and then Mima throws a Q right in his face and actually kills him. So Celavar was the guy Super Crew managed to engage on. I was wrong on that one, and therefore at least forced him to flash away, and then he was pretty low and they could kill him with the cleaver on all the AoE from Selfie.
So, Baron up then, wards cleared out, and good vision on the backside in case the Super Hot crew starts moving. Actually, Mima's still in base. CP is up though, and there's ultimate used by Impaler to clear out a ward.
Let's see here. Still very, very big difference.
Oh, Kasing caught here completely. Jankos getting on top of him. There's the bomb from Ziggs, but that'll be sidestepped by them. What are they going to do now? Kasing super low. For the Super Hot crew, they have managed to push out, take their second turret of the game. They've got Maokai pushing that bottom lane out once again. Still need to be careful here because there is a ward in there for a TP, and there is a teleport coming in. Impaler will be forced away completely. Now they can just move around the side. Mima going to be the next one. He's forced to use his ulti as well. Super Hot crew having to back off.
So if they actually do want to dance around the Baron, they just force the jungle splash, for them back to base. They have to go straight in now and just start it and wait for the 4 members of Super Hot crew to engage. Seems like they just want to bait it and actually start the Baron. They're looking for the fight here. Selfie is pretty low on mana, to be honest.
Death brush. It's got to be a briefcase.
Cooldown on Scrying Orb.
Yep, it was just a couple of moments ago. Now we see Super Hot crew seeing that sapling come over, decide to just back away. Will Roccat start things off now? Having full vision control. They spot Mima out the back. And the Baron is started off, albeit just literally hit once or twice. And then they back away. Actually, Roccat choosing to recall with one man. That's going back, no doubt, for another bunch of wards. Actually, will take himself a pink ward. They've already got 2 pinks down, one inside, one outside of the pit, so they've got both angles covered on that front. Jankos just going to go out there, sweeps away 2, actually.
Still.
That curved brush where I read.
So they're dancing around the Baron. They forced Kasing back to base. Then they forced a Flash and Impaler back to base and didn't start it. Kept just baiting and hoping Super Hot crew would face him, even though there were only 4 members at the time, and Selfie was very low on mana on Rise. We probably would have done a full combo and then been out of mana. Had to wait to regain a bit. I feel like Roccat should just have been more decisive and just started the Baron as soon as Impaler was forced back. You have the Zazus, he can tank it. You have even Jankos can tank the Baron at this point, even though he doesn't have any armor, because he is the least, but decided not to start it. Therefore giving Super crew some time now to constantly keep warding it. They had time to go back to base. Selfie went back to base, got full mana again, picked up a Banshees. So stalling it for now, and Roccat not decisive enough. They want to bait it, they want to kill it, but they don't want to take any chances at all. It's costing them a lot of time here.
Yeah, and health on Vander as well. Every time he walks through, they just aggro the Baron. He takes about half of Vander's health away. Starting to run out of wards here, though, are the Super Hot crew. Sticking him down in the back of that pit. We've seen Kasing go back a couple of times already. Self is constantly trying to keep this mid-wave pushed away. That inhibitor, of course, has now respawned, but back in the base, the AD carry, Mr. Rouse has gone back to buy up, and look at this Roccat. They've started things off. There's no vision of it right now. It's going to be down to half already. Selfie is nowhere near this one, and Roccat, after all that work, trying to go in for it. The ultimate of Kasing doesn't really do a lot to them. Baron going to be done. Is he going to be finished? It's stolen by Impaler, but will they survive through it? Impaler will be the first target. Bomb comes down. Mima doing good work to overpower the back. Jumping from Mr. Roll. Overpower goes away. Shutdown will work for them. That's 1 man for 1 at this point. Selfie will fall as well. Maybe he's running, trying his best to get up. Cocoon goes off to the side. 1 more sapling. Zaza's actually got no mana as they try and run this one down. But I think Selfie's got away. There is Braum from the side. So the Super Hot crew, despite not being able to really challenge for it, dive in the back. And Impaler steals it away. But can they handle the pressure now of the push?
Alright, so notice again here, Mr. Rollins was in base and Selfie was actually at the Wraith camp, so nowhere was there to fight. But because Impaler is back, they had the chance before Roccat, but he was back in base, no flash to actually start the Baron. They didn't do it. Now instead there was a chance for him, he stole it, and the fight itself, they actually only trade 1 for 1 here because everyone from Supa crew just flashes out. Nobody's there to chase. And Selfie didn't die in the end, so 1 for 1. And the Baron, Roccat had a 10,000 gold lead. The AD carry was miles ahead compared to Tristana at this point. Didn't take Baron, didn't start it when they had the chance. Instead took a chance, didn't have the chance, took a chance. Impaler was there to take it now, didn't do it while he was back in base. Could even have just gone for Inhibitor, didn't even need the Baron. They were so far ahead, could just gone straight for Inhibitor if they didn't feel like they wanted to risk Impaler stealing it. So, not a smart decision by Roccat here.
See where that leaves them now. Where it leaves their confidence, more importantly, I think. Like I said before, both of these teams prone to mistakes when having leads. Supa having to win this game to stay in this best-of-5 series, to stay in with a chance of Worlds. And we also have to say, with a win here in the quarterfinals, look up your job for next year to avoid that promotion tournament that will be happening later on. Seal your spot in the LCS for next season.
Well, Roccat still now means they have to wait a few minutes for the Baron buff to run out. And sadly, I feel like we have seen it too many times in the European LCS, where people bait around Baron. They keep doing it for like 5-10 minutes and end up just completely backfiring because they're not decisive enough. When they finally have the chance to actually start it, they don't. And in the end, the other team just comes in, either stalls it for long enough or actually steals it. Now just buying time for Supa to come back here. And the last whisper for Celavar here still doing pretty much nothing because they are still very low amount of armor on the side of Supa Crew. So a bit of a wasted item here in the start.
On the other side, we have actually seen after that Baron. Oh, they're actually going to go in here. They're going for Jankos. He has to repel up, but where's he going to go? Down into the brush, but I think they're going to be able to kill him off. Jankos goes down. Mr. Rals gets that kill, and it leaves Roccat now with only 4 men to defend against a Baron up Supa Crew.
Let's see if they actually want to go for a dive here. Mima is very tanky. Seems like they want to go down and push this bottom lane. Nice little catch. What you can do with Rengar, jump in. Jankos was out of position. Look at that. Still, keep in mind, we're against the Ziggs here. So it's not just like push down the lane. He's going to wait for it. Supa knows, and therefore we'll just go to the lanes and keep farming up.
I wanted to mention after Baron was taken down, you mentioned already the Warmogs that was picked up by Mima. Last Whisper also for Mr. Rals, and that's going to chew through the Randuins in particular. It's over with Zazas. He's always going to be a problem, diving straight into the middle of the team. Mr. Rals, of course, can just blow him away from them. Knock everyone back. Silver Power gets himself another blue buff now. Ward's already down though inside of the Roccat jungle, so Supa Crew being proactive on that front. Looks like they're not going to get too much out of this Baron buff in the end though. Nonetheless, a fantastic pickup for them. And I think Roccat might be thinking twice when it comes to the next Baron spawning as to whether they decide to dance around it for so long. As you mentioned, they had that opportunity to start things off. They were in the stronger position and then peel away from it. Go for the fight. Now they've got up against a Mundo. They've got up against a Mundo who's got that Warmogs in there. Zazas actually taking big damage. Selfie off to the side there. Bit of a risky position. He's already popped his ultimate going for Celavar, but not too much damage traded in either side. Baron buff has now run out as well.
So ulti was used by Selfie and Impaler here. And only Zazas popped his, but he's going to be ready very, very soon. So now Roccat feeling confident they can push up towards this inhibitor. They were about 10,000-11,000 gold ahead. Like 5 minutes ago. Supa Crew climbing their way back. Still behind though.
Still behind, but one good fight, especially with Baron coming up, could really make the difference. Mima actually going to get CC'd, and look at our health go down. He's maybe going to fall. Blackson does go down. Overpower gets the kill. Impaler goes low as well. That's surely this inhibitor. Will Roccat try and push that lead here as well and finish off the game? Impaler going aggressive. Oh, it's been hit by the binding. Zazas dives in, and that is Overpower getting another one. Impaler's down. Roccat might try and finish the game here.
Well, 2 members dead here. 40 seconds on Mima. Pushing in. Celavar is very healthy. Zazas once again going back to base. He does have teleport. Still needs some minions. Just got cleared there by Selfie.
Healing himself up. Roccat with those 4 men in. Zazas can just come straight through onto the first minion wave. Once it goes underneath those Nexus turret, keep it invulnerable for a little while and use it to tank out. Kasing comes charging through, not sure he wants to get too close to this team. There are the minions coming through, and there is the TP. Both turrets going to be tanking it as well, and there is Zazas now jumping in. What are they going to go for? First turret is going to be finished off here in just a second. Selfie now coming in from the side. They managed to lock him up. Will he be able to go down? Here he's so low. There is the finisher. Mimer has respawned though, and he's now pushing Roccat back out of the base. Celeber at the front is taking all the damage from Mr. Rolf. Rolf gets the kill. He's then hammered onto by Elise, and somehow Jankos managing to repel out of that. Zazas coming in. Impaler's now back alive. Don't forget, Nexus turret, one is already down. The other one's been hammered away on by the Supa minion, and now Kasing comes in. Get in the slow, but have they got the damage? They turn around. Kasing going to be locked up by the Bandit as well. Dead. Finished off by Overpower, who's now on a rampage. Impaler and Mimer, the only two left alive. As the ultis get thrown, look how low that turret is there on the Nexus. Zazas is actually going to be having to go turn towards Mimer. Mundo finally goes down. Nexus turret number 2 is going to fall, and Roccat are going to win the game here 3-1, and will face Fnatic in the semi-finals.
And Super Hot Crew, they didn't adapt well enough. The fact is, see, Maokai being locked in, no surprise in this game here, but then we instantly get the Morgana and the Elise, so they know what's gonna happen here. What did Roccat do in game 1 when they had Elise? They're gonna early push to your towers. They want to siege them up as fast as possible. And yet on the side of Super Hot Crew, you pick pretty much no wave clear unless you get an early static shift on a Tristana, which you didn't, so you couldn't respond. You lost 4 towers early on, you lost the dragons, you fell very, very far behind because you lost all this objective gold. The only reason you actually came back in the game was because Roccat used like 5-6 minutes on dancing around the Baron just to end up losing it to Impaler. Bought some time for Subaru to come back in the game, but it was still too late because all the gold from before here, and also Subaru taking the fight in the mid game at Dragon for no reason. When you have Tristana with an Infinity Edge, only item completed, against Trinity Force, BF Sword and Pickaxe on Corki, who's already better in the mid game, was just completely... It was so wrong by Subaru. It's the reason, again, they fell behind, lost the first Barons, so lost towers, didn't have any proper wave clear to deal with it. Even though they saw Elise being locked in fairly early, they knew it was going to be picked. It is not good enough. They didn't adapt well enough to the way Roccat played, and therefore they lost.
Ziggs as well, able to just force them away from those towers earlier on. I mean, what do? You've got the Rengar in the jungle against Elise. Of course, you want to send your Rengar in there, but even when it's 3 versus 3, then you still lack the range and clear, surely, to stop that Elise doing the damage.
So what you do is you pick Elise when you have the chance. If you really feel like Elise is the main issue in that case, and you don't feel like Rengar can perform the same role here or can deal with Elise or the fast push from Roccat, well, then you just early pick it here. They took Ryze very early on, which is a champion Overpowered played the 2 games before, but he picked it pretty late in the games. Actually, no, sorry, game 3 he picked it very early. But if it had been Elise and Ryze, Roccat wouldn't have been able to do the same. They wouldn't be able to like fast push a tower with Ryze and would have been more focused on getting to late game instead. We saw Selfie early pick the Ryze, didn't pay off, didn't do anything on it in the entire game, lost the mid tower, because they kept pushing it in, and then the rest of the team just joined in and took the mid tower. So, honestly, I just feel like the pick and ban phase meant that Subaru had to really outplay Roccat in the early mid game and get to late game, and then it would have been insanely strong. But because we have seen how good Roccat were in the early mid game, they shouldn't just go into the game saying we can outplay them, get to our late game point, and it's fine. You should never like disrespect them in that case, especially after game 1, where we had the mid game come from Roccat, where they won pretty easily, to be honest.
So they're going to move through into the semi-finals. They guarantee their spot in the LCS next year. Fnatic, watching this game, you surely have to be prepared for this Elise pick.
I mean, Elise pick, just the playstyle of Roccat, where the fast rotations around like these mid-game comps here. We saw 2 different playstyles from Roccat. There was the late-game focus, where they just wanted to sit back and farm, didn't really see them force any objectives early. They gave up a lot of dragons to Subaru as well in that game. And then we saw this early mid-game comp from Roccat here. So Fnatic can prepare for both and have something ready here.
Well, we're going to send it over to Shox, who is standing by with Rockat's Jankos and Vander after taking that series.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, first off, guys, congratulations. I mean, You guys have not only secured your spot into the next season, but what is more important maybe at this moment, you guys still have a shot at making it to Worlds. What were the first thoughts that were going through your mind as you killed that last Nexus, Vander?
So we're really happy and relieved because we won't go into relegations, and that was the least plan we had into this season. And we were 6th place, so not many people put us as. Not many people thought that we can take this game, and we proved them wrong, and that's really good for us. We're happy.
That is really good for you guys. Jankos, is this a shift in your heads now as well? As before, maybe it was we don't want to go to the promotion tournament, and has that now changed?
Well, in the first split, we were trying to just stay in the LCS, and now the goal is to get to Worlds, so pretty much we had to win that game.
Absolutely. I'm not going to talk you through all the games. There were 4 quite long games. I want to touch on a couple of moments, maybe starting at that game 2, where you guys were on the edge of losing it, and then you guys picked them off, and you rushed through all the way to the next. Did you remember that moment? It was 2 games ago.
I remember in this game that it was pretty even, and then suddenly we just took the Baron and pushed the inhibitor and the Nexus. Not much specifics, but yeah, it was pretty fast game, and even it was even or we're a bit losing, we knew that fights will go in our favor, so we just tried to fight.
And then Jankos, tell me about the Barons in this best-of-5 series. 1 epic steal from you, and then 1 epic steal from the other side as well.
Well, I'm pretty sad that he stolen the Nashor, but I'm fine with it because I did it first, and we still won the game.
Yeah, you absolutely did. So guys, this means that you guys will be going into the semifinals versus Fnatic. Not the best record in regular season versus them, but you guys put up a great fight here. What can you do versus Fnatic in a best-of-5, Vander?
So I think Fnatic is the best team right now in Europe. They have really crazy style, in the last game against us in Summer Split, they're just roaming around, taking kills. It's really hard to play against them. I think it's against Supa Hot Crew or many other teams, you can predict what they're gonna do, but against Fnatic, it's impossible.
Jankos, what are your thoughts on that matchup?
I agree.
You agree. One final question for you guys. You guys have a shout out for the Roccat fans out there, and you guys giving them another great season.
I want to give it a shout out to AMD and Roccat. We are very happy that they are supporting us. I also want to do a shout out to my fans and our fans. And I want to do a shout out to my girlfriend who is here and supporting me.
All right, Vander.
Thanks, everyone.
Anything else? Because I remember that last time you wanted to chip in and say something to the fans as well.
Keep finger crossed for the next week, and I hope we will be here again.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations, fantastic stuff. And now let's send it back over to Joe and the Fisho for an update on the playoff picture.
Thank you very much, Shox. And with that win, Roccat will now head to the semi-finals at Gamescom next Friday to take on Fnatic. And tomorrow we'll find out which team will be making the same trip to take on Alliance. Join us on Friday to find out who that will be when SK Gaming takes on Millennium in another best-of-5 battle.
And then immediately after that, we have the European Challenger Series Finals, which will happen on our stage with H2K Gaming and SK Gaming Prime in a best-of-5 for the summer title.
Well, guys, we're going to take a brief break, but when we come back, the Ninjas in Pajamas take on Unicorns of Love right here to find out who will take 3rd place in the European Challenger Series Summer Finals, so stay tuned. Selfie going to go down, Mima is low as well, and Zaza dives into the middle to get the double. Kasingi's going to fall as well. Didn't actually really do a lot there. I don't think he even connected onto anyone. Mima though, he's going to get locked up, he's going to be finished here. Ulti from Kasing won't save his life. Kasing doesn't really do a lot to them. Baron going to be done. Is he going to be finished? It's stolen by Impaler, but will they survive through it? Zadless is actually going to be having to go towards Mima. Mundo finally goes down. Nexus turret number 2 is going to fall, and Roccat are going to win the game here 3-1.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live in the studio here in Cologne, Germany for the Summer Challenger Playoffs, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and I'm joined by Trevor Quickshot Henry for this best-of-5 series between the Ninjas in Pajamas and the Unicorns of Love.
Yes, now these two teams are battling for third place, and it's a do-or-die series for both, because only the top 3 teams will advance to the Spring Promotion Tournament and challenge those LCS teams for their spots. So that third and final placement for the Promo Tournament is what's at stake today, in theory, the end of our next 5 games.
Yeah, make no mistake, this is a really important game for both of these teams. So to quickly recap the journey that's brought both of these teams to this third place match, let's take a look at the Challenger playoff brackets. Ninjas in Pajamas, of course, began the postseason as the #1 overall seed, skipping the quarterfinal round and playing a rematch of their Summer 2 finals against SK Gaming Prime in the semi-finals. Of course, it was a repeat performance, unfortunately, for them, and they suffered the same fate and fell to SKP 2-1.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Unicorns of Love actually had to win a tiebreaker series just to make it into the playoffs as that 6th place seed. After they won a very tough 3-game series against Ocelot and Gamers 2 in the quarterfinals, but then they did come up just short yesterday against H2K Gaming, also taking that series to the full 3 games as well. Unfortunately, they did ultimately lose, and that's why they're here now in this third place decider.
Yeah, and these two teams, they have built up some real history over the season throughout 2014. Of course, the Challenger Series, the Ninjas in Pajamas have always beaten the Unicorns of Love. They are 4-0 against them in the Challenger Series, obviously playing them in 2 best-of-3s. However, outside of that Challenger Series, in the Face It and Black Monster Cup, it is the other way around, and in best-of-1s, it's the Unicorns that have always come out on top. I wonder if that's simply down to nerve issue between them, or whether it's just simply they can't handle those best-of-3s.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. We've spoken to a lot of Challenger Series commentators and casters, and they feel that in best-of-1s, Unicorns of Love, with their unique champion picks, surprise their opponents. At NIP, it's not cheese. It's a unique strategy. I hate that word.
I know you do.
And we'll see how they handle themselves, because this is going to be one of the longest series Unicorns of Love have ever had to play in.
Well, of course, as we saw in the playoff bracket yesterday, the Ninja in Pajamas did fall short in the semi-finals, going down 2-1 to SK Prime, just like last week in the Challenger Series. To me, I just wonder, didn't they learn anything from that match they played last week?
So I don't think that they did, and to be fair, they also had to deal with the fact that they lost Ku in the jungle, and they had to replace him with Lulex. But truthfully, in the series against SK Prime, Ninjas in Pajamas, they had moments of brilliance. Their second game was very controlling, very strong. They kicked off the 3rd game of the series with a very strong laning phase. But strategic decision-making that was not good cost them their lead, and it cost them the entire series, and now they're playing for one last shot at the promos.
So let's go down the line and show you who exactly is in the team. Starting off, of course, with the Ninjas in Pajamas. In the top lane, it is Cabochard. He's been running a lot of Aurelia throughout the qualifiers. We're going to see whether he sticks to it or whether he switches it up and goes back to Nidalee, who is kind of his favorite champion.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to play. I imagine the rest of the picks and bans might determine that. In the jungle, it is Lulex. It's a player who has already played for Gambit on the LCS stage. He performs phenomenally when he's given Lee Sin. But I do feel he needs to deliver at a higher level when he plays other champions to really impress both myself and anybody that's watched Lulex in the past.
Well, in the mid lane is a man you will know for Ninjas in Pajamas. It is Alex Ich, of course, known for his performances back in Moscow 5 and Gambit. He is now fighting to rejoin the LCS, of course, with his new team, NIP.
Yeah, back in the mid lane after a short stint as a top laner, of course. Then we've got Freeze. He is the only remaining member of the original NIP roster from the end of last year. He is an extremely talented ADC. He's got great mechanical ability, very good positioning. I feel his champion pool is also very impressive, though he's been trending towards the Kog'Maw and Tristana on the most recent patches, of course.
Of course, another former member alongside him running as support is Voidal, who is now playing there. He was also for Gambit, of course, back in the Season 3 World Championship, so very experienced. We're going to see how he works out for NIP.
Ex-Gambit, sorry, Ninjas in Pajamas. We'll see how they do.
So, on the other side of the table, it is, of course, the best named team in the world, the Unicorns of Love. They looked good across all of their games, but, well, they ran a very risky strategy. It was the old Yorick Cassiopeia tactic that worked back in Season 2. It wasn't quite enough, though, and H2K managed to capitalize on it.
Yeah, the main problem for the Unicorns of Love is those champion pools. When they compete on their stronger champions or their primaries, they definitely perform at a higher level. And when they try out those unique compositions like the Yorick top, Cassiopeia mid, it's fun to watch, but it just doesn't look like the team has enough experience with those lower tier champion picks, and it costs them games in longer series. Surprise factor works once, but generally not a second or third time.
Scares me how young this team looks, honestly.
Everyone looks young to you.
That is very true. I didn't realize Deficio was casting with me today. So, let's get on to the team, because the Unicorns of Love, well, you guys may not know these, or maybe you do. Maybe you've watched all of the Challenger. In the top lane, it is Vizicachi. He's done well so far, including holding the split push lane on Yorick.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be excited to cast that one once again. In the jungle, it will be Gilius. He's recently joined the team, and he puts together some very good ganks. He does well on gank-heavy jungles like Lee Sin will be a contested pick. And recently, his Rengar has also been fairly impressive. I want to see if he gets his hands on the kitty cat.
Well, the mid laner is potentially the star of the team. It is Power of Evil. He is famed for his Syndra play, which he did get hold of, actually, in the quarterfinals. Also runs a pretty damn mean Orianna. We've got to keep an eye on this guy, see what he goes with in Champ Select. He pulled out Cassiopeia, as we mentioned, in the semifinals.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets his hands on that. In the AD carry role, it is a Vardags. I think he's going to have a tough time up against Freeze and Voidal, and I think he's going to need to step up his game to avoid being bullied around by one of the more aggressive bottom lanes in the challenger scene, and really all of Europe, actually, because Freeze and Voidal are quite scary.
And another man alongside him is his support player, of course. It is Hylissang, the final member of the team. He showed not afraid to get into the fights, especially starting off with those tanky picks like Braum and Thresh, getting straight involved in it.
Yeah, I think if you look at both of these teams, the general consensus is that NIP are the favorites, though NIP have been the favorites many times in the past and not delivered. So no predictions, we just need to see how the cookie crumbles.
Well, before we get match underway, let's hear what you guys have to say, or more importantly, what the players have to say about this crucial series.
Unicorns of Love are a really good team, even though they couldn't have their jungler. I think Julius is doing good on this tournament.
I'm not scared of them at all. I think our solo laners are much better. Their champion pools are much bigger.
Power of Evil, he's a really good mid laner right now. He doesn't even need to play the meta champions. He has a big champion pool, he can play every champion perfectly, and it's really scary.
I already played in the team with FLICKR before I was subbing at DreamHack. I know like the whole team of them now, after playing with them and subbing with them, so I feel confident in like predicting what he's going to play and countering it.
Something that they really like is Syndra mid. If they get ahead with the Syndra mid, there's no way you can stop it. They will just have all the map pressure and you can pretty much CG to them.
I definitely respect Freeze as a player, but I also am really confident in my own skill and my synergy with Hylissang.
It's our last chance and we just have to give all we have and win it. It's all about LCS. It's all or nothing.
We traveled here from different parts of the world and we're here to win.
If we lose this match, then we are out.
I mean, they just said everything exactly right there. It is all or nothing. It is the time. Can they make it into the LCS promotion series for the spring?
Yeah, it's very strong words as well. You know, the Unicorns of Love are not deterred or worried about the Ninjas of Pajamas. Both Power of Evil as well as Hylissang sitting in there going, we're not really afraid of our opposite numbers. We're not intimidated by them, which I think is the right mindset to have. But they need to be careful not to be overconfident and underestimate their opponents.
Well, I mean, if you look at, obviously, the matches, we talked about NIP, of course, have the figures over them. They've been the #1 seed, and unfortunately for Unicorns of Love, they faced them quite early in the Challenger series a bunch of times. Quarterfinals, get knocked out 2-0. But they have played against them a bunch of times.
Okay, so you've said numbers. I want to get this out of my system before we get to the games.
Oh, okay.
This is going to be the 7th time that the Ninjas of Pajamas have taken to the stage. Out of the 6 prior times, they have lost 5 and won once. So both promotion tournaments they took part in, they lost to Roccat first, then they lost to Millennium. They beat Denial in a Challenger Series, but they lost to SK Prime and H2K/C9. So whenever Ninjas of Pajamas get on that stage, they tend to underperform. There's a running joke on Reddit and within the team of Freeze saying, can we break the curse today? It's not a curse if you don't deliver on stage.
in fairness, I was kind of poking fun at him earlier on. Well, I was like, you guys kind of suck on stage. Are you actually going to do something today? He was like, well, we'll see.
This is...
Mithy was actually stood next to him. He's like, well, he's not on the team anymore, so that curse is gone.
Yeah, well, Mithy was coaching Supa Hot Crew and they didn't deliver. So maybe it is... at the end of the day, Ninjas in Pajamas have not stepped up. And in the past, it's primarily because the players have been too passive.
Yeah.
And even when they have a lead, they're like, it's cool, we'll win later in the game.
7 hours against Millennium, anyone?
The players in today's lineup with Cabochard top lane, Lulex, with Freeze and Alex in particular, if he plays anything other than Ziggs, we may actually see slightly more aggressive moves and see the team trying to make things happen.
And speaking of Alex, honestly, I think there's a lot of pressure on him today.
Yeah.
You know, he chose to make this move. He was the one that left Gambit. He went away from the LCS to join this team he believed was going to get into the LCS, no problems. Didn't happen the first time around. Can it happen this time around? Who knows? But he's against Power of Evil, who has been doing serious work throughout the Challenger Series.
Power of Evil has, and not only has Power of Evil been doing a lot of work in the Challenger Series and impressing a lot of people who watch, Power of Evil played alongside Alex when Alex called himself a top laner and suffered from the direst Reginal symptom of moving to the top lane a few weeks ago. And Power of Evil was definitely confident he's got into the mindset of NIP. So we'll see who can out-mind game their opponents more.
Well, he is considered the second best Challenger Series top laner. We'll see how it works. Mid laner, rather.
Mid laner, yeah.
So we're about to head into picks and bans. Let's see how you guys have checked in on this one. See how you predicted this series will play out. It is a best of 5, remember, of course. So you voted for NIP. 70% of the vote. That's a pretty big vote for a team that has only won once on this stage.
You said it best. I don't really have a whole lot more to add. On the same token, Unicorns of Love, they are known for their unique strategies in best of ones. They pull out Rammus Jungle, they pull out Yorick Cassiopeia, and it can work. I don't know if that can work 5 times in a row. It hasn't worked for them against Gamers 2. It didn't work for them against H2K. And if NIP are able to adapt mid-series, if Alex and Voidal in particular are able to draw from the competitive experience in the past from playoffs, that can help them in the series.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get underway. Game 1 of the Challenger Series. Of course, this is fighting for that final slot in the LCS promotion. Of course, who they will face, who knows? There's obviously a bunch of teams already there. Gambit and Copenhagen Wolves. We don't know who will be joining them. That will be found out next week. Of course, in the 5th place matchup, Supa Hot Crew will be fighting for that. The question is, will they be playing SK and Millennium? We'll find that out tomorrow. But right now, though, Ninjas in Pajamas and Unicorns of Love, the bans are underway. Syndra, Yorick, and Orianna taken away. Syndra, of course, from Power of Evil. Yorick from the top lane. A ban against Vizisachi. He'll be happy with that one. Nearly being taken away. Cabochard not going to get to play that one. There is the Lee Sin ban against Lolex, of course, played 600-700 games on that. And Rengar in the jungle. Maokai does get through instantly. Locked in for Cabochard.
So all of the primary go-to picks are up and available. We've seen NIP locking in Cogmore fairly early on in the past. In a lot of the previous...
Banception.
Pick and Banception, of course. And we need to see if they're going to prioritize the Cogmore once again for Freeze. But in terms of the rest of the bans, nothing is too surprising or out there. Unicorns of Love still have the possibility of running that Cassiopeia mid. Maybe the Rammus jungle. And the only reason I highlighted it has helped them pick up wins in the past. Not 100% sure if they're going to do it this game.
No, absolutely. And Morgana Tristana was locked in there, of course. So that's going to see strong top, strong bottom lane. We did just see that one working out. Tristana favored over the likes of Cogmore, as you mentioned. Twitch out there as well. Haven't seen a great deal of Lucian today.
No, not at all. I've spoken to Nif upstairs regarding Cogmore and Tristana. And he was just highlighting how in the super late game, Tristana, with her greater range that is default, not reliant on a cooldown like the Bioarcane Barrage of Cogmore, in addition to having a reposition spell and a knockback spell, is worth its weight in gold. So that's why he was saying Tristana is the preferred pick. But if you get ahead with Cogmore, you can play a lot more aggressively in the mid game and really punish Tristana, who is, I don't want to say exceptionally weak, but is significantly weaker than Cogmore in the mid game stages of the matchup.
That Evelyn locked in does force changes in the jungle. It seems that it will be Jarvan the 4th selected for Gilius. We'll see how that works out for him, of course. Freeze on Cogmore. Cogmore, a champion that has been played pretty heavily over the last few weeks since the 4.11 changes.
Yeah, since the AD itemization and attack speed sort of worked in his favor. But with that Jarvan pick, I mean, Evelyn was taken off the table, Elise was still up. And despite the fact that Elise's Cocoon and Repel were changed on this patch, you still feel that she is quite impactful. And Gilius has opted to go for Jarvan. Jarvan in particular in the challenger scene is one of, if not the most impactful junglers. He is seen by so many of these teams in a lot of those Challenger Series playoffs, and he can do very well, especially if you know how to flag and drag to avoid vision.
So we'll see. Is that going to be an Aurelia in the top lane? It will be. But Zed locked in for Alex. It's a champion I love to see him playing on, of course. Thresh is also going to be alongside that Kog'Maw. So the safety for Kog'Maw, there's a lot of aggression come from NIP this time around.
It is, and I do feel like there's a lot of mid-game power that NIP are looking for.
Whoa!
Whoa, okay, so Swain top is... Here we go. This is Unicorns of Love. They always pull out interesting champions. And it's just another one added to the list. I want to quickly touch on NIP. I feel like their mid-game power spike will be higher than that of Unicorns of Love. And when you consider that Maokai, while he has damage, it's not necessarily massive amounts of burst, he shouldn't be able to punch out Swain in that mid-game stage. If Zed blows his death mark on Swain as well, it allows both Ziggs and Tristana to be fairly safe in the sidelines. So if NIP don't win within the early to mid-game stages of this matchup, I feel like the Unicorns of Love can in theory outscale them. The wave clear with Ziggs, the range and Tristana, but it means they need to survive the early game, survive that early aggression that you were talking about on NIP's side, and we need to see what Swain does. Because he can be fantastic or he can flop. Lemon Dogs random last year in the Season 3 World Championships, and it was terrible.
It wasn't so good. Well, now that the champions have been summoned, who do you think has the edge? Send a tweet to @LOL Esports. Use the hashtag NIP win for Ninjas in Pajamas and UOL win for the Unicorns of Love. And we'll check out the results shortly as the game gets underway. What do we think overall from these two teams? Pretty well balanced. A lot of aggression from NIP for this time around.
Yeah, I think there's more early to mid-game aggression. With the Evelyn, who requires a lot more warding. From talking to some of the Challenger casters, there's a little bit of a split in opinion regarding Unicorns of Love's average warding game. And if you look at their quarters and semifinals, I think they dropped the ball. I don't think they warded as efficiently as they should have. You can't afford to do that against an Evelyn, especially in a best-of-5 like this, where Lulex, who has a lot of stage experience, can potentially punish you really hard.
Yeah, of course, remember, played for Gambit over in London and here as well on the stage in Cologne. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, game one underway. Ninjas in Pajamas starting off as the blue team up against the Unicorns of Love in the red team. This is a best-of-5 Challenger Series, the third place playoff. It is a big, important game because the winner will, of course, reach the LCS Promotion Series and see who they face. Currently, Ninjas in Pajamas do not have a good history here on this stage. Unicorns of Love, of course, fresh-faced young players, their first experience of the big stage. We'll see how it works out. And I'm really interested because I was sat up in the player room with both of these teams as they watched the LCS quarterfinals play out, and they were discussing hard about the merits of the lane switching that was going on in that Super Hot Crew game. It looks like Unicorns are going to go for a full 5-man invade. They want to get the ward on the red buff, and I want to see, because there was a big difference of opinion between Alex, between Freeze, between Voidal, and between the Unicorns of Love. None of them could agree on whether the Kog'Maw Twitch should be alongside, up against Tristana, Morgana. Should they be at the top? Should they be at the bottom? Obviously, they're going to get the dragon, then they're going to go to the tower. It was a right back and forth argument. And that's, kind of highlighted for me how difficult your job is, Trevor, because if they can't decide, the players themselves, how are you going to tell us?
That's the beauty of it, because if you look at the matchups, I think you have to feel that the likes of Kog'Maw and Thresh should have a slight lane advantage against Tristana and Morgana, especially because of the fact that Tristana's early game damage has been hit. The lower ranks on that explosive shot have been reduced, and that removes some of her bullying power. Well, I'll keep talking about that in a second, because NIP are potentially surrounding the Unicorns of Love. So this could be a risky situation. They're going in.
Oh, Vardak's out of position. Is he going to be the focus when Kabashard comes around the side? Oh, the catch is only on the red buff. Look at this though. Gilius taken very low. Kabashard low as well. He's going to get caught out. He will go down. First blood came. Lolax now taken out. He will drop as well. Unicorns of Love got 2 kills already. Can they chase and get the third? They will. Down behind. It gets on Alexic. No follow-up though. Power of Evil will get through, but I think he's going to be able to escape this one safely. Darkbind will be on a long cooldown. There's a bouncing bomb coming through. Darkbind in sidesteps. He will get free, but it's a 2-0 start, and that's a 1,000 gold advantage already. People going back and buying a Ruby Crystal start for Swain.
Ninjas in Pajamas had no coordination on that invade at all. They were split up, and it looked like Cabochard was the one that wanted to go aggressive, but he didn't have the support to the rest of his team. And in addition to that, Voidal did not connect with a champion on that death sentence. That is a very, very big game changer. If that had caught a Unicorn of Love out, Ninjas in Pajamas would have collapsed on that single champion, but they didn't. So they end up giving first blood to Vizichachi, and Hyalasing manages to grab a secondary kill. Swain is a champion that wants to snowball, he wants to get items, and that is a very good start for him in the very early minutes of the game, despite the fact that first blood is not necessarily worth the greatest amount pre-4 minutes.
Well, we talked about the lane swap, and clearly both teams wanted to do it. They both hinted to the top. Of course, after that big fight, they're both sticking around. We'll see who manages to gain an advantage from this one. Neither of these players, Vardax or Hyalasing, have gone back to buy, so they're sitting on quite an amount of gold compared to Ninja Pajamas. Alexic has returned now, got himself full health. Started out quite brazen, honestly, with that longsword. 360 gold, of course, did afford him a bunch of health pots, which he has already burned through. Meanwhile, Power of Evil, sitting, of course, with that Doran's Ring, yet to use his single pot.
I actually think the lane swap is very intelligent here for the Unicorns of Love. By forcing themselves into that 2v1 scenario, it's going to open them up to some options in terms of reading Lulix's position. There's not enough deep wards from Unicorns of Love to actually be 100% sure of where Lulix is going. But as long as they don't overextend in the 2v2 lane, it only really allows Lulix to go middle or bottom. So we need to keep an eye on Vizichachi and Power of Evil. They don't want to overextend and run the risk of getting caught out by the invisible jungler of the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, let's not forget, of course, Lulix will be quite far behind after being caught out at that red buff. He is chasing at the moment, of course. It may well open some opportunities, some early opportunities for Gilius to try and make a gank. Has got flash available to him. If he tries to go in this mid lane, we'll find out. So, Cabochard, he had to back early, gets himself a second Doran's Ring, along with a health pot and mana pot. We'll see how that works out for him. Did go for that ward, so he's going to get that in the river to give himself some coverage of Gilius.
I want to see how Cabochard itemizes, because with an Evelyn who is not necessarily the greatest frontline tank, she wants to be flanking, coming in from the sidelines and creating disruption and panic, not standing in front of 3 or 4 members tanking up all of the damage. I feel like Cabochard needs to go towards a tanky build fairly early on, maybe Rod of Ages into some MR, Spirit Visage, because they are up against a double AP threat, which is very important to note. So we'll see how Cabochard does itemize, but I feel like he's feeling the pressure of Chachi having the early kill and obviously having the CS advantage in the opening stages of the game.
Gilius doesn't realize he's trailing Lulix, who is following along. Of course, they have full vision and note that he is coming around that corner. He's going to come straight face long into it. Doesn't fancy this fight, I don't think. Will flag and drag away. Took a quick burst, and that red buff will burn him down. That sends him packing in the jungle, and it also gives a little bit of a warning sign for Power of Evil. He is fairly static. He has got his flash available, but won't want to burn it yet. He may well be forced to, because Lulix is looking to flank.
Let's see if he can get a decent satchel charge. Alexic does not have access to his death mark, so I think kill threat will be slightly low, but Alex is getting close, but here they come.
Comes straight in towards it, will manage to get the damage down. Hasn't forced him away. Good satchel charge away, turning this back around. Remember, Power of Evil had hit level 6, will have that Mega Inferno Bomber wave available to clear the wave, and he will save the tower as well.
So all of the early advantages going in favor of the Unicorns of Love. They punish NIP for a terrible invade. They have got a CS advantage in both the top and the middle lanes. And, you know, you feel that Swain could work. He's going in on Cabochard.
He lands this bind every time. And Cabochard not set for this wave, I don't think. And Vizichachi, well, he can just farm this wave out with his ulti.
So I want to talk about Vizichachi a little bit, because in solo queue online against the likes of Dr. Mundo, he runs Poppy as a counterpick. And in the Challenger Series against the likes of Maokai, we've heard and we've seen Smitty running Riven into Maokai as a counterpick. Now Maokai, of course, is a melee champion. He has fairly good sustain in lane, so he can, over a very long period of time, harass and survive. But up against a Swain, once he hits level 6, he's going to have equal, if not better sustain, and a better duel, thanks to the root, thanks to the slow, thanks to the laser bird pew-pew-pewing you in the face. So I don't want to call it a counter, but it definitely has the tools to deal with the aggression that Cabochard can put down.
It's good to see we are seeing some variances in that lane. He has backed off, got himself the Catalyst complete along with the second Orange Ring and boots. So feeling pretty strong in this lane for now. Of course, comes straight back, wipe out that wave, and may actually start putting some pressure on Cabochard because he can shove that wave right into that tower every time.
Now, we need to see how NIP are going to claw this lead back. With both of the duos being top, it is going to limit your dragon presence because Swain, Maokai are not particularly well known for very fast dragons. So the first team to actually move their duo to the bottom lane may then signal dragon is going to be a realistic objective battle within the next few minutes. But for the time being, Unicorns of Love, I think they should be very happy and content to continue CSing and continue in this setup because their lanes are in their advantage and they're generating a lead simply by bullying their opponents.
Power of Evil continuing to go towards that Athenes, despite the fact he is up against a Zed in this mid lane. Of course, Build-to-Order Cutlass was picked up by Alex and that ping ward which he just placed. We'll see whether he goes aggressive on Gilius. He will, straight away, getting straight on towards him. Is he going to have enough damage? I'm not sure it is. He's going to have to completely go all in. He will not have it. Will it force, of course, the jungler away long enough to go for Dragon? It seems there's going to be no movement.
Alex burned everything. Flash, Ignite, Deathmark. Yes, he's behind in CS 30 at this stage. It'll be reduced somewhat by that wave, but that to me screams like a, I need to make a play now. All right, Vizichachi, he's gone Cabochard, but this is 2v1.
Not going to completely commit to it. Doesn't have any vision, and he's just going to keep using those birds and wipe out the waves. It's going to be very hard for Cabochard to keep pushing. And if you just start looking at CS numbers, you can see in that bottom lane between the Maokai Swain, big numbers starting to develop, as well as you mentioned, Alex Ich falling heavily behind Power of Evil.
Yeah, I just think that all-in onto Gilius felt like somewhat of a desperation play. All right, Gilius, let's see if he can make a gank on Cabochard. He does have the slam dunk.
Goes in towards him, already using that, gets the Catalyst down, the root doesn't land, there's the Mega Inferno Bomb, and doesn't matter, doesn't land, doesn't give the assist. But it's a good, clean kill for Vizichachi.
So by getting Cabochard off the board, now the Unicorns of Love are going to open up a safer dragon. We do see Alex. He's burned all of his summoners, does not have Deathmark available, and Lulex is actually nowhere near. So this looks like it's going to be an uncontested dragon. By the time Lulex gets in range, I feel like it's going to be too late. Again, not the fastest of dragons, but it's going to be safely secured, and the Unicorns of Love extend their lead. They've just got a very, very strong start to this matchup, and Voidal, unfortunately, not having the best of luck with those death sentences.
Vardax is doing a fine job in this top lane up against Freeze at the moment. Freeze, of course, as you mentioned, probably the more experienced of these AD carries. We thought Vardax may have a few problems, but right now, definitely holding his own, holding well. Of course, did get those 2 assists early on, which has given him a big boost towards that Infinity Edge you can see he's building at the moment.
Yeah, we'll see who hits those power spikes first, because Freeze is obviously going to go the Trinity Force route. It will give him a window of opportunity where Vardax is potentially still finishing his I-Edge into Static Shiv. But it means Ninjas in Pyjamas have to take advantage of that. The 2 times you've seen Lulex try go bottom lane, it hasn't worked out, but now Vizichachi is half mana and overextended.
Oh, now he's in trouble. Is he going to get around the side there? Lolex does go down, has to flash away from it, exhaust. Is he going to be getting on towards him? We'll just force him away, no problem there. Vizichachi pretty safe, honestly.
While Summoner Spell was burned, while that was going on, Voidal and Freeze did force Vardax to back off to the rocket jump. So, we touched on Freeze and Voidal just, sort of having the advantage in the 2v2, and Vardax is doing a good job at staying relevant. He's farming effectively, but he needs to hit that late game power spike as quickly as possible. I just think there's big power spikes that are changing here. Rod of Age is already completed for Vizichachi, and Singh manages to get away with his life. So we'll see who comes out on top. Voidal playing Thresh. Some changes in 4.13. That shield only affects a single target. Not necessarily a win every team fight. Not Gillising, he's baiting. Here comes Gilius.
Trying to bait too much. Yeah, Lantern quickly slides Freeze away. So Vardax returns back to lane. Had to get himself a second Doran's Blade, actually. So wasn't quite enough, as you mentioned, to go get that eye edge just yet. We'll see whether Freeze is able to do that. They're both closing in on 4,000 gold, so it's only a matter of time. Hillesang pushes in. Stuck around for a long time, managed to pick himself up a little bit of farm while it was all gone. Meanwhile, back down in the spawn lane, Rod of Age is now completed by Visachachi. Once again, goes straight into Kabachad. Kabachad in all sorts of trouble here. Going to have to walk away. Has got flash available, so he's not in that much danger unless he gets caught out once again. Visachachi happy to dive this.
Couldn't get away.
Kabachad had flash available. Didn't bother using it.
Big smiles on the face of Chachi, and so well deserved. Every never move that he's needed to connect has landed. Rooted Kabashad in place and just ran him down. You know, you do have to admit that Kabashad, if he was going to flash, he needed to do it before the Decrepify slow was on him. Once that slow landed, it may have allowed Visachachi to still close the gap despite that teleport. And he's really struggling. It's going to be such a long time before Kabashad is able to stay on the front line and actually protect the carries of Ninjas of Pajamas, thanks to the great work that Visachachi and Gilias have done in this lane.
Oh, that never move lands again, and Visachachi just making all sorts of moves on Kabashad. Kabashad needs desperate help. It's either a case of leaving him on the island right now for Lolex or help him out, because Visachachi is going to be a monster by the time they start moving into team fights, which at this rate will not be long.
No, and with the Dragon already going the way of Unicorns of Love, the moment it's available, I expect the Unicorns of Love to instantly start it. They've got a completed Rod of Ages that's been stacking for a while, and Visachachi sitting on 900 gold. You've got the Athene's Unholy Grail already finished for Power of Evil, and Gilias, while he doesn't have a massive amount of tank stats at the moment, there's a lot of tools with the Flag and Drag and the Cataclysm to dictate the pace of a team fight. You can lock Evelyn in or out along with Cogmore. So, as long as Gilias gets a good Cataclysm down, there's only 2 or 3 champions that can get in or out. Oh, they've got Hillesang top.
Hillesang's in trouble, you can see. Oh, not sure about Vardax jumping in. I think he wanted to get the other side of Freeze and rocket in, bounce him in towards the tower. That was risky play. Hillesang does live, though, from the aggression and the use of exhaust from both supports as well.
Yeah, but it's Vardax that comes off worse for wear. Not only does he lose the pressure in the top lane, Summoner Heal was also blown, and Power of Evil is looking for killing Lulex.
Yeah, Lulex, that's how you protect a pink ward, that's for sure. Do not take my pink ward. I'm going to throw every single bomb at you.
And the rubber ducky. Ended up working, got the pink ward protected, but it's just, I think the Unicorns of Love, my biggest problem when I was watching their semifinals and the quarterfinals was their strategic decision making, and I sort of felt like they lost the plot at times, and you cannot say that of this game because they've been in absolute control.
The one thing I would say though, Unicorns of Love, especially against Gamers 2, they were behind at the start of every single game. They're not behind this time. They are quite far ahead, in all honesty. Ooh, Alex Sitch actually going to get caught, has to use his shadow to get out of that one. No,
Flash,
actually, Flash,
yep.
Yeah.
Really afraid, and it was quite smart from Alex not to all in. I think he realized there was support. There's very little chance of seeing a Morgana in your jungle that aggressive without having some support. And to finish the point that you were saying, yes, the Unicorns of Love tend to play from behind. We'll see how well they play in this game because they do have a sizable lead. And we also need to see how they play the rest of the series. Unicorns of Love often go 1-0 only to lose 2-1 in best of 3s. So we'll see how they do this time around. Dragon is up in 20 seconds. Both of the duos have moved bottom, and Gilias is going to pay some attention to the Ninjas of Pajamas bottom lane. Remember, Freeze gets locked in, and there's no lantern for him to get to safety. And there's going to be a fairly dead Cogmore, but the ward revealed Gilias' position.
Freeze just quickly sidestepped last minute there. Of course, with the duo lanes moving down, it does mean Dragon is going to get started off. Unicorns of Love took the first one. Can they take the second one? NIP look like to be fighting for this one. Oh, wow. Power of Evil. Ignite still running, not going to be enough. And now NIP, this is going to be a risky challenge.
Well, we'll see if NIP can make this fight happen. They need to commit soon, or Dragon's going to get secured.
Oh, Lolex comes in, got knocked to the side, quickly takes the lantern, gets out of there. Teleport comes down. Here comes Visachachi. Can he get more? Never move.
Get
two of them. Cataclysm comes in. Lolex in trouble. Can he get caught down? Soul Shackles will knock off. Lolex will go down. Visachachi diving on the tower. He's got hit points of days here. Freezing all sorts of trouble. He's going to go down. It's a double for Visachachi. What a fantastic move by the Unicorns of Love.
They have got such a control of this game. Power of Evil 1v1s Alex on his signature champion. Zed is a champion that he played so well for so long, and that never moves from Vizicachi. Keep talking about how well placed they are. Locks up 2 members of NIP, and does the smart thing as well. Focuses down the targets that are running away, realizing his teammates can finish off anyone that was locked inside that Cataclysm. So that ended up being 3 kills in total, 4 kills in total, plus a dragon, plus 2 towers, and an 8,000 gold lead at 17 minutes.
And NIP, you know, you may wonder why they didn't get out of that never move. They didn't see it coming. They saw the teleport. They had no vision of Vizicachi. They had no idea where he went. Came around the side. Fantastic play. 5-0-2 now for Vizicachi in this top lane, pulling out unique champions a number of times throughout the Challenger Series. And this, honestly, for me, is a sign of a team that knows what they need to do to make things happen, how to win. So often we'll see Challenger teams coming through with just basically one team comp. That's all they can do, one set of champions. A couple of those big champions get banned out. They don't know what to do. Unicorns of Love are looking very strong in game 1. Remember though, this is a best of 5. There's a long way to go tonight.
Exactly. So the thing that we keep talking about, Ninjas in Pajamas struggle when they're on this stage. But on the same token, Unicorns of Love, oh, Cabashot might be going down.
Cabashot in trouble once again. Is it going to be enough? No, it's going to be ticking away, but has to get out. This time Flash was used and he will escape. That may give up the top tower.
So Cabashot only just got his Rod of Ages about 30 or 40 seconds ago. Vizicachi's been stacking up for a very long time, in addition to having a Spirit Visage already completed. But just to finish the point, Unicorns of Love are generally fantastic in best of ones, especially when they surprise their opponents, and they fail in extended series. So in order for me to believe that the Unicorns of Love are actually going to win this series, they need to continue punishing Ninjas in Pajamas, force them to go on tilt, force them to believe the curse is real, make them second guess themselves. And if the Unicorns of Love get a strong start in game 2, maintain control, you never know, they might be able to take this series, because 70% of the people when we started felt NIP were going to come out on top, and that's definitely not the case in game 1.
I want to see how quick they are at closing games out. They have clearly a gigantic advantage. Lolet's going to try and flank around. Can he manage to land a good Aghanim Embrace? Unicorns of Love were grouped up. They are aware of the threat. But Vizicachi is now coming back. Sorcerer's Boots are completed along with that Spirit Visage. They spotted, of course, with that ping ward. They saw Lolex coming. And they're continuing to siege this one down. NIP, they're going to struggle to wipe out these waves. They're just going to get sieged out.
Yeah, they're going to be very reliant on Alex. Look at this. They've caught cover. They're going in.
Wow, so much damage on him. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. That is the top laner. The tankiest member of the team just getting annihilated. Voidal in trouble now. He gets Cataclysmed on. Gilius moves in towards that. That's another kill picked up for the AD carry. Vardax this time. They're going to continue pushing through the base. How are NIP going to stop them?
They simply cannot. This is a 3 versus 5, and as long as the Unicorns of Love have minions, they can continue sieging towers. Lolex is recalling in the base. Alex is running all the way around. Unicorns of Love are going to take a 20-minute inhibitor. D-Man, you asked how are the Unicorns going to finish the game? They're just going to push the middle lane, take the inhib, and I would imagine if they want to play this safe, they could play the Baron bait and then kill NIP to win the game. Alternatively, they can just play patiently. I mean, this is just a well-executed tower dive. They have strong champions on the front line. Jarvan and Swain can tank up towers for days. And NIP was so split up. Alex was running with his tail between his legs. Lulex was nowhere near the battle to engage. And Unicorns of Love just absolute stamp control.
It's a panic Baron. NIP rushing up towards it. I think this is going to be a panic Baron. I think they're going to rush in. Pink Ward will get cleared. The question is, can they go through? Do they have the confidence? They're going for it. They've started it off. I'm not too sure whether this is the right move. Remember, Mega Inferno Bomb's not available. Vizicachi is coming round though. And Never Move would catch them out here, and that would be game over for NIP. They will back out. They realized it was a problem. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. Oh, Alex taken so low. Down finally catches on towards him. Cabashot caught out though. Vizicachi, he's going to get a kill on it once again here, and he is now godlike. 7-0-2 on Swain top lane. It is a thing, ladies and gentlemen, alongside the cow.
The Unicorns of Love are just punishing NIP for every single decision that they make. Healer Singh actually caught a Dark Binding on Alex on the way out, but the rest of the team wasn't able to respond. And I love what the Unicorns of Love are doing. They, instead of going for the Baron, they're pushing the objectives, they're pushing the towers. They've got such a massive lead, they don't need to run the risk of throwing in the pit at the moment. So we'll see if they continue pushing with this minion wave. There's not a whole lot of minions, but they've got super minions in the base of NIP. So time is on their side, wave clear is on their side. The massive item advantage for most of the lanes is on their side. And there's very little NIP can do barring punishing an overcommitted Unicorns of Love squad.
So I wonder if they purposely let this Maokai through. They knew what they were going to do to counter it, or they've just simply put Kabashard in an uncomfortable position. 0-5-0 is massive tilt. In case of, he may well take this upon himself and just think, oh, it's all my fault. Going into game 2, it's going to be a serious problem. That's the second inhibitor going down. Minions, super minions coming through. You can see they're stacked up. Game 1,
and bottom lane
very
as well.
much in control. You can see minions coming around. They just can keep on pushing. Nobody can get near them. They've got so much crowd control, so much damage. Unicorns of Love are just throwing everything towards these towers. NIP move on forward. Ilisang, he wants to fight. I don't think he wants to back away.
Well.
Super minions taking down one Nexus turret. They're pushing on through. Can they finish off the game? Mega Inferno Ball will wipe out the wave. Inhibitor will get taken down. Ilisang takes all of the damage. Alexic focusing on the support. Can just about get that kill, but they quickly turn it back around. Vardax gets on towards him. They move on towards the Nexus turret. That will go down as well. One more shot should do that as Kabashard gets pounced on. Vardax makes himself another kill. It's a 3-for-1 so far. The Nexus turret will fall. And ladies and gentlemen, game 1 is over inside 23.5 minutes. 14-1 kills. Absolute domination by the Unicorns of Love in game 1.
Exquisite performance. There is very, very little to say other than flawless decision making. And I love the way that Unicorns of Love actually finished the game. The moment they got the lead, the moment they got that middle inhibitor, backed away, they responded to the NIP desperation Baron, and instead of going for Baron themselves and stalling it out and waiting a few minutes, they looked at the minion waves, realized they could push top, realized they'd be able to push middle, and completely shut up the Ninjas of Pajamas.
Well, the confidence of youth is absolutely a thing. 7-0-5 for Vizichachi in that top lane on Swain, ladies and gentlemen. Solo queue will never be the same again.
No, it really
We've had
won't.
Alistair in the top lane today with Trinity 4 Static Shift. Now we've got
Emperor
Palpatine
is what
yes,
Twitter was saying.
Oh, wow.
It just works out.
We've seen, I mean, this is the beauty of moving into playoffs. We start to see teams starting to throw out new and exciting things. Of course, the 4.13 patch coming in, opening up a few opportunities as well.
I also think in this particular matchup, the fact that you were able to get first blood on Chachi Swain, regardless of the fact that gave him a Ruby Crystal, that's not a massive, massive advantage in lane, but the psychological advantage that gives you in the head-to-head when you're sort of the underdog. Every single time we looked at that lane, Kabashard was being bullied. Kabashard has been pushed away.
Well, he got the catalyst so early, and of course, every time he's leveling up, he's getting those health, mana back straight away, and it's causing so many problems for Maokai.
And I think we've seen 2 ganks from Lulex actually fail in that lane, and the first time that Gilead shows up, he gives another kill to his top lane Swain. Swain had a Rod of Ages by about 12 minutes on the clock, which is incredible. And there's very little that a Maokai is going to be able to do against the constant harass. Anytime he goes in to try last hit, Nevermove's going to be on the floor. He's going to have that laser bird in his face and just
he was hitting that Nevermove very well, though. Like every single time it landed up, he would follow it straight up as well. No messing around. Fantastic performance, no doubt about it, for Unicorns Love in game 1.
There's also one other thing we have to highlight. Power of Evil was able to 1v1 Zed Alexic in that middle lane. Fair enough, he did have a farm advantage and there was some global gold in his pockets, but Power of Evil is a mid laner that is very highly touted in the challenger scene, and being able to take down Alexic is an accomplishment, despite the fact that Alex may not necessarily be at his previous level of form.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing we can always say about the European scene, we always get some new mid laner that comes through that is incredible. Power of Evil could be that guy. We'll see how it works out for them. Overall, though, let's have a look at, of course, the duo lane. We did have Infinity Head Static Shift finally built out by the Tristana. Of course, you will be looking with the Tristana Cogmore to a late-game team, but neither of these got to it.
Very quickly, the duo lanes were almost irrelevant this series. It really was about those solo laners, but I do think that Vardax actually held up against Freeze. I felt that the ability mismatch was somewhat higher, but again, it was game 1 of the series. It's where Unicorns of Love shine. We'll see if they can do it in the next couple of matches.
Yeah, fantastic start to the series. It's a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. For now, we are going to send it over to Shox for some in-depth analysis after that match.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm here with Martin Deficio, Lunga, and Alliance's Nif is still joining us for our analysis here today. Thank you very much, by the way, for helping us out. So, guys, breaking down picks and bans, there's only one thing that, of course, is incredibly exciting about that, and it was the Swain pick.
Yeah.
Now, Deficio, we saw it turn out okay, but tell me first what you thought when you just saw it picked.
Well, Swain is probably the best champion in the game, just all around. But now I was very surprised. I was like, okay, how's it gonna work? Is it just he wants to one-on-one the Maokai and like just try and, you know, poke him from range and out-sustain him because Swain is so good in a one-on-one if he gets a good start. But he didn't have to do much because NRP decided to walk in and give them 2 early kills. He got a first blood. He got down to the lane before Maokai was there, so he got an early CS lead, and he just used it to completely snowball out of control. Very well played. I was really happy to see Swain doing so well.
Yep, that's it. No, seriously, let's take a look at maybe the other picks coming out of NIP. Nif, what do you think of the Zed pick coming in there for Alex? Maybe not ideal in this situation.
Yeah, I said before already that I'm not really a fan of Zed, and I think if they picked up something different, they might have drawn the game out and then maybe come back. But if you pick Zed and then you lose to level 1, the game is almost over.
And also just to add in, Swain is going to build Outlast pretty much every game, or at least go like Frozen Heart, a lot of armor. Zix is going to build an Outlast because he's against the Zed here, which means you can't kill any of the 2 solo laners. You have to focus on Tristana, who can just go Quicksilver Sash, and all of a sudden, late game, you have no target. And then you just have a team who can constantly siege down your tower, and you won't be able to fight them.
Yeah, can you maybe summarize the game, how it went from there? Because we've heard it from Trevor as well. It wasn't really the dual lane that mattered. Do you feel if they've gotten ahead, maybe, that the game could have gone otherwise? What would have made this game gone the other direction with Swain so fed?
Well, so it's pretty hard for an AD carry to do anything in the situation where the enemy top lane is so strong. It's simply all about the level 1. It did everything because not only did it give 2 kills to Unicorns of Love, Alex got chunked before he even got into the lane at level 1. So he was very far behind from the start. He fell even further behind in the CS. And then the bottom lane, because Maokai joined the lane so late because he died, you had an early CS and early experience advantage for the Swain, which meant both solo laners were just pretty much doomed from the start.
Yeah, and if we've seen, of course, and we've heard a lot of people say Maokai is just a very best pick if you have in that top lane. Yet we've seen here today a couple of times there are some very specific counter picks to him. So what did you think of this specific one and the other ones we see today?
I'm not sure if it's a counter pick with Swain, but I think if Maokai falls behind, he can't really do what he's supposed to do, and then it doesn't matter what you have. It's the same for every pick. You see Kassadin's losing as well. It's just if you fall behind or not doing what you're supposed to do, then you can lose as well. And that, as Diffusion said already, the lead in every lane after the level 1, and that basically decided the game from the start on.
Yeah, very mature play then also, because it's not because you get that early lead that you can close it out. What of an impression have the Unicorns of Love left on you here after that first game?
So first of all, you can never predict what they're going to play. So they probably have some counter pick in their mind against whatever champion NIP can play, which makes the champ select very hard for NIP because, again, you don't often play against a Swain. So once he locks it in and you're like, oh, I'm in this matchup Maokai versus Swain, I have no idea what actually is going to happen, which is a very annoying thing, especially for a pro player because you're so used to seeing the same champions in a rotation from your scrims, from the LCS as well. So in that case, Unicorns of Love are looking very strong. And because they had such a big lead, they were aggressive, they used it. NIP has shown in the past, even when they're behind, they will try and fight you. Didn't really pay off. Maybe
not ideal. And if you are NIP at this point and you go into this next game, do you tunnel on, oh my god, they might pull out something special, or how do you go into that game too?
I guess Unicorn of Love have a lot of pocket picks already, so they can always bring something out. And what you should do against that, you should just pick meta picks and try to play the meta. Play for late game maybe, so you can draw it out a bit, and then just have the stronger picks because Swain falls off later on as well, or most of the picks they have picked so far. So I would just draw the game out, pick for late game, don't fall too far behind, still go for objectives, and then turn it around.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do in Game 2. We have to take a quick break, but when we return is Game 2 between the Unicorns of Love and Ninjas in Pajamas. We'll be right back.
Let's see if Demon will not believe.
I do not believe this, boy.
If Demon does not believe, then we have succeeded.
Here comes Busy Chatty. Can he get caught? Never move. Get 2 of them. Cataclysm comes in. Lolex in trouble. Can he get caught down? Soul Shackles will knock off. Lolex will go down. Busy Chatty diving on the tower. He's got hit points of days here. Freezing all sorts of trouble. He's going to go down.
Look at this. They're caught. They're going in.
Wow, so much damage on him. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. That is the top laner. The tankiest member of the team just getting annihilated. Voidal in trouble now. He gets Cataclysm on, but they quickly turn it back around. Vardax gets on towards him. They move on towards the Nexus turret. That will go down as well. One more shot should do that as Kabashard gets pounced on. Vardax makes himself another kill. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCS studios in Cologne, Germany, where we are live for Game 2 in the Challenger playoffs between the Unicorns of Love and Ninjas in Pajamas. There's a whole lot of love going on in the air between these two teams. Right now, of course, Unicorns of Love lead the series 1-0. It is still anyone's game, of course, best of 5 series, unless, of course, NIP continues to play like they did in the last match.
Yeah, I completely agree. We need to see how Game 2 plays out. But in my mind, Bird is definitely the word. Because Vizicachi played fantastic.
Exactly. And talking to Vizicachi, and obviously, thinking back to that game, why the hell would you ever invade against the Swain?
Yeah, the risk of never move is very high. I think if you go back to that very first game and you look at how NIP invaded that level 1, they were so split up, and it was very clear they were on different pages. Kabashard went in with that Arcane Smash. The Death Sentence didn't connect with the champion from Voidal, and they just then got caught out because they were split up in a sort of 3-2 pincer move. I don't like pincer move attacks in the best of situations, and at level 1, against a Dark Binding, against a never move threat, it's even worse.
Bouncing bombs, doing AE, it was insane that they went in, like I say, especially after the Death Sentence landed on the red buff, and then they continued to push forward. It was kind of,
so the
dare I say it, communication issues, which we talked about NIP before.
Yes, I think so too. I think everybody was on slightly different pages, and they weren't communicating 100%. But the really interesting thing is what this does to picks and bans going forward.
Yeah.
Because there is still priority picks you need to take off the table. The likes of Syndra, the likes of Yorick if you don't want to play against it. If NIP want to run a Maokai again, there's going to be that secondary guess. Will we lose the matchup once more? Will Chachi be able to dominate Kabashard as he did? Of course, Kabashard came into lane. He was CSing early. He had a kill. He had an assist. He had an extra Ruby Crystal. So, yes, he had all of the tools to win his lane, but he did. That's the key thing, and he stomped it hard. So Kabashard has to have some doubts in his mind if the same matchup were to occur.
Well, of course, we also have the fact that Unicorns of Love do pull out something different to catch people off in best of 1s. But this is a best of 5. This is a big series. A lot of games to go. And sure as hell, there is a Swain ban. Didn't expect to ever say those words, but it has happened, ladies and gentlemen, in this Challenger series.
Yeah, it's something that we both missed completely in the previous game. Cassidy was neither picked nor banned if we look through the process. So it made it all the way through completely untouched. That is somewhat of a surprise in itself. So we'll see how this continues to play out. In terms of Unicorns of Love, they have banned the exact same 3 champions as the previous round, and we need to see if that's going to work into their favor, because of course they may have measured Ninjas in Pajamas' strength slightly higher.
Yeah, I should also point out, of course, Lolex on Lee Sin. According to Nuke Dog, thank you very much for the information, he's played over 3,000 games on Lee Sin, not 700. He has played a hell of a lot, so expect to see that banned every single match.
I think that's pretty close to my total number of games played.
Yeah.
And just on Lee Sin. That is both insanely impressive and insanely terrifying.
When you love a champion, you love a champion, and that's for sure.
It's definitely deserving of a ban then.
Yeah.
Well played, Unicorns of Love.
Well, we talked about Power of Evil's Oriana, of course. He managed to get it played throughout this Challenge series already. He has got his hands on that champion. We'll see how it works out against him. Of course, it does mean Ziggs is available for Alex Hitch, but right now it seems NIP are looking towards the support and jungle. Lolex got Evelyn in the previous matchup, couldn't make a great deal of difference with it, but as we mentioned, they were already behind from level 1.
Yeah, if this gets locked in, it is a slight move away from the standard for NIP. They do tend to lock in an 80 carry for Freeze relatively early on, and Voidal, his 2 main champions really are Braum and Thresh, and it's interesting to see him trending towards Thresh now in comparison to the Braum, because I feel like his Braum is slightly stronger. Both champions did receive hits this patch, and I think Braum was hit somewhat harder than Thresh was, so that may explain why he's trending towards that champion. But very safe picks from NIP. They've not revealed anything important about their composition, and we'll see where they lock in once they get another turn.
AD support going to come out of UL here, I think, or maybe even just jungle. I don't think they're going to give too much away. It will be AD support. It is going to be Tristana Morgana once again.
Well, it worked last game.
Yeah.
They were able to go even with Freeze and Voidal. And if they go against the Cogmore Thresh lane once more, they can just set them up straight head-to-heads and try to look of Unicorns and Love solo lane and jungler to pull ahead.
We'll see which way Freeze fancies this one. Will he go with Cogmore? Will he go with Twitch? Lucian maybe? Try and change things up?
So let's see if Alex wants to run Ziggs in that middle lane, take it away, into the Orianna rather. We see it was very early locked in for the power of evil. I don't know if Alex wants to go that route because his Ziggs play during the rest of the quarterfinals was not particularly strong, and they have moved away actually.
So Yasuo for Alex this time around, and the Twitch also picked up for Freeze. Not a great deal to help out with the knockups at the moment. Of course, there is the Flay from Thresh, but that is it so far. So expecting something for the top lane from Kabashard to help with those knockups.
What it does signal in terms of the NIP composition, the threat of Evelynn in terms of lane swaps, in terms of split pushing is a very big threat. Yasuo is a fantastic split push champion, and he can control minion waves, and is very strong and quite difficult to gank as long as he has minions around. Once you add in the effect of a Twitch that can roam and secure kills once he's got Blade of the Rune King, you've got the makings of a very strong pick composition from NIP. I think Kabashard would most likely want to run a Shyvana in the top lane, get some knock-up assistance, and continue to play the split push / pick style of team comp, but we'll see what they decide. Wow, that could work as well.
It's the cow, ladies and gentlemen. We've already seen it coming out for Xaxus on Roccat today. And now once again, Kabashard is going to do it. Of course, that Pulverize and the Headbutt will both work, obviously, for Alexic's ultimate. But Vizicachi switching, going to Aurelia, taking that Aurelia away from Kabashard. He's played it throughout the tournament so far.
So if Kabashard goes for the Trinity Force static Shiv build that we did see earlier in the day, it actually fulfills a very similar role to a Shyvana. Tanky, difficult to kill, top laner, has got AoE damage from his trample passive and the static Shiv proc. So you could see Alistair looking to split push, and again, would work with the pick composition. There is a lot of CC on the side of Ninjas of Pajamas. I do feel if they get caught in a 5v5 situation, the Unicorns of Love should be able to win that. With the power of Soul Shackles, Cataclysm, Shockwave, and then having Tristan and Irelia that can clean up a team fight, Ninjas of Pajamas never want to group unless they have a lead. They really don't want to get caught under straight 5v. They have a lot of squishy champions, and unless Kabashard is godlike with his unbreakable ultimate, I'm not entirely convinced by their front line.
Then wouldn't fancy a level 1 against NIP either this time around. Of course, now that Unicorns Love is 1 game up, will they take this serious or can NIP come back? Send in your messages to @LOL Esports using the hashtag UOLWin or NIP win. And we'll check those in game. Of course, you could just be typing anything after you follow what I say.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's definitely the way. 70-30 was the original vote over on LOLesports.com, the website. So we'll need to see if the tweets have changed your mind.
Yeah, we'll see whether it continues.
Battle Cow is a trend, and from here on out, I will now associate it in the same vein as Shyvana if he goes for that Trinity Force static Shiv. And Emperor Palpatine, hell, it's got my vote. I think it's awesome, it's exciting, and it's different.
Well, it seems that Kabashard has got the horn as we move into game 2 against the Unicorns of Love. Everybody still in attendance here in the studio, live, of course, in Cologne, Germany. This is the Challenger Series, best of 5. This is the final spot in the Spring Promotion Series, which of course will be happening
next month in LA.
And you know what? You know, we've talked about, obviously, this is purely for seeding, I guess. See, you know, obviously the teams watching this one, choosing whether they want to face either Unicorns of Love or NIP, whoever would qualify. But obviously alongside the likes of H2K and
SK
Prime that have already qualified. And I wonder, you know, I wouldn't fancy either of these teams. Of course, NIP have got a history of this one. Voidal making a run for it. We do see a flash coming out early on there. And of course, that does mean that will be down for the support. We'll see whether Gilius fancies paying a visit now towards that lane.
Another level 1 trade going in favor of the Unicorns of Love. Voidal actually had a nice sidestep initially to drop the flag. Not that it really made a big difference because there was no CC to follow up without the drag. But nevertheless was forced away. Was obviously playing that one safe. Didn't give up anything further. So a couple of deep wards from both squads, but NIP definitely doing a better job at early vision. We'll see if they can take advantage of it.
So red buff start for both of these. Kabashard running the football. Alistair, I like to think of it as Tim Howard myself. He's certainly similar. We'll see whether he can make as many saves, though, in that top lane up against Vizicachi.
So in terms of NIP's team comp, again, they're going to be looking for picks. They're going to be looking for Cabashot and Alex, I think, to control the side lanes, and maybe having Lulix and Freeze roaming to help pick up kills. But there's not too many threats that can get blocked by that wind wall of Alex Sitch. Yes, the command attack could get blocked off, but if you've got Gilius or Vizicachi diving into you, those are champions, so they're not going to be blocked by that wind wall. So we'll see how effective Alex can be with that particular item. And once again, Vardex and Hylissang getting a slight advantage in the early stages of the game. We'll see how Freeze comes back, because Twitch is still a bit of a lane bully. And don't forget, Tristana took a bit of a hit to her damage on that explosive shot.
Oh, good sidestep there from Vizicachi. There's the headbutt Pulverize already used. We'll see how Cabashot works in this one, actually. See if he can get bullied out early by Aurelia. I'm not too sure about it, honestly. He worked very well early on. Vardex down in this bottom lane. He is working well. Freeze falling behind in CS. He should be able to catch up with this wave if he can land everyone, which he is not so far. So far, Unicorns love starting off well.
Well, I want to add a point to that Aurelia versus Alistar matchup. Aurelia's got true damage, so that's going to burn through the 70% damage reduction. So if Cabashot is caught in place by the Cataclysm, could go down. Lulix is looking for something in the mid lane. We'll see if a knockup can connect.
Oh, Alex Itch trying to bait it in. We did see also Gilius making a visit to the top lane. Cabashot pushed high up the lane, so he would absolutely be caught out here. You can see Vizicachi quite happy to try and draw it out. There's the Pulverize. Now we see, of course, the headbutt being used. Flag and Drag is available for Gilius. They haven't used it yet. Waiting for the knockup. There it is.
Oh, good play.
Flashed away from. That's Gilius taking too many tower hits, and he will get away to safety. Good use of Flash.
It really was, and I also like the delay on that headbutt. Managing to put more distance between himself and Vizicachi. Little bit frustrating for Vizicachi. He actually had to leave that siege minion in the lane, but I do think he got back in time to pick it up. But gank for Unicorns of Love, secures a summoner spell. We do see Voidals is about a third of the way off cooldown, and Lulix, he hung out in the middle lane, but didn't manage to connect anything. So again, Unicorns of Love with the early moves and getting the early advantage.
Oh dear. Not sure if you planned that one, or I'm pretty sure you planned it. Looking at the smile on your face. Cabashot goes back, gets himself with Doran's Ring start item. We'll see how he progresses with his build. Of course, we saw Trinity Force and Static Shiv, followed by a Frozen Heart, actually, for Xaxus. Meanwhile, Power of Evil getting engaged to combat. Alex is in all sorts of trouble. There's an Ignite of his own. One more hit will go down. There it is. First blood, Power of Evil.
Command Protect from Power of Evil just saved so much damage from Alex Sitch, and you can't blame Alex for trying at level 4, but it just a little bit miscalculated. Power of Evil once again coming out in the better situation, securing first blood. So Lulix is sticking around that top lane, but I don't really think there's much threat here unless we see Cabashot getting a good headbutt, knocking Chachi towards his minion wave, but we'll see. Is about to have some fun. This will be 2v2. So it's going to be very dependent on Cabashot and Gilius' CC. Cabashot, use the Pulverize, use the headbutt. Gilius is coming from behind.
Well, he's going to stick around because he fancies this one. They must realize something is up. Lulix taking low from this one. Here comes Gilius. Slides on. Flag and Drag dodged out of the side off. Pops the shield to get the slowdown. Cabashot with the headbutt back off cooldown. But again, hasn't got the damage to follow through. Vizicachi keeping that life still going. Sustains his way through it. Hylissang, meanwhile, sidestepping, dart binding on Voidal. He's now in trouble. You can turn this one around on Vardex, trying to send him packing with an explosive shot.
I actually like the fact that Hylissang and Vardex are still going for the aggressive move on Voidal, despite the fact that Freeze was on the back line. Because if Voidal is always low and out of sustain, he's less likely to follow up a death sentence and, jump in for that flay. So, Vardex and Hylissang got a small CS advantage. This is the lane matchup I didn't expect to go the way of Unicorns of Love, but they're definitely playing very confidently and keeping Freeze and Voidal on the back foot.
So an interesting stat, actually. We'll go back to that in a moment as they just try and engage. Interesting fact between these two. Voidal and Hylissang were both upstairs discussing during that last matchup. During the LCS, of course, we saw a Zed being picked in there. No exhaust was selected by anyone. Ignites by both supports. And they were both saying, in 4.13, the stats simply don't add up for the support to have the Ignite. Exhaust gives them way more.
Well, yeah, I mean, Exhaust was changed. So even though the damage reduction is slightly less than 40% than 50%, it also reduces 10 armor and MR. So in the early stages of the game, that can help increase a lot of the damage that you're putting down. But I think against assassins and scary champions like Twitch and Yasuo, you need that. ViciChachi's in trouble.
ViciChachi in trouble. Is he going to be able to get away from this one? The lifesteal coming off. His ultimate's not enough. It will be Cabashard with the headbutt kill.
Chachi had flash available, but opted not to use it. And Hylissang's now caught out.
This time around, Death Sentence goes down. There is the exhaust being used. Voidal getting caught out with the dart binding. Vardak's trying to tank up the damage, force him away. Hylissang's going to get away with little health as the poison ticks down. He will survive.
Now, I do want to expand on the fact that these two players were talking about exhaust, but I asked Nif the same question. And he was basically saying, there's next to no point running exhaust because of the cooldowns. Exhaust is so significantly high, it's only really impactful in the mid to late game. But in the early stages, Yasuo's ultimate, Zed's ultimate, they're going to be available before exhaust. So as long as you can position yourself to get, one advantageous fight, you burn the summoner spell, and you can just simply re-engage a minute or 2 minutes later. So we'll see how it works out. Both Hylissang and Voidal used exhaust in that previous exchange, but heal was also used by Vardax.
And if Voidal had Ignite, he would have got the kill on Hylissang.
There you go.
It's the merry-go-round, really. It's
Nif would have had Ignite. That's what he was saying.
Nif would have got the kill.
That's why he's on the analyst desk.
That's why he's also #1 in the LCS. At the moment, though, Unicorns of Love starting off the first Dragon. NIP being forced away. Alex6 taking a lot of damage in this mid lane once again. Shockwave comes out. He tries to start off the ultimate. Oh, Ignite's got him! Power of Evil gets himself another solo kill against Alex.
Alex is completely disjointed. If you look at his face after that trade, it is just shock and unhappiness. Power of Evil has outplayed him now 2 games running. Orianna into Yasuo, you've got the tools to beat a Yasuo with your ranged auto attacks, with your command protect. As long as you don't get all in and killed, and Power of Evil has positioned himself fantastically, he's got another 20 CS advantage. And despite the changes to, a plethora of champions in this patch, Alex running Yasuo and Zed has not worked out for him in the first 2 games of the series.
Again, we see Lolex taking a visit towards ViciChachi, who's yet to complete a solid item right now. Unicorns of Love still being voted ahead. Cabashard definitely has the advantage. It is a role reversal completely compared to the original vote on the website, of course. ViciChachi using that ultimate to clear the wave. Here we go, those 2-on-1 on the tower. It's a risky move. Headbutt Pulverize already being used. ViciChachi, can he land the stun? He needs to go for Lolex or Cabashard. Cabashard taking the tower damage, flashes away. Will get spotted by the ward, but it seems he's safe.
Yeah, Cabashard and Lolex not going to flash over to continue the chase. They didn't know where Gilius was, and I think Power of Evil had just left that middle lane. So they did get the summoner spell done, and that's really Lulex's first successful game. If you contrast Gilius to Lulex, Gilius has been so much more impactful. The Evelyn is just not working out for Lulex. He's not finding the engages, and he's not finding the pressure or the presence in the early game on this champion.
And you got to wonder, Hylissang caught in. This time around, Voidal throws down the ultimate. Flash comes out. Quick knockback from Vardax, using that ultimate to blow to safety. Hylissang is clear for now. Gilius once again pays a visit to the mid lane. Alexic again putting pressure, but another shockwave from Power of Evil pulls him in. Hasn't got the exhaust, the ignite, to finish it off. Lolex waiting in the wings, waiting to see if he can flank around as Power of Evil pushes in towards the tower. Gilius has gone a long way away. Power of Evil up on the tower. Alexic ready to pounce. They're going to go for it. Power of Evil, though, quickly pulls the defensive ball. Is it enough to try and get away? Quick going comes Cabashard around the side. Sorry, it's Gilius getting on towards him. Power of Evil with the ignite. Oh, he's 2v1 once again. A Power of Evil dominating Alexic in the mid lane.
That is a Challenger Series big play if ever I have seen one. Power of Evil dodged every single knockout that Alex threw at him, and Alex continued to chase. Power of Evil just used that command protect, blocked the damage from Alex and his Ignite, managed to take him down while Gilius was 1v1ing Lulex. So Unicorns of Love get their first tower, 2 more kills to their tally, and it looks like they've got enough damage to get even more. Just look at how good the micromanagement is here from Power of Evil. He sidesteps that Steel Tempest knockup, and Gilius is just going to finish off Lulex. Power of Evil, not even a threat of going down, still at 300 hit points after that Ignite was burning through.
Yeah, that sidestep, as he mentioned on the Whirlwind, fantastic. That would have been the ultimate, of course, from Alex. That would have definitely picked the win for Alex. But now he's 3-0-1 in the mid lane. Mid tower goes down. Big advantages again starting to build for the Unicorns of Love, and it is all about that mid lane domination by Power of Evil.
Yeah, and you have to look at that. I mean, that's half Power of Evil sidestepping and half Alex committing the skill shot, you know, predicting the move that simply didn't happen. So it is a combination of both. But look at the item difference. Power of Evil with Sork Shoes and Athenes versus an Avarice Blade. Anyways, 2v1, Chachi's in trouble.
Lolex coming around, Visit Chachi's going to go down from this one, will not escape. Kabashar, I'm not too sure he needed that. I think he was expecting to have the tower dive, so he popped that ultimate, but he was safe regardless.
Yeah, it is a problem for Chachi to be going down, but at the end of the day, he's still going to spend
another shockwave. Power of Evil just going in again. This time Gilius finishing off with the last blow, but it was Power of Evil that pulled all the damage down. They're pushing on towards that inner tower now. They have the support as well of Hylissang as the top tower goes down. Of course, Ninjas in Pajamas been pressuring that one, but now it's an inhibitor turret that's under pressure. Just 12.5 minutes into this game. Voidal getting caught out. Cataclysm in there. Gilius gets that one. In comes Kabashar. Wow. Massive damage coming out from Hylissang already. Pulls the defensive on towards it. Gilius taking all the hits. Freeze manages to put the rat-a-tat-tat down, and Hylissang this time. Power of Evil will get out safe. Wow. Unicorns of Love pressuring and almost taking, honestly, the inhibitor turret 13 minutes into the game.
This is just phenomenal play from Unicorns of Love. You could argue the bloodthirsty nature of looking for kills was a tad over the top, but they managed to blow up Voidal. The damage from Freeze is very good, despite the exhaust going down. Hylissang and Power of Evil are just going to do their best to get out of range. Now they've got Lolex.
Lolex in trouble. He's going to get caught down. He will not escape this one. Power of Evil is just romping through the Ninjas in Pajamas right now. 100% kill participation, 4-0-3 already. I don't think it's going to be too long. And you know, honestly, I wonder if that's going to be a Soul Stealer.
I don't really know if they're that confident.
I don't
know if they're that confident. If I were a Power of Evil, I would think it's going to be a Hourglass, but we will see. At this point in time, you know, we were both shocked at the damage in Kabashard. I'm not sure why. His ultimate wasn't running, and all he had was a Sheen coming into that. Again, versus the Sorcerer's Shoes and the Athenes and Holy Grail. Unicorns of Love are so incredibly decisive at their objective game that the moment they've got a lead, they're just punishing. 3v2, Bardax is in trouble.
He just rockets out of there. Here comes the teleport. Vizzy Chachi will join. Power of Evil coming around the side. You know, we talked about, obviously, the damage he had. He was also 3 levels ahead of Kabashar. Power of Evil miles ahead currently. Level 12, by far the highest. Voidal caught out. Dark Binding. Shockwave pulls in 3 members of NIP. They haven't really got the follow-up right now. Kabashar goes in. That's a good ultimate. This time around, Alex Hitch will follow it. Bardax going to get focused on. Quick slide in. That's going to be Alex Hitch getting focused. Gilius is exhausted. He's going to see if he can get away from this one. Power of Evil took down Lolex in the meantime. Kabashar does get himself a kill on Gideon, but he's in trouble now. He will get taken down. It's Power of Evil once again, racking up the kill game against NIP.
2 versus 2, and Freeze was so far in the back line. As the fight continued to extend, he did not get involved. Initially, Unicorns of Love looked like they were in trouble. Despite the fact that their 3-man Shockwave hit, there's a lot of tower hits that have landed on the members of Unicorns of Love. And Power of Evil and Chachi were caught by that last breath. Look at Vardags. He's in full retreat. But the problem for Freeze is he's too scared to get past both Power of Evil and Gilius in that position. Gilius rather in that position. So he's sitting on the back line, and even though he's got full HP, you needed his auto attacks to be on the members of Unicorns of Love. Simply wasn't happening, and NIP end up coming away 2 for 2, which is not too bad when you consider their 8k goal down.
But Unicorns of Love, of course, picked up the Dragon after that fight, which gives them, and like you mentioned, that big goal differential. 6-0-3. Of course, it was a Zhonya's Hourglass, and he just completed it from just having a single amp tome straight into the Zhonya's. Well, Power of Evil, we talk about Orianna, how they need a little bit of damage, a little bit of time to get going. But 16 minutes in, Athene's Zhonya's already completed. It's a problem for NIP. Vizzy Chachi, though, he's in trouble. He's got the help of Hylissang. Is it going to be enough? Goes in, flash, soul shackles on towards Kabashar and Lolex. Here comes Power of Evil. Stun goes down on towards Lolex. He will go down. Power of Evil gets himself a 7th kill of the game. Kabashar retreating to his tower. Not too sure if he's going to be able to get away from this one. The Dark Binding lands. Power of Evil this time will not get it. It's a simple assist. It's Hylissang with the pull.
The rest of Unicorns of Love are completely grouped around. They can continue pushing. Despite despite the fact that NIP may get a few towers from this deal, Unicorns of Love have the superior pushing power. They can continue on down this lane, and they've got a siege minion with them. If NIP don't back off, this could go all the way to the inhibitor turret.
They need to react to this one. Alex is just simply not retreating. He's going to get the middle turret down, but it's another inner turret going down, and Unicorns of Love, they can keep on pushing. Lolex and Voidal are here in defense, of course, but is it simply going to be enough? Ilisang takes the first hit. In goes the defensive ball. 5 members of Unicorns of Love are going to engage. Voidal pulled in, destroyed by Vizitachi. Kabashard now, ultimate running. Is it going to be enough? Lolex gets jumped on. Cataclysm. Kabashard going down off the side there. He will drop. Vizitachi pulls the defensive ball. Power of Evil holding strong right now. Lolex tries to engage on towards him. Power of Evil will get focused. Alex finally lands his ultimate combo, but the Sonya's hourglass is there. Twitch running to Freeze will get the killer towards him. No! Oh, finally finishes it off. Wow, what a fight, and Unicorns of Love, they are not afraid to engage. It's another double kill for Power of Evil. He's now 9-1-6, still 100% involved in everything, and then it's another inhibitor turret, this time going down.
At the end of the entire trade, Unicorns of Love end up securing 3 kills and 3 towers, while Ninjas in Pajamas got 2 of their own. This was, again, a very aggressive tower dive, and I actually think it was the right decision from the Unicorns of Love. They knew they had a numbers advantage for a small period of time, but they just took too much damage, and Alexich and Freeze got some very good ultimates off. Freeze with his Rat-a-tat-tat was lining up a bunch of members of the Unicorns of Love. Power of Evil was just soloed out by Alex, despite the fact the Hourglass kept him alive for a moment. The untouched Freeze going to be able to clean up house and gets himself a triple, or I think it was a quadra kill by the end of it. Triple kill. So well played by Freeze this time, getting involved and being able to clean up. But the question is it too little too late?
Well, Alex also burned the flash you just saw just at the end of that fight. So that is not available to him. 15-9, Power of Evil. I don't think I've seen a mid laner this dominant for some time in League of Legends. That's absolutely carried his team through a game. Right now, make no mistake, he is doing incredible stuff in this mid lane against Alexich of all people.
So I do not disagree with you, but I think you have to give credit to, oh, even Freeze is getting caught out, but I don't think he's in too much trouble. Here comes the rest of them. I do think you have to give a lot of credit to the rest of the Unicorns.
Oh, absolutely. Don't get me wrong.
Despite
the fact he soloed 3 times in that mid lane, now is just using that advantage, using that power to just help the rest of his team. That defensive ball is all over the place. He's managed to use the dissonance to slow and speed his own team and then the enemy team. And them shockwaves have just been on point non-stop.
So Unicorns of Love have never beaten Ninjas in Pajamas in the Challenger Series. They are 0-4 against them. And they're looking like they're going to go 2-0 in this particular matchup. And this time around, I just think the Unicorns of Love have fixed every single strategic flaw that I was worried about them making during the quarterfinals and the semifinals, because there's been nothing that they have done that I've gone, that was a pretty bad decision. There may be a little bloodthirsty, but even that is super good because it ends up getting them objectives.
Well, a pre-20-minute Baron is yet another objective, and now the exposed inhibitor is the focus. In comes Unicorns of Love. Baron up, 5 members all moving in there. Kabashard quickly retreating, backing away. He's just pushed that bottom lane out, but that's not going to slow them down as they move in on force. They've got to be careful, of course. Freeze has got a lot of damage. We just saw, of course, with that rat-a-tat-tat, if he can land in the right place, can punish them. But the fact is, that inhibitor, they could do nothing about it.
10,000 gold lead, plus the Baron buff. NIP do not want a straight-up team fight. If they can catch someone solo, that's where they'll fight. But as long as Unicorns stay grouped up, they shouldn't have any problems with NIP. Now it's just patience. They've got minions pushing the bottom wave, they've got minions pushing the middle wave, and it's up to the Unicorns of Love to peel away from the objective that NIP are defending and just try force the other one down. Look at that bottom wave. I feel like if it gets to close distance to that inhibitor turret, then Unicorns may just peel away and go for that objective instantly.
Well, they move to the middle. Gilius was caught out, but a quick black shield will do it. Lolex caught out. Shockwave goes in. Gilius goes down straight away. Lolex, going down. Jumping on towards him. That will be the AD carry. Vardak's being picked off. But again, Alexich tries to focus in there. Power of Evil picks him off. Freeze goes down. Another kill for Power of Evil. Continues to rush on through. Voidal's going to get focused on. He will get caught out. He's going to drop down. It's a triple kill for Power of Evil. He continues his domination in Ninjas of Pajamas. Well, they wanted me to say, I do not believe it. I absolutely don't. It's 12-1-7 for the mid lane of Power of Evil as he just destroys NIP.
The Unicorns of Love had very low death timers on the Ninjas in Pajamas side, so they couldn't go for the finish. But yet again, another team fight. That was Freeze getting caught by the Shockwave and then being knocked away by the Buster Shot. Despite the fact that Vardax got just deleted by LCS, it didn't matter because the damage from the Unicorns of Love is coming from the Power of Evil. And his Orianna is nigh unstoppable at this point in time. Super minions in 2 lanes. Unicorn's going to grab another dragon, I believe, a moment or 2 ago. And it's just a matter of grouping and pushing for the final fight. They have completely outclassed Ninjas in Pajamas in 2 games back-to-back.
Yeah, and we shouldn't underestimate how difficult those super minions are for teams at this level. They're only level 13, 12, 11 across the board. Those super minions will hurt at this stage of the game. They will be tricky to take down. LCS, I should point out, also landed pretty much the perfect ultimate in that last fight. Caught 4 people in that, but just simply didn't have the damage.
Yeah, there's one problem. He has a static shiv and a pickaxe.
Yeah.
That's it. At 22 minutes in the game, Alex is only 150 CS. He's got 6 deaths to his name. Yes, his team has secured 3 towers, but truthfully, there has been no presence from this Yasuo, and NIP were looking to get map control and looking to push the side lanes. In order for that to work, you need to have an advantage, or at least be able to dictate the tempo. Unicorns of Love have not given them a chance.
Well, the siege is about to start, and Ninjas in Pajamas, they can't do anything about this. Super minions are going to push in around the sides, the top and the mid lane. And Unicorns of Love simply only need to play a waiting game here, which is why we're seeing NIP having to engage. Cabashard goes in, Alex does manage to land his ultimate once again. The Shockwave pulls him in and just deletes Alex. It's where he stands. Cabashard now caught down. Holy does manage to get away from this one. Cabashard going to get caught down. It's a double. It's another double kill picked up. Power of Evil gets in there. Vardax is followed through. The Unicorns of Love, they got super minions pushing in. They're going to take the game once again. This time 24 minutes. They're 30 seconds later in the first game, but Unicorns of Love are destroying Ninjas in Pajamas in this Challenger Series. It's 2-0.
This looks like a one-team race, D-Man. Unicorns of Love have showed up. And I tell you what, those Unicorns are amazing. They simply outclassing NIP. Every single decision they make is giving the team an advantage. Lulex has had no presence on Evelyn, and I think he needs to change that champion. Gilius on Jarvan has had strong early ganks. He's got flashes from his opponents, and he's helping Unicorns of Love get ahead in the lanes that they need to. Truthfully, he's not even needed 100% because Power of Evil has 1v1 Alex in both games.
14-1-9. Power 100%. Of Evil. 100% kill participation. Absolutely everything. Shockwaves on point, damage on point, ignites, everything working out for that man, for the Unicorns of Love. 50 minutes required for 2-0. What do they need to finish this off? That's the question. Can NIP, who honestly looked devastated, you saw on Alex's face there, just distraught in his chair. He has lost that mid lane flat out solo, single-handedly. It's not been the only factor, but it has been a big factor.
It really has, and he's running champions that are not necessarily super strong right now. Yasuo more so than Zed, but his Zed was next to no impact. I know Nif was quite critical, saying he wasn't particularly impressed by the pick. But I think for the whole team of NIP, they're losing top lane, they're losing mid lane. Lulex has got next to no presence. And while Freeze and Voidal are not losing their lane, they're not winning their lane either. So all credit to Vardax and Helisang. They're going even in their lane, and the rest of their players are just outclassing NIP. The question we had for Unicorns of Love, can they win more than one game in a series? Because they're sort of unique strategy specialists. And this time around, they played very meta champions and just completely outclassed NIP.
And talking to Lolax, actually, you know, there was a lot of focus on the top lane.
Yep.
Clearly, Cabashard obviously had the help of Lolax, trying to focus down, of course, the top lane of Vizicachi that had dominated him 7-0-5 in game one. So clearly they realized, okay, this guy's on form right now, we need to shut him down. But then, of course, they neglected that mid lane, and that's really where it all went wrong.
And despite Chachi being camped and giving up a couple of kills early, he still had more CS than Cabashard.
Yeah.
He still had more effective gold. They had towers, they had dragons. I mean, 2 20-minute games in favor of the Unicorns level. I think it was like 24 and then, no, 23 then 24. Truthfully, Unicorns don't need to change anything. It's all on NIP. They have to somehow shake this off. somehow.
And briefly, you know, talking about the bottom lane, again, we can't really mention too much. They went pretty even overall, fairly even trades, which, you know, when Freeze is potentially the superstar of the team, that's a bit of a problem. I mean, he's obviously even trading. It takes a while for the AD carries to really get involved.
Yep.
So if the game's over already, there's not a lot he can do.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, in the previous analyst desk segment, they were saying, what do you do against a top laner that's, what, 5-0-2 by the time you encounter him? And, well, you don't do anything.
You
run
lose
away.
the game, yeah.
And that's exactly what's happened 2 games in a row. This time around, it was Power of Evil and Orianna. Last time, it was Chachi on Swain. And we just need to see what's going to be in Game 3.
And we'll see how the bans work out. We talked about Orianna being their one. Let's see if it works this time around. Let's see if Swain sneaks back on through. We're going to get over to Shox, though. She is standing by with the gang to talk about the Unicorns of Love second victory.
Gang.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Yeah, there you go, a gang.
We are pretty
Posse.
hardcore.
Yeah. Let's break down this game, guys. Again, super straightforward from the Unicorns of Love. A true bloodbath, actually. And this time, they decided to go for more classical champs. But on the other hand, you guys felt like NIP was going into the game with losing lanes already. So elaborate.
So we expected NIP to lane swap. Make sure Alistar didn't have to go against Aurelia. You avoided the Tristana lane as well from Twitch. It didn't happen, it was standard lanes, and while Alistar fell behind, they lost the bot lane tower. It wasn't even the biggest deal. It was just the fact that Alex got completely outclassed in the mid lane. And it is hard to do anything when you give so many kills over to the enemy mid laner, like the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, Nif, give me your view on the early game where everything actually started going well for the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, as the Fisher said already, they had 3 winning lanes, and then he get the one-on-one kill in the mid lane that snowballs, and then top lane was going as well in the favor for Aurelia. And then they turned it around with a gank, but it doesn't really change the matchup. I think Aurelia should win anyways because he has the true damage, so he can go through the ultimate, and he can stick to the Alice as well. So they had 3 lanes that were winning, and then they just kept snowballing it. I think they got most of the dragons, and then they were not afraid as well to finish the game, so they just take it.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at Lulex, of course, after the mid laner died twice, you're not going to help him out anymore. You know, if you help out top lane, it won't do that much anyway. And then bot lane was actually not even in the picture, even though they went kind of even. So for him, it must have been, where do I go now?
Yeah, it's kind of the issue right here, analyzing a game like we've just seen in the game before. Because NIP is just, they're losing all the lanes, they're losing all across the map. Like 15 minutes in, they're like 7,000 gold behind. And by that time, there's nothing one person can do. It's not about what the jungler is doing. It's about, first of all, the mid lane losing by itself. And then, again, picking some weak laners, which, I mean, if you had a strong top lane, strong bottom lane, you could maybe survive the fact Alex died a few times in mid lane because you could then win the other lanes. But in this situation, they couldn't. And obviously not saying Alex should die in the mid lane. It should never happen. But it's just hard to say anything about what Lulex could have done different or what NIP could have done different other than don't pick losing lanes and don't die one-on-one.
Yeah, and don't die one-on-one. I do actually want to sing the praises of the individual skill over the Unicorns of Love. You know, last game we saw that phenomenal Swain from Vizichachi, and now we saw Power of Evil. You know, he's put up consistent numbers in the Challenger Series as well. Syndra is great here. Orianna is great. I mean, how big of a talent is this guy?
It's always nice to see new talent coming up, and maybe that's one of the teams. I haven't seen even all of them, but I'm actually kind of impressed with their performance, and they might make it in the LCS. They look very scary, and I would be kind of scared if I would be one of the bottom teams right now.
So the crazy thing actually is that Power of Evil played for NIP when Alex was top lane, and then they decided to move Alex to mid lane, take Copper Shot in for top lane, and now clearly Power of Evil is destroying NIP, at least in this game. So if it was the right move, I don't know, but looking at these games, it definitely wasn't.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at one moment in the game where it wasn't a perfectly played team fight, maybe from the Unicorns of Love, but still very strong.
Yeah, so 17 minutes in, already sieging in towards the base of NIP. They're so far ahead in gold, so they're obviously supposed to win this team fight here. They do, however, decide to split the decision a little bit. If you just roll the clip, I know upstairs, Nif, you were at least almost yelling, hit the damn tower.
Yeah, I thought like, okay, we can just take the tower for free because they're only 3 people and they have no damage at all. But what they do, they dive. It's not too bad since they get kills, but then they stay too long and then Aurelia gets really low and then the Twitch comes back and then that's the point where they die. The first one here, Orianna gets kind of caught out and Shawan as well, and then that's where it's too far. And then they just die one by one and Priest gets here one of the gold bonus. It's really good for him, but it's kind of too late. And the good thing for Unicorns of Love is that actually they get the tower, so they can actually finish the game later on. So it's a good thing. They played it bad, but it's still good.
Yeah, they were so far ahead. I mean, you can make mistakes when you are like 8,000 gold ahead by 17 minutes. And using the 5 seconds to hit on Alistar and his ult instead of the tower, not very smart. But still, it wasn't enough for NIP. Freeze, he tries, and he tries, and he tries. It just doesn't work for him.
Yeah, and how much of the stage fright is coming in here? As Trevor mentioned, they were down 0-4 versus NIP in the Challenger Series, and they come here in 2-0 already. Maybe a clean 3-0 sweep coming in for them. I mean, very impressive.
Very impressive. I don't think they are feeling any kind of nerves, even before the first game. I don't think NIP is either. I just think actually they're being outclassed, and the pick and ban phase for them is not good enough. If you look at the games they played yesterday, where they lost as well in the semifinals, it was pretty much the same deal where they would pretty much fall behind early mid game in all the games when they played SK Prime in the Challenger final and lost 2-1 as well. Same deal, they fell behind early mid game, could never get to the late game point where they want to be, which also means the AD carry Freeze, who is the guy who tries to pick up all the kills, never get to a point where he can carry the team because he's never getting to late game.
So, I mean, it almost is a very depressing picture if we want to talk about what's going to happen here in the next game. So I'm just going to ask you guys straight up, is there anything that NIP can do versus Unicorns of Love?
Well, I would like to see some early mid-game come from NIP where they focus on trying to just snowball the lanes, take the first few dragons, try and do what Unicorns of Love have done to them in these games. I know you love the late game comps, but NIP clearly doesn't have what it takes to survive the early mid-game at the moment with a late game comps. I want to see them pick like early mid-game stuff.
Nif, what do you think?
I think they should just pick winning lanes and then try to snowball and get a lead by this and then try to finish the game by this. Like what we try to do is always to find a balance. So you have like a good late game, but you don't give up your early game too much. So what they should probably do too, but kind of they're probably a bit desperate right now. So they should just go for winning lanes, try to get the game in your hand and try to finish it.
Yeah, we'll see what they come out with. We've got to take another quick break, but when we return, it's going to be Game 3 for these teams as they fight for the final spot in the Spring Promotion Tournament. We'll be right back.
You know, I have brought a big backpack today, so you guys don't need to worry.
Oh, that's good.
Yesterday I just had the kid backpack, but now I have a military backpack, you know, so...
Yeah, that's true though.
Power of Evil though, quickly pulls the defensive ball. Is it enough to try and get away? Quick going comes, Cabin shot around the side. Sorry, Gilius getting on towards him. Power of Evil with Ignite. Oh, he's 2v1 once again. Lonex tries to engage on towards him. Power of Evil will get focused. Alexic finally lands his ultimate combo, but the Sonya's hourglass is there. Switch running, the Freeze will get the kill on towards him. No! Oh, finally finishes it off. Alexic tries to focus in there. Power of Evil picks him off. Freeze goes down. Another kill for Power of Evil. Continues to rush on through. Voidal's going to get focused on. He will get caught out. He's going to drop down. It's a triple kill for Power of Evil.
the Air Force Ones. Well, I still rock the Air Force Ones. Cross colors to Jabot to the Rocker. We're right there, now the Sean John gotcha. Went from Coleco up to Nintendo, to the Xbox, to the PS3 show. Floor model televisions to the flat screens. Went from pro sports to the rap dreams. Big bodies to the drops, to the coops, to the low cuts, the fades, to the braids like Snoop. It all moving too fast. Bringing the future to life through the past. Come on. Yeah, y'all feeling this. O to the new. Yeah, you see how real it is. O to the new. And you know we killing this. O to the new. And my life really is. O to the new. Flip this back to gear. O to the new. Flipped up props for this. O to the new. Now we on track for this. O to the new. And y'all keep practicing. O to the new. Went from the all black to the shiny suits and Versace shirts and Timberland boots. Blazers to Tahoes, from Porsches to Lamborghini Murcielagos. Magic to Michael, Kobe to King James. Yo, over time how things change. And I know it all seems strange to see me whipping in a mean Forest Green Range, when all I really wanted was a Land Cruiser with the sunroof to let the sun through. Took a nation to millions to hold us. Won't let the new world order control us. You don't believe me? Hold up. Take a chance and roll up. Yo, it's moving too fast. Bringing the future back to life through the past.
Welcome back to the 2014 European Challenger Summit Playoffs, live from our LCS studio here in Cologne, Germany. Ninjas in Pajamas and Unicorns of Love are battling for the third and final spot in the Spring Promotion Tournament, but the Unicorns of Love, they are now leading 2-0, and it's looking like it could well be a clean sweep here. Of course, we have to talk about the man that just absolutely destroyed them. It is the man in the mid lane. It's Power of Evil. And we gotta wonder, has he got a bit of a grudge?
Yeah, I think he does. I mean, we touched on this very briefly at the beginning, but there's history here with Power of Evil. He played with the Ninjas in Pajamas in the mid lane at DreamHack, ended up winning the tournament with them. That is when Alex decided he wanted to be a top laner, and he was touting how he was unhappy in the mid lane, and it was boring for him. But immediately after the event, Alex got maybe hunger pangs of being back in the mid lane, and Power of Evil was benched. He was taken off the roster. Alex went back to mid. My word, Power of Evil is really delivering this series.
Absolutely fantastic stuff for that man in the mid lane. We should also mention, though, obviously, on the flip side for Ninjas in Pajamas, there is a glimmer of hope. He's got a military-sized backpack on his back, apparently. I'm not too sure it's big enough yet. He may need a bigger one, because Freeze has played well in the last two games.
So 5-2-4 across 2 losses in 24 minutes when your team has given up so many kills. I think it was maybe 30 kills in that second game, 20-odd in the first game. Reminiscent of the likes of Reckless. Relatively safe, still relatively positive. But the problem is, because of his role, he can't impact and he can't reduce the damage that's been done by the other lanes. So Deficio said it best. He said Freeze is trying to carry, but he simply can't get to the point where it's late enough for him to have the impact he needs or wants.
Absolutely. Absolutely needs a bigger bag. If he was in DayZ, he'd be scrummaging around the barracks trying to find something, but right now he's struggling.
What's bigger than a DayZ military backpack?
And he needs a 35 slotter, that's what he needs. He's in trouble if he doesn't get that, because frankly, he's got to put everybody in that bag, Alex Sich included.
Alex more than most at this stage in time. Cabashard and Lulix, they had a decent enough attempt in that top lane. They did get some kills onto Chachi, but it didn't equate into control. It didn't equate into anything that was going to help NIP in that series.
So as Pick and Ban's about to get underway, you touched on something, actually. Talking about the Evelyn for Lolex.
Yeah.
Something needs to change there.
So both Nif and Deficio said they wanted winning lanes for NIP, looking to snowball the lead. Evelyn is not necessarily the greatest at winning lanes for you. So looking to get his hands on maybe Elise, maybe Jarvan. Maybe don't ban out the Lee Sin and see if you can first pick it. We'll have to see what the strategy is going to be.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 underway. Will it be the final game? That's the question. Syndra and Morgana banned out this time for Ninjas in Pajamas. Don't want Hilizan getting his hands on that. Nidalee and Lee Sin also taken away, so Unicorn sticking with the same bans. And why not? A 2-0.
Yeah, it's working for them. Rengar would be the last one if they want to go 3 for 3. with 2 of those bans targeted at Lulix. And we keep talking about Lulix, and, you know, it is very difficult to keep pointing at the jungler having little to no impact when your solo lanes are losing so hard. I mean, you have to remember that fact.
Oh, they always take they're always the first to be playing in any game.
But at the same token, when you've got a solo lane that is struggling, having an early game jungler that can turn that around, that can have a positive impact, is something you have to consider. With the Swain ban from Ninjas in Pajamas, I wonder if they're going to go for a first pick Maokai. They banned Swain and Maokai in the previous game, but their first pick this time around. So they may force Chachi into some other weird and wonderful counter pick.
Final ban for Unicorns of Love about to come through. What do they fear? Braum. They are going towards the support. So Voidal being focused. Is it going to be that Maokai first pick? Or will it be something else? Of course, AD carries are out there. Will they try and steal away Tristana? Will they go Kog'Maw? Will they try and first pick any of those?
So this series, Ninjas in Pajamas have had a lower priority on the AD carries than they have in the past. And I actually like the fact that Braum is taken off the table by the Unicorns of Love, because what it does mean is Voidal has to play Thresh again. And if the Unicorns of Love are like, look, we're not afraid of your Thresh, it puts them in a comfortable position.
Well, we talked about Rengar being banned out by the Unicorns of Love. They have got it this time around, along with Maokai in that top lane. Orianna first pick for Alexic in that mid lane. We'll see what Power of Evil has in response.
Going to test your memory. I don't know why I am, because your memory's fantastic. But the last time I remember Alexic dominating with Orianna was the LCS Roadshow last year in Moscow.
Yeah.
And I distinctly remember tearing apart Fnatic. Never dying, getting away with single-digit HP,
Just
command
about
protects,
living,
all throughout the jungle, over and over and over. Alex needs to find that form, needs to go Super Saiyan, and he needs to carry NIP through this next matchup. If Lulix picks Evelyn, and his lanes do not go even, 3-0 in favor of Unicorns of Blood.
Nami may well get selected here. It has been locked in for Voidal, so forced him to change something. Didn't fancy the Thresh, no, which would have honestly been a strong option for a Kog'Maw out there, but instead Nami just as good alongside him. We'll see how it works out. That does, of course, leave Thresh available, and it will be that Thresh Tristana lane, it seems, for UOL.
Yeah, I'm going to decide what they want to lock in a moment or two, but that Nami Kog'Maw is such an obnoxious lane. With the sustain from Nami, the range from the Bioarcane Barrage, and the bonus damage that you're going to get from Tidecaller's Blessing on Nami, it does give you a lot of power to control your lane. I do expect the Unicorns of Love to be under more pressure from Freeze and Voidal whenever they lock in their duo, because I think if Freeze and Voidal have said, we're going to try and win this lane, we're going to play more aggressive, they've got 2 champions that can most definitely make that happen.
See whether it works out for them. Vardax, as we mentioned, has actually kept toe-for-toe with Freeze. What's impressed me the most, honestly, you know, with Unicorns of Love is while they have got ahead early, they've instantly grouped, they've instantly pushed objectives, they've finished the games very quickly. So often we'll see with challenger teams, it's like they're unsure exactly how to finish.
With LCS teams.
With LCS teams as well, yeah, absolutely. And it's certainly something, but this is a team that is playing without fear. They are a very young team, of course. They are all just ticking over to that 17 years of age, and if they can get into the LCS. So this is a big stage for them. I wonder if they're just, I mean, absolutely now they're going to play without complete pressure. The confidence is going to be incredibly high. And NIP, we saw it with Super Hot Crew, how cautious, how scared they were playing against Roccat in that final game. We have a change though in picks, and we are going to see Riven from Cabochard in that top lane.
Okay, so NIP have done what the analysts were talking about. They've gone for lanes that are stronger, that are a little bit more bully-centric, and within the European Challenger Series, Riven is considered a counter pick to Maokai. You can argue the merits of it, but it has worked at least 2 out of the last 3 times that I've seen it personally. Smitty is smitten with that champion. He will pick Riven into anything possible, and he's one of the loudest players when it comes to that option. So we'll see if NIP can get a strong laning advantage. In theory, if they do, Lulix will then have options to actually gank, as opposed to trying to save a lane. So we'll see. It's going to be very dependent on Cabochard, Alex, and Freeze to get themselves ahead.
See how it works out. Final choice was Ari up against Alexic in that mid lane. This is the old classic, I think. This is going back to Season 2 World Championships, Orianna versus Ari.
Yeah, I think it is. And for the Unicorns of Love, they do have a relatively strong front line with that Maokai and Rengar once he eventually gets there, but the Unicorns are all about singling out targets. They want Rengar and Maokai to dive onto somebody, have them instantly finished off by Tristana and Ari, and then clean up a fight. If they get caught in a straight up 5v5, Evelyn, Riven, or Rihanna are going to be very, very scary. So this time around, it's going to be up to Unicorns of Love to find the right fights, find the right skirmishes, and not fall behind in that laning phase.
Well, they've certainly found the fights in the past. We'll see if they can do it again. The players are getting ready for the third game, so tell us who you think will go home with the win. Send your tweets to @LOL Esports with hashtag NIP win or UOL win. We'll see just how you voted in a moment. I'm pretty sure I know which way this vote's going to go now, because you guys absolutely will be hopping on that UOL bandwagon, surely.
Yeah, I think so too. 67% of the vote went in favor of the Unicorns of Love, and I can't see why not. No. I mean, they have very confident play. You really, really hit the nail on the head that they are super decisive. They group up incredibly early. I mean, in the previous game, they took about 75% of the inner mid turret's tower damage at the 13th minute. Just from a kill in the mid lane, they got 2 or 3 champions and just pushed it down. It's very smart map play from the Unicorns.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get underway. Game 3 starting out. Ninjas in Pajamas, they've got their hands on Orianna for Alexic in that mid lane. We'll see if it works out for him. Personally, I am never convinced by Alex outside of an assassin. We'll see if this one does work out. As you mentioned, going back to Moscow, that was a long time ago. The start of the summer split in 2013. When we last saw Alex, of course, he has been playing heavily in the Challenger Series since then. Yeah. So, of course, may well have pulled out something special. But for me, Power of Evil has been doing some very special things in that mid lane and honestly made Alexic look average. And we all know, of course, that he is not.
Well, you talked about liking Alex on Assassins. It definitely didn't work for games 1 and 2 this series. So I do like the switch up. I do like the focus on stronger lanes here for NIP. And I think, I do just want to reiterate, it's up to the lanes of NIP to play aggressively and to put UOL on the defensive. The moment the Unicorns are playing defensively, it then allows Lulex to actually play Evelyn the way he wants to. Aggressively, maybe looking for dives, looking to punish UOL. But we'll see how the lanes do.
Slight miscommunication by UOL. Double ward was placed at that red buff, so not exactly on point. We are seeing NIP being fairly aggressive up in this bottom lane. Freeze is pretty happy, giving it the charge of the Red Brigade, but I'm not too sure if it's going to work out for him. Hasn't got too many behind him.
Busy chilling with that backpack in the bushes.
That's it. Got himself a picnic in Voidal's in it at the moment.
Throw out some of the dirt and rocks and see if he can put the rest of his team on his back.
So, blue buff start, buddy system. Cabashard's not going to stick around. Lolex will take that one. Gilius, of course, on Rengar. See how that works out for him. Not seen too many successful Rengars in Europe over the last couple of weeks. We'll see whether Gilius has maybe found the formula to work here. Voidal caught out, death sentence straight away. Vardax immediately puts that explosive shot, gets the burn down on him. Freeze does react very well though. Alex Hitch charmed in the mid lane. Power of Evil taking that at level 1. Putting some pressure down, but not really a great deal of damage to start things off.
No, you need to combo multiple spells to really make that charm work, but this is the matchup that I'm the most interested in. Riven versus Maokai. It's, you know, Riven is a champion that was particularly popular towards the end of last year, and even during season 3 Worlds, but look at the damage on Chachi.
Level 1, trying to go in there. Cabashard hits level 2. Chachi did level up, gave him a bit of a burst of hit points, but that's a warning sign already. A Riven can be very dangerous this early on.
And of course, in the lanes that we are seeing for NIP, there is a lot of poke and a lot of pressure that can come down. Cabashard doing a fairly good start and definitely out-trading Chachi for the time being. We'll see how that carries on.
It's a tricky trade because there's a lot of minions for Cabashard right now. Could they get themselves first blood this time around? Still no health pot used by Cabashard. Just starting to chug through the first one. Has got his second in his pocket, of course. Garen starting with that longsword. Very aggressive start. Lolex gonna pay a visit towards that top there, but Chachi, I feel, may well back away before he gets here.
All 3 lanes for NIP are pushing against the Unicorns of Love's towers. So they finally pick lanes that do work in their favor. The question is, will the tower dive work? Lulex is considering going in. If Chachi takes the bait and goes aggressive onto Cabashard, that's going to be the signal to move in. Remember, there's not a lot of hit points or super tankiness here. They're going into the tree.
No, a little bit too much. He does manage to get a twisted advance in there. Lolex comes around now. They might be able to get on towards him. Lolex going deep on this one. Has he got the burn? No, the red buff not enough to take him down. And a simple flash gets him to safety.
Yeah, look how low Lulex went, though. He was down to 1 tower hit away, basically, from being taken out and losing those double buffs. So, flash was secured from the dive onto Chachi, and Gilius actually isn't even going into lane to take that experience in gold because of the teleport, and that answers why. Two of us are like, what are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, he's been told, get your hands off my farm.
Mine.
So, bottom lane, Vardags under pressure this time around. Freeze maybe. Let's see if he's brought a big enough bag this time around. Maybe it's a super-sized effort because it may well be required. He has got himself a fairly decent CS advantage already. Good Aqua Prison caught out this time around. Vardags taking some serious punishment, but again, not enough to trade back. And good reactions. Power of Evil also under pressure in this mid lane. Oh, lands another charm on Alex Hitch. Manages to get another burst of damage down on towards him. Fairly even between the two, but Lolex is going to pay a visit.
Yeah, there's no ultimate for Power of Evil, so if he does get caught up by some burst... Oh, they're going in on Freeze!
Freeze caught out this time, Flay in there. It's going to be a jump. Exhaust on towards Vardags. Is it enough, though? Exhaust on Freeze. He's running away. First blood comes down. Icathian surprise. Will he catch on towards Vardags instead? No, Voidal will catch on towards him. There's the Icathian, but Hillisang maybe able to finish this one off. He's going to have his Flay back off cooldown in a moment. Dodges down the Aqua Prison. Voidal's going to try and run away from this one. Can he get away? He will not. He's going to be one more hit going on him. Will it finish off? The supports are not enough. While that was all happening, of course, Lolex got in the mid lane and Power of Evil did die, so Alex Hitch finally gets himself a lead.
2 kills in favor of NIP, so Lulex managing to find a gank, and this is Power of Evil just being caught out of position. Straight outplay and a good gank. This time around, the early laning champion of Alex Hitch was able to make a play. Despite the fact that he wasn't overextended, he punished Power of Evil being too deep. And you've seen how much pressure Vardags and Hillisang were under. Because Freeze and Voidal have been in their face the entire time, they felt they needed to go hyper-aggressive to try and counterbalance the lane pressure they were under. They did get a kill, but obviously it was immediately balanced by the Decathlon surprise on the side of Freeze.
Cabashard goes back, gets himself a little more health topped off. We did miss, actually, Vizichachi went all in on him, I believe, which is why he got taken so low. Gilius is nearby. I think Lolex will spot him, though. You can see him coming around there, so he's not going to go too deep on that one. He will back off. Vizichachi just went back and got himself a Ruby Crystal, so not really feeling it. Lolex found out. Gilius fancies this one. He's got the help of Power of Evil coming nearby. There's the slow. They catch on towards him. He's in trouble. Charm catches on. Lolex will go down. Who will take the kill? Shockwave comes through. Gilius has got to run from this one. He's going to be going straight headlong in towards Cabashard. They're going to need the rest of the help of the top lane there. Good bolo on towards Alex Hitch. Will slow him down. He's going to run around instead. He's going to run on the merry dance and go in towards their own blue buff and get away safe.
And while all of that was happening, Vardags and Hillisang actually got a kill in the bottom lane. So well played by Gilius and Power of Evil to 2v1 Lulex, and despite the fact Alex Hitch got in range to put that shockwave down, he wasn't able to continue running to get the kill. Cabashard and Chachi, I think, were fighting in the top lane, so there was no support. So this is the first time we're seeing this. That's just Voidal eating a hook. I mean, it doesn't get much more simple than that.
Hook, line, and sinker absolutely goes down there. And the Unicorns are love in complete domination again, honestly. Coming out of this in towards the lane phase, they are starting to look strong. And Ninjas in Pajamas, while having a much stronger start this time around, a little bit more even, still falling behind in goal and slowly falling behind in kills.
Yeah, I'm going to change the wording. Despite having a stronger start, it's not losing the early game quite as hard. They did get some kills. Lulex has tried to make a play in that top lane before, and they did get the flash from Chachi, which is not up, and Chachi's low on mana. But look how everybody's backed off. The minion wave wasn't working with them, and it is a fairly difficult lane to dive. So even on CS across all the lanes, and Hillisang and Vardags definitely playing very confidently, the aggressive play from Hillisang's Thresh is somewhat counterbalancing the potential threat of harass and poke from Nami and Cogmore.
The problem is it's Tristana that's getting kills. Starting to get going in. If that can speed up his build, if he can get to that Infinity Edge just as quick as the Trinity Force, it will be a problem, of course. Freeze will have a slight advantage for a certain period of time here. Power of Evil wiping out that mid wave, no deal. about that one. Easily done, got himself the blue buff, of course, just picked up. Alexic will try and do the same. At the moment, Alex is taking the wolves, so that just shows the pressure Alex is under, having to starve away Lolex from that farm to give him some advantage. Gilius, though, he's on the hunt. He's looking for the red buff.
Yeah, he does not have Smite. Will be available in a few seconds' time. He's going to be going in with his ultimate.
Well, he's going to come around the side. Lolex has already taken it. He's stealthed up. Can he get on towards Lolex? Will pounce in there. There's the Bolo. Catches the stun. Death Sentence follows. In comes Vardax. Pounces on. Gets himself his third kill of the game.
That was a flash Death Sentence from Hylissang that connected after the Bolo had rooted him to the ground. Cabashot instantly gets knocked back, and this counter pick, he's got damage, but can he win the trade?
Well, I'm not sure this is a fight he wants. Twisted Advance gets on towards him. Sapling comes through. The slow goes down. Cabashot on next to nothing. Vizichachi can just track him along here. Will catch on towards him. Good get away from Cabashot. Escaped, but that's going to be the dragon for UOL.
Yeah, you have to question the counter pick, so to speak. Previously, we did see that Chachi had already used his ultimate, so did not have it available for the actual full-on duel. The Unicorns of Love completely outplaying Lulix in the jungle. Good vision and good hunting from Gilius on that Rengar. Immediately led to Dragon and seeing Chachi win that trade in the top lane. Now all of a sudden Unicorns of Love are back in a very similar position to what they were. Look at Vardax freezing the lane. It's not going to last particularly long, because when you last hit with Tristana, you're automatically going to push. But it will buy him a few seconds of extra safety.
Oh, shockwave views. Alex Ditch going to be in desperation mode. Charm goes down for Power of Evil, though. Does quickly turn it around. Manages to get a couple of hits with those Foxtails, but just not enough. He will be forced out of lane. So Alex Ditch starting to build a little advantage, but that is about all.
Yeah, it's nice to see Alex playing more aggressively onto Power of Evil. But trading your Ignite against a Spirit Rush is not the greatest. So if Alex eats a Charm, once Power of Evil returns to this lane, he could be in a little bit of trouble. Chalice of Harmony in Alex's back pocket versus the Fiendish Codex and the Forbidden Idol. So a lot of mana regen and cooldown reduction coming in on the side of Power of Evil. He may be looking to fight now that he's got some more AP and CPR.
If he's going to go Morellonomicon or just rush straight for the FG. We'll see how that works out.
Depends on how many kills he gets.
See how confident he's feeling as well. Ping Ward spotted. Cabashot's going to come around for that one. It's a dangerous move because Gilius is nearby. He's popped his ultimate. He's going to stealth on through here. He's got his stun ready and waiting to go. Cabashot senses the danger. Pounces over that wall to safety. Lolex was nearby. Power of Evil was already making his move as well up the river. But he will be safe for now.
So Power of Evil is going to clear out that ward his side of the jungle. Unicorns of Love got a 2,000 gold lead. And I do think we need to double check that bottom lane in a minute or two, see how it's turning out, because Vardax is now evened out that small CS advantage, and he hasn't backed in a particularly long time. 2,600 gold. Needs a couple hundred more before he can actually complete the Infinity Edge. But still, actually, he may have enough. My math isn't the greatest. Boydle shoots and hopefully doesn't go down.
Yeah, it's not going to be followed through. Too close to the tower. Cabashot again, trying to go aggressive. Power of Evil's coming near. Lolex is nearby. Cabashot's got to be careful. He doesn't get drawn into this one. I don't think they've got vision of Power of Evil just yet, but they're going to sense. They know that mid laner is missing. Lolex, will he get spotted? Cabashot, twisted advance, goes on towards him. In comes the charm. Cabashot is going to go down very quickly. Lolex may well get caught out here. Spirit Rush comes in, back down towards the bottom lane. Lolex, Voidal going to get locked on. Pounce on. Oh, he jumps into the Aqua Prison. Brilliant play coming out of Voidal there. But Vardax will get himself a 4th kill. Now Freezer's going to get caught out. He's forced away. And Unicorns of Love pick up another 2 kills.
They are completely outclassing Ninjas in Pajamas. 3 games in a row. Unicorns of Love have outplayed their opponents in lane, with their jungle ganks, and with their decision making. Vardax has definitely got enough money for an Infinity Edge when he decides to back. Tower is going to get secured for Unicorns of Love in that top lane, and truthfully, I don't think there's very much that Ninjas in Pajamas can do, because Unicorns of Love are everywhere. They're winning all of their lanes, and for the 3rd game in a row, they have completely controlled the opening stages of the match.
Pressure on. Roaming working for Power of Evil, found his 1st kill, and returns to the mid lane. Tower did not go down. It was well defended by Gilius, who himself is picking up that red buff and looking to maybe pick something else up. Maybe going towards Cabashot again. Cabashot went with this Riven pick, obviously tried to counter it in towards this Maokai. They let Maokai through. It was first picked by Unicorns, and so far has worked very, very well. Rod of Age is almost completed by him. While, of course, We do see Power of Evil. We'll see which way he's going to step this at the moment. He has got a lot of gold. Ultimate popped. Oh, here we go. Gilius comes around the side, finds Cabashard, immediately backs away from this one. Do they fancy it? He's pretty low on health. They have got the support of Hylissang just off of the side here, but instead he's going to retreat back to the jungle.
Yeah, well, realizing that Lulix is around, rather Cabashard is around, decided against the engage. It's not a super long cooldown at this stage either, so it will be up again in about a minute, 20 seconds, 30 seconds on the side of Gilius. If you just look at him, 2 assists, there's a dragon under his belt, there's a tower secured, and he's got a 20-30 CS advantage over Lulix. Gilius has just been significantly more impactful. 3 games in a row, Lulix and Evelyn, and I'm not sold on the presence, I'm not sold on any help that he's had for his team lanes.
And we should point out, of course, both of these teams have had jungler changes. Gilius so far seems to be the better choice, and certainly fitted very well into Unicorns of Love playstyle, working well for him. A Red Invade, possibilities. Unicorns of Love looking to maybe create something again. Another charm lands. Alexich this time using the good shockwave. Will try and catch on towards him. Power of Evil's going to go down here. Is it enough? The Ignite is running. Has he got enough to try and get out of it? No, he does not, but Alexich instead will go down. Vizichachi comes in, and still it's an assist for Power of Evil.
And Power of Evil still connected with a charm, despite the fact that the command attack and dissonance was going to kill him. He did not miss a skill shot. I think Power of Evil mechanically is fantastic. He does finish the Morellonomicon that you were talking about. Now we'll see in the bottom lane. Hylissang gets caught by the wave.
But Vardak decides to sidestep it. He's got that Infinity Edge. Hylissang's going to be the focus. Vardak is going to be careful instead. Uses that Lantern. In comes the teleport. Voidal. Oh, he's cancelled out. That's in the top lane, the mid lane. That's going to get caught out. Vardak does get himself the kill. Cabashard managing to interrupt the teleport from Vizichachi. That was good play by Cabashard, because it could have gone a lot worse.
Holy crap. Somebody give Vardags and Hylissang a cookie, because that play was phenomenal. I'll explain why in a second. Here comes Gilius, he's on the hunt.
He's got the hunt, he's going to go towards Freeze. Hylissang comes around the side, Vardags is there. They're going to pounce on towards Lolex, gets the stun down on towards him. Lantern thrown out for a little bit of shield safety, but it's Vardags taking a lot of damage. Freeze is going to try and get on towards him. One more hit, is it enough? No! Vardags gets away, 24 hit points, and he's got free. Now Alexich, he's going to focus on Vizichachi running defensive duties, but the rest of Unicorns, they move in, and once again they clump up so fast as a team and react to everything NIP throw at them.
I cannot get over the level of communication and coordination between the teams. Not only are they playing super strategically and intelligently around the map, but that micromanagement play with Hylissang getting caught out. The thing that impresses me the most, Hylissang's caught, but instead of Vardags going north up the lane, he actually goes into the middle of the team, because there's a call. Teleport's coming in, Lantern's there, and despite the fact that Riven did interrupt Maokai's Lantern, Vardags and Hylissang just completely outplayed a 2v3 and got a kill to walk away with it. I'm completely blown away by that decision making, because it is very impressive under such threat.
Hylissang dances around, keeps the dragon aggro away from Gilius for a short period of time. They get themselves the second dragon of the game. Cabashard in the top lane. I don't think he's going to get this tower. I think Vizichachi should be able to get back here just about in time as he strolls on back there. Has got himself a fair chunk of armor as well. Bottom lane, Voidal throws out the wave, but he just gets destroyed by Power of Evil and Vardags combined. Vardags now 5-1. We talked about the big backpack that Freeze has. Now let's talk about Vardags one that he's managed to steal off him from the last game.
Well, even more impressive. Game 1, Chachi carries, going 7-0-5.
Alex run, Alex run, you're in trouble. Gilius going to pounce in towards him. Shockwave is pulled, he may get himself a kill here, but it's going to be his own death. Gilius tries to sidestep, does manage to get away. Power of Evil coming in behind, Alexich is committed to this one. Charm comes in, Power of Evil gets the kill, and Gilius is home free.
Alex full on face palmed. After that, chasing it. That is the ultimate desperation play. Chasing past 2 towers. And to just go back to the point, game 1, Chachi carries going 7-0-5. Game 2, Power of Evil goes 100% kill participation on Orianna. Game 3, Vardags goes, screw you guys, I've got carry pants too. Depending on the game, depending on the play, every member of UOL in terms of their carries has stepped up to control and incapacitate the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, it has been tremendous stuff from this young team that's come through the Challenger, and honestly, you know, we saw Nip talking about it. Sorry, Nif talking about it. Alex, it isn't him trying to dive. Great sidestepping, honestly, from Gilius. Read the attack balls, no problem.
Yeah, he's got really good dancing shoes. And that's a flash charm from Power of Evil once again. Under pressure, landing the skill shot. I mean, Power of Evil has landed so many charms whenever we're watching him against Alex. You kind of have to assume it's the weird one when it doesn't connect.
Yeah, you got to question that. But going back, you know, talking about Unicorns of Love, and Nif mentioned on it back in the analysis desk, you know, the challenge, the LCS teams, or the non-LCS teams, I guess you could call them now, because they have to re-qualify to get back in there for next year, are going to be watching this game, and I would avoid Unicorns of Love.
I tell you what, there's a bigger question in my mind. The Unicorns of Love team that we are watching now, yes, they are beating Ninjas in Pajamas that I feel may be underperforming as well. I think individually NIP are not necessarily stepping up. But this is not the same Unicorns of Love that lost to H2K yesterday and that barely scraped through against Gamers 2. I mean, the level of control and the level of individual ability, maybe they're one of these LAN teams that just thrives under the lights.
If you actually... Oh, Hillisang caught out. He is not going to get away from this one, surely. It's going to be Vardax with 1 kill. In comes Gilius. Hillisang still alive. Lolex goes down. That's a double for Vardax. Is it going to be the triple? Pounce is on in there. He gets himself the triple, and Hillisang lives.
The Baller Strike managing to root Freeze under the tower, gives them that 3rd kill. We did see a kill into Chachi in the top lane. I think that was a 2-on-1, but that's a very good trade. We'll watch this one out. We do see Power Evil joining the fight late. This looks like Chachi. Oh, that was a good shockwave from Alex.
Yeah.
Prevented Power Evil getting into the team fight quickly enough, and they just run Chachi down.
He missed the charm. There you go, Power of Evil, it does happen. Tried to Spirit Rush in and got pulled by the Shockwave. Well, of course, the Unicorns of Love continue to push down this bottom lane. They get themselves another tower. It's now 4-1 in their favor. They have themselves a big gold advantage. 2nd tower of the game for Ninjas in Pajamas is finally going down. And this Riven, it's a hard sell, I think, for me, Kabashard, at the moment. Busy Chachi has held his own against effectively 2 people in that top lane for a while, because Lolex has been camping it.
Yeah, Lolex definitely went for multiple ganks, and it didn't equate into control. That's the 3rd game in a row that we've seen Kabashard not really keeping his opponent down. Chachi, despite the pressure in game 2 as Aurelia, came out ahead in CS. Despite the ganks, has come out ahead in CS and ahead in kills. And now he's got himself a Frozen Heart to help deal with Kabashard. I don't think Kabashard can kill him anymore. Item advantage heavily in favor of UOL. Static Shiv, Vamp Scepter, and Eye-Edge. I mean, that's a full item ahead of Freeze. Tristana's weak mid-game has been counterbalanced. Here comes Gilius!
Gilius pounces, Lolex caught! Whoa. He just got wrecked straight away there. Freeze now caught out, the AD carry. He should be able to turn this one back around. Gilius gone a little too far on that one. The rest of his team focus on towards the tower. Alex is taking a quick burst of damage. They will wipe the way, but Vardax fancies it. He gets himself the tower down, and Unicorns of Love get yet another objective. So, quick recap before, we were talking about Gamers 2. The power that Unicorns of Love had in that game was their team fighting ability. They took it to the late game and they came back every single time. Would you believe they were 11-2 down, of course, in that 3rd match against Gamers 2? But because they had the objective control, they've been, say, the Dragons and the Towers, their team fighting was so strong. Uh-oh, Alex Hitch got out. He goes down. Shockwave was pulled, though. Is it enough? Hillisang taking a lot of damage, but again, just strolls on out of there, and it's another tower for the Unicorns.
I absolutely am blown away by the Unicorns of Love objective control. They have not danced around Baron. They've not wasted their time. They have found ways to push minion waves and then push towers. If you look at the side lanes, the top lane was pushing to the inner turret. Unicorns of Love found a kill on Alex, then a tower. If you look at the bottom lane, minion wave is pushing towards inhibitor turrets. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Unicorns of Love pushing middle or bottom and then going for an inhibitor turret. It's what they've been doing the last few games.
Well, if body language was anything, the difference between Alex and Power of Evil on those little cameras down the bottom tells you everything. Power of Evil, talking, non-stop communication. Alex has not spoken a word the entire time it's been on him. Unicorns of Love move on to the Dragon as they push on this one down. Vardax, you talked about the carry pants. 7-0-5 from Busy Sachi game 1. I think it was like 19 plus kills for Power of Evil in the last game.
So I think,
and now 10 1-1. And I should point out, the whole time, Hylissang has been doing a magnificent job alongside him.
Yeah, I completely agree. The death sentences that Hylissang has landed, you know what? Every single skill shot that Unicorns of Love have thrown out has ended up working in their favor. They're landing the stuff that matters, and they're punishing NIP. And I just think that Unicorns of Love are just the superior players in this series of this day. They've outclassed NIP.
Uh-oh.
So Baron bait.
Good ward.
There's a ward, yes, and this time does not connect.
That ward basically saved lives. They've got to be careful they don't get caught out. They're going to come around the side here. Unicorns of Love could chase on this one. We've seen some flash hooks already thrown out before. Flash is available for Hylissang to lie in just a second. But instead they've been bullied out, and now they could just push straight at the mid lane. They've abandoned this one. Or they could just turn. Will they go Baron? What will they choose? Any objective is theirs. They know that there's a ward they're walking over because they saw it already placed. They're not going to sweep it out. They've got nothing available. Everything's on cooldown. Instead, they're just going to go straight Baron, and NIP have to react.
So they need to be very careful. If Unicorns of Love get caught by a multi-man stun from Riven and shot with Gilius, he's jumped in!
He's pounced on towards Voidal, he's caught out, stun comes in, he gets wrecked straight away. Lolex caught out as well, Death Sentence again landing, gets blown away by Vardax, literally. Power of Evil also gets himself the kill. DFG didn't even need to be used. Unicorns of Love go back to Baron.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable decisiveness from a challenger level team. Very little NIP can do. This game's going to be 3-0. Unicorns of Love, once they've got Baron, they can see them. Here's a fight from NIP.
Multi-flashes, Alex Hitch this time catches a good shockwave. Is it enough though? No, it is not, because the damage is done. Vardax taken so low, but the Baron was stolen.
No,
Baron kills.
Yep.
Sorry, on towards Gilius. I was looking at it thinking, hey? But yeah, of course he got taken down, and nobody from NIP actually managed to hit him.
So actually well played by NIP at the end of the day, because they do prevent Baron from happening. And this is the 3-man. The shockwave catches both Power of Evil and Vardax, and that instantly puts them on the back foot. And yeah, unfortunately, Gilius was just 1v1, and you're never going to beat that massive worm. Doesn't matter how fed you are at this stage in the game. So Baron ends up taking a victim, but it's not another kill to NIP. It's not gold in NIP's pockets. But it's not a Baron on Unicorns of Love, so small victory for NIP.
18-5. 10,000 gold advantage once again for the Unicorns. It's the slowest game they've had so far in this series, 25 minutes, which is
mind-boggling.
Not great for NIP, who, honestly, the curse continues on this stage, it seems. 3-0 the dream, maybe. Not really the 3-0 they were looking at, but it's a nightmare nonetheless.
This will be the 6th time out of 7 appearances on the stage that Ninjas in Pajamas, with obviously varying players over the last year, have been unable to take
they take the bait.
Well,
Sapling tossed out, so it's going to slow someone if they walk into it.
Yeah, Gilius is jumped in.
Oh, Gilius goes in, pounces on towards him. Alex is destroyed. Didn't get a chance to shockwave or anything there. Kabashar gets knocked out the side there. Freezer's going to get focused on. He's going to get lashed back in there. Vizichachi all over him. He gets locked up. That's another. It's a double picked up for Power of Evil. Gilius the only man, of course, the first man going in there against an ace. Fantastic stuff by this young Unicorns of Love.
I have no idea how Hylissang managed to land a death sentence on Freeze, but look at this, saves it. After the bubble comes down, Lulek sidesteps, and Freeze threads the needle, dodges it past Voidal, connects on Freeze and prevents him getting away. The rest of Unicorns of Love, despite losing Gilius, clean house, grab themselves the ace. Death timers are still fairly low, so they'll get the inhibitor and back away.
Well, 27 minutes, and they do get another inhibitor, as you mentioned. It's Unicorns of Love in full control. We talked about Gilius, you know, he's had a fantastic impact. You know, while his stats have not looked impressive, Rengar has been banned out, and this is probably the best Rengar we've seen for a while, honestly, here in Europe. Of course, the Koreans, they know exactly what to do on him, but we haven't seen a great deal of advantage. But that's simply down to the kills more than the great vision control or the great minion control.
I feel like Gilius may be one of the lead callers or shot callers in the team, because even when he was playing Jarvan in the previous games, he would peel and team fight very, very quickly. There's very little hesitation when it comes to this particular squad, and I can't recall a single time where they've engaged and you've kind of gone, that was terrible. They've tower dove and you're like, ooh, that was brave. but it's not resulted in absolutely terrible decision making. So anyways, Baron is back up. We'll see if they can appeal in team fight. I think that's going to be the plan. And there goes Gilius.
They're going in again, and Gilius goes in again! And that's another kill. This time around, it's a good shockwave from Alex, but Cabashot is just wrecked in there. Riven simply does not have the hit points to be tanking in there. Lolex kill out. It's a double this time around for Vizitachi. And wow. Another cleanup crew from the Unicorns of Love. They're going to go back in. Baron is started off. Alex and Freeze are still alive. It's going to have to be something magical from them to prevent this one.
Yeah, we'll see. I just think NIP were barking up the wrong tree that time round. Got caught out. Hylissang once again escaped with his life. Now they're jumping on Alex.
Baron caught out. Vardax pounces. Alex caught out. He's going to go down. Vardax is a legendary 14-1-8. So many times the Unicorns have just somebody different that can carry a game. 19 assists, by the way, for Hylissang, still yet to die despite being caught short so many times.
Yeah, look how quickly... Whoa, we'll get back to this in a second. It looks like Unicorns of Love may be looking for the win. They have super minions in the mid lane. 20 seconds before Alex is up, and Baron for regen. Hylissang is barreling down the mid lane with those mobility boots. This is going to be a 5-on-4 for at least the next 12 seconds, and super minions helping them out.
Well, I think the Unicorns have got something to do or something tonight, because they are looking to finish these games so strong. 30 minutes gone, and this game is almost over once again as the Unicorns now in the base. Cabashot comes pouncing on in, but it's Lolex caught by another death sentence coming out from Hylissang. Vizitachi tanking all the damage, caught out by the Aqua Prison. Freeze caught out down the bottom there. He gets hooked in by another death sentence. He's pounced on. He goes down. It's another kill for the Unicorns. They are now 30 kills and 6 deaths. Finally somebody catches, but it's only the passive, and it's the Unicorns of Love with a 3-0 domination over the Ninjas in Pajamas. They will go through to the Spring Promotion Series for the LCS, and I, for one, would not want to pick the Unicorns of Love to face.
Definitely look excited, and rightfully so. There was no doubt who was the better team tonight.
Solid stuff. We have a new celebration that we may well be seeing in the LCS. The Unicorns of Love. What a fantastic name, by the way. I want to give credit to that, because that would be a nice name to be casting in the LCS. Nonetheless, 15-10, by the way, for Vardax in that final game. Another man, another star. It's a team full of carries.
I completely agree. And I do think there's a little bit of an unsung hero in Gilius. I think all of his games, he was very decisive in his initiations and went down his job and went down his Rengar, and the rest of the team just cleaned up. You go to game 2, Vardax gets blown up by Alex Itchy, and Power of Evil's like, what up, I don't care. He just took everybody out with Orianna. I'm very impressed, and I do think you do need to throw a tiny bit of salt into the victory, because NIP were underperforming. No, NIP really didn't show up. So Unicorns of Love played fantastic, and NIP played a little lower than what we would have expected, so the gulf seemed much bigger. But I don't want to take anything away from them. They grouped, they pushed towers, they used Baron effectively. There's very little that you could sit and say, that wasn't very good.
No, that was tremendous stuff.
Yep.
0-0-22 for Hylissang as well. Big performance from him once again. Honestly, for me, Unicorns of Love look dangerous. You know, looking towards H2K, yes, strong team, but got the problems at the moment. But they did manage to beat Unicorns yesterday. We should point that out, 2-1. So it really does give a big problem. SK Prime being the other team, it's a really big issue. Copenhagen Wolves, Gambit Gaming, they have to choose these opponents. Of course,
whoever
Copenhagen Wolves get no choice. They will find, and then of course the 6th place playoff, which will be happening next Thursday at Gamescom. So keep your eyes on that one, because somebody is slipping into this relegation, and it is a dangerous relegation zone right now.
That team, whoever places 6th, it'll be Super Hot Crew or whoever loses tomorrow.
Yep.
I think has the most difficult decision, because if you look at the series, you go, holy crap, Unicorns of Love. But if you look at yesterday and the day before, you kind of go, are they the same? How does the change happen? What a difficult decision when you have to counter it up and figure it out.
And something to look at, of course, for the Spring Promotion. Ninjas in Pajamas last time were in that Spring Promotion series as a drop-down. They chose the last team that qualified, just as Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
That was Roccat. They've just managed to sneak on through in towards the playoff bracket, the semi-finals. Could we see Unicorns of Love doing the same thing? Of course, Roccat came through and 3-0'd NIP last time around. They've just been 3-0'd by Unicorns. I would not want to pick the mythical creatures.
No, I sure as hell wouldn't. Because this is one of those times where you look at the skill ceiling and you think, if they perform at that level, who can stop them? I don't want to put words in Nif's mouth, but he did say that this team impressed him, and he was actually saying, I would be a little nervous to face them if I was in the promotion tournament and this was the team I was fighting against. He's basically like, look, that is a scary prospect. You compare the objective control and the decision making from the Unicorns of Love in this game to every other challenger team and challenger game, and you go, this is just on another level. You can't even put them in the same category, because this is better than even a bunch of the LCS games that we've seen in the summer split.
Not only the team coordination that's impressed me is the champion pool. They have played different champions. Top laner, 3 different champions as far as I recall. 3 different champions in the mid lane. Fantastic stuff. You know, jungler, he's already proven he can switch things up, and he makes it count. He doesn't only just sit and focus one lane though. He goes in the middle, he goes in the top, he goes down the bottom. In fact, the bottom didn't need it. Bardags, you know, we were questioning him at the start. Can he compete with Freeze and Voidal? It's a big, strong, experienced lane. They did brilliant.
They did, but keep in mind they did start badly in game 3, but that was immediately counterbalanced once Hillsong is just like, no, I'm not having any of this. Death sentence after death sentence after death sentence, and they simply outplayed Freeze and Voidal. Every single lane went in favor of Unicorns of Love. I think Ninjas in Pajamas, they really need to figure out what's going wrong, because a lot happens every single time the pressure is on, and it is a difficult position to be in.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Unbelievable scenes, honestly. Unicorns of Love, once again, Ninjas in Pajamas cannot take a victory here on the stage in the LCS Cologne studios.
No, they really can't, but it's all about the Unicorns of Love. I'm very impressed with their play. I think individually they're very talented, mechanically they're very strong, strategically they're very strong. I just want to see them against more opponents to see whether this was a one-time event or whether they can continue doing this.
Yeah, fantastic scenes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go see what the winners have to say. Shox is on stage with the victorious Vizicsacsi and Power of Evil.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Guys, first off, congratulations. Amazing series from you guys, 3-0ing NIP. Vizicsacsi, let me maybe ask you first. You guys are a good team, but in Challenger Series, of course, not going all the way because you guys were in the 3rd place match here. This seemed like a whole new level of play. So how did that happen here on the stage?
Oh, it could have been like this big stage, and it really got us hyped. So we tried to perform on our best level, and I think everyone did his 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Every game, it seemed to be someone else that shone and did a fantastic job. Do you feel like you guys had it in every game in picks and bans as well, that the plan was always there?
Well, we always predicted like nearly every pick of them, so we were prepared really good. And I agree to Chachi that we played more than 100%, I would even say. The stage really helped us.
Yeah, and what was fantastic in that first game, you come out and you're like, I'm going to play Swain. Talk us through the secrets of Swain. What do we got to do in that top?
I've been thinking about what is good against Maokai, and I tried out Swain and it seemed to work, so I practiced a lot with him. And I was like, okay, let's play it against Maokai and see how it goes on the stage.
Why not? Let's see how it goes here on the LCS stage. Power of Evil, fantastic series of you once again. What was it like playing against Alex in that series?
Well, it was really funny because I was subbing for Ninjas in Pajamas in DreamHack in Jönköping. I knew what they're going to play. I know Alex Itch Champions Pool, and it was really good, like really cool to play and to face Alex Itch. I would thank Gilius because he was helping me a lot in mid lane, snowballing me, and I feel that I used it really good and just won the 1v1 in mid lane.
Yeah, of course, you guys, you go in, you take that game 1 very convincingly, take that game 2 then. Was there any point in the games that you thought this could go the other way? Or from that game 1, did you guys think immediately, you know, there's nothing that can take this away from us? We're just playing so good today, Vizicsacsi.
No. We felt totally confident in all 3 games. Like, we didn't have a single doubt that we will not win the games when we started rolling already.
Yeah, you guys seemed very confident in those games. And when I talked to H2K over in London and asked them, are you guys going to get into LCS? They said, for sure, 100%. I got to ask you guys, after such a performance, how are you guys going into that promotion tournament?
Well, I hope we can make it. I think we have the skill to do it. I think we can do it.
Yeah, I agree totally. If we bring our 100% performance again, then we definitely have a chance.
Looking forward to it. Finally, is there anything you want to say to the newfound Unicorns of Love fans? I'm sure you made a lot tonight.
Well, I want to thank, obviously, my whole team to perform that good, and all the fans who were here and supporting us, and yeah, that's everything.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys for a fantastic performance. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thanks once again.
All right, fantastic game from these guys and some fantastic words. So now let's head back over to D-Men and Quickshot.
Absolutely fantastic, and thank you guys for an awesome 3 matches. They were brilliant to watch. So with that, the victory, the Unicorns of Love are in the Challenger Summer promotion. It's the Spring promotion playoffs. Are nearly completed.
Yep, very, very close. The only match left is that battle for first place between H2K Gaming and SK Gaming Prime. That best of 5 bout takes place tomorrow, right here on the LCS stage.
Yeah, of course, before that Challenger Series Championship begins, the LCS quarterfinals will continue. It is SK Gaming, they are taking on Millennium, with the winner that undoubtful task of heading off and facing Alliance in the semi-finals. Tricky match regardless.
Very much so, but more importantly, locking in that LCS spot and the potential at Worlds. That playoff action starts on Friday at 5 PM Central European Summertime, which is 8 AM Pacific.
And that wraps things up for us here. Congratulations again to the Unicorns of Love for taking the series and earning the final spot in the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. We'd like to extend our thanks to Alliance's NIF for joining us at the analysis desk throughout the day. And of course, special thanks to our friends at Coca-Cola. Thank you very much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, and good night.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the European LCS quarterfinal. The Supa Hot Crew taking on Roccat. Counter TP from Zaz is coming around, and Roccat are going to try and turn this one around. They manage to catch him selfie. There's the knock-up, and the first blood for the top lane cow. And Roccat pick up game number 1 and move 1 step closer to the semi-final. Magma manages to get in, but they're right in the middle of them. They're hammering away. Double kill. Sullivan's coming up big. It's now a triple.
Yeah, I think it's better.
I think we timed it. This is the golden moment.
I think it's good.
This time we can win. Can you get it half finish? Can you finish that? Okay, you got that stuff. That's fine.
I snare him again.
I snare.
Good job.
Okay, now the game. We did it. Oh my god.
The Supa Hot Crew come back and win game number 3. Selfie gonna go down, Mima is low as well, and Zaza starts into the middle to get the double. Kasingi's gonna fall as well. Next, the turret number 2 is gonna fall, and Roccat are gonna win the game here 3-1. With that win, Roccat will now head to the semi-finals at Gamescom. The Ninjas in Pajamas take on Unicorns of Love in the European Challenger Series Summer Finals.
Can he get caught down? Soul Shackles will knock him off. Olex will go down. Fizzy Chatty diving on the tower. He's got hit points of days here. Freezing all sorts of trouble. He's going to go down.
I have brought a big backpack today, so you guys don't need to worry.
Ah, that's good.
Yesterday I just had the kid backpack, but now I have a military backpack, you know, so...
Yeah, that's true though.
Lolex tries to engage on towards him. Power of Evil will get focused. Alex H finally lands his ultimate combo, but the Sonya's hourglass is there. Switch running. The Freeze will get the killer towards him. No! Oh, finally finishes it off. Unicorns of Love are destroying Ninjas in Pajamas in this Challenger Series. It's 2-0. Ilias goes in, pounces on towards him. Alex is destroyed. Didn't get a chance to shockwave or anything there. Kabashar gets knocked out the side there. Freeze is going to get focused on. He's going to get lashed back in there. Vizzy Chachi all over him.
3 games in a row, Unicorns of Love have outplayed their opponents in lane, with their jungle ganks, and with their decision making.